100% bought. The media, the fake news media, they had some people interviewing him, like George Slopadopoulos. ABC. ABC's one of the worst, by the way. They're all sort of bad when you get right down, but ABC's bad. And they're asking him hardball questions like, where did you stay last night? Did you think you did well in the debate, even though you could? Did you ever see a guy in a debate, you know, they give you like 2 minutes to answer, and you want to use up, you got so much fertility in there, you want to use up every second, and he'd answer a question. You have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take them. And he said, oh, you have 92 seconds left. He goes, oh. This is not what he wanted. He left a lot of time on the board. But I went right down to the last second. I didn't want to go a little bit over because I know they'd cut me. They would have cut me. But they were very fair, actually, CNN, shockingly, honestly. They were very fair. They want to do another one. You know, we're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10, 6. For talking, I'd give her less than a 1. We need people that can talk. Kamala pledged to give free taxpayer-funded health care to all illegal aliens. How do you like that idea? Which will destroy Social Security. She called for the abolition of ICE. Listen, ICE, I know some people here. 2 of them are really tough guys. They're fighters. They're vicious people. They're good, tough people. They don't want to work for ICE. ICE will go into a pack of MS-13 killers and thugs. And for about 2 minutes, you just see fists flying back and forth, and then they stand up and they win. And they grab them, they throw them in a paddy wagon, they get them the hell out of the country. And she's calling them the equivalent of KKK, okay? And she loves deadly sanctuary cities. By the way, all of the things you're hearing now, she's now denying. But you know, the one good thing about the internet, you press a button and you got it. Although they are trying to delete everything. You know, they changed the picture of me from a couple of weeks ago, and they really radicalized it. They changed it, you know, using AI, they changed it. They had all the people on the stage who were angry, and they were smart and sharp and very brave, and they had them all big smiles on their face. Can you believe that? They put the agents, who I have to tell you, say what you want, those people were brave. They were running to me, and the bullets were flying. The Secret Service, they were very brave. They were very brave, I can say. They were very brave. They were running at me, and they knew the bullets were going right over my head. At that point, the first one was not a good situation. Not a good situation. That was really something incredible. That was from God. That was from God. Because the chances, that was from God. For all of you non-believers, that one was for God, right? Boom. That was a close one. But I just want to say, while I'm here, though, they were very brave. They pounced on me. They pounced on me, and I heard those things whizzing over me. They were whizzing, and I have to say that because, you know, people take abuse, and there were mistakes made. There were mistakes made, pretty bad ones. But the bravery of that moment was incredible. And also that the sniper, the Secret Service, who's a phenomenal, talented shooter, 1 bullet from hundreds of yards away, if he doesn't hit his target, and he hit his target, boom. But from if he doesn't hit the target, then you have Corey and a lot of other people that are dead. Corey was great. 2 other great gentlemen, warriors, great Trump people. We love them. And we thought they were going to be gone too. The doctors were incredible. They did a great job, an unbelievable job. But if that sniper, and he had 5 seconds to think. He did not know about it beforehand, by the way. He had 5 seconds. He saw the flash and he knew what that was. And within 5 seconds, he got off his shot. One bullet, think of it, one bullet. And that was the end. Otherwise, you would have had many people dead. He did a hell of a job. And that was from a very far distance. That was from basically about triple the distance. It was a much longer shot. So we want to thank him, and we want to thank all of the people in Secret Service for their bravery, because they were very brave. I mean, this was a bad thing. Very brave. But she refuses to even say the words illegal alien or radical Islamic terrorist. She says nope. And the main thing, think of this, she wants to let mass amnesty and citizenship. She wants all illegals to have mass amnesty. Everybody can. Even criminals, because many of them that are coming in are from prisons and jails and mental institutions, insane asylums. They hate when I use Dr. Hannibal Lecter as the late great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, they go, look at all the media back there. Look at all the fake news. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news, Bert. But she doesn't want to get involved. Look, here's a story. When a politician says something young in life, that's where they are. That's what they believe in. Defund the police, all the things that she said, that's where she would go if she ever got the chance. She's never going to get the chance. Our country will be destroyed. She's worse than Biden. She's worse than Bernie Sanders. She's Bernie Sanders, but not as smart. That's the way I view her. I said she's a dumb version of Bernie Sanders, and actually further left than him. She supports mandatory gun confiscation. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that. Would anybody mind if they came into your house and took away your gun or your guns? Oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear that. She's for taking away all of your guns. The problem is they won't take them away from the bad guy. The bad guy's not giving up the guns. The good guys are going to, oh, well, yes, ma'am, here's my gun. Thank you. Now you're totally defenseless in your house. No, you can't do that. She said that a 70 to 80% tax hike is, quote, a bold idea that should be discussed. Oh, that's nice. She co-sponsored the $100 trillion Green New Scam. She wants to abolish all oil and coal and natural gas. We want to work on wind. We want to have wind blowing. She vowed to ban fracking. She wants the government to stop people from eating red meat. She wants to get rid of your cows. No more cows. No more cows. Oh, it's serious. You know, in Europe, you smile and you think about it. But in Europe, they're sort of doing it. They don't want any cattle. She wants to get rid of gas-powered cars and replace them with all electric. They don't go far. They cost too much. They're all made in China. Other than that, they're fantastic. And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice. But he knows. No, I am for him. I'm for him for a small slice is a slice. But you want to have gas-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have every kind of a car imaginable. They want to go all electric. And there's no way you can ever load them up. They call them loading them. You can't load them. We're going to have to spend $9 trillion in the Middle West. You saw they built chargers. Now, a charger is a gas pump with electricity come through it. Is that good? So it's like for 8 chargers, they spent $9 billion. Is that a good deal? So at that rate, it would be $10 trillion to charge up the country. The whole thing is crazy, right, Mr. Preacher? She wants to get rid of 2 very special words to me. And I came up with this because I noticed when you went into stores, I used to go into stores. Now I wouldn't want to go into stores because they have everything under lock and key. You ever see they have bars up, they have glass up. I don't know how you can do business like that. I'd like to buy Toothpaste, please. Oh, wait till the clerk comes. 25 minutes. The clerk. They opened this heavy glass armored door. How the hell do you make money doing that? It used to be that if somebody robbed your store, you would be very tough about it, right? Now, Kamala started this. Anything under $1,000, you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, and these guys are sitting out there. You ever see them? They've got paper. Okay, you go ahead. Whoop, that's over that. Drop that back. Put that. There's no crime if it's less than $1,000. She's the one who started it. She is a lunatic. She wants to get rid of these two very special words. You remember I used to bring it up all the time in 2016. By the way, we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. But these are minor details. We did much better. They said, what was the difference? I said, well, we got millions of more votes. As you know that too. But we're not going to let that happen again. Ready? The two words are Merry Christmas. She doesn't want anybody saying Merry Christmas. Now she's denying it, and then they found the tape last night. She's such a liar. She denies all this stuff. She said, I was not the border czar. She was the New York Times has a headline, border czar. She was the border czar. She was the worst border czar. She was the worst czar in history. Kamala's radical ideas belong in a San Francisco commune filled with far-left freaks, but they do not belong in the White House. They do not belong in the United States of America. This November, Georgia is going to tell Kamala that we will not let her turn America into a communist country. Remember, I used to say, we will never be a socialist country. Well, I was right. They skipped socialism. I was right. I was right. It will never be a socialist country. I'd say that. State of the Union, I said, we will not ever allow our country to be a socialist country. I was right. It's gone communist. It skipped socialism. It never stopped. The train never stopped at the socialism world. The world of socialism, not a good one, but the world of communism is many times worse. Now that they've swapped out Biden, is he going to the Democrat convention? This is a big question. I'd like to go to watch Kamala get sworn in as they ripped it away from me. They took away his presidency. What do you think, Mr. Congressman? You had a very good speech. Didn't he make a good speech? What do you think about ripping away their socialism there? What do you think about ripping away the guy's presidency, right? No, it's not democracy. Remember the words they use? They are a threat to democracy. They've been saying that about me for 7 years. I think I got shot because of that, okay? People said, he's a threat to democracy. No, I'm the one that is saving democracy. It's true. They're a threat. Okay. Thank you. Wow. That's nice.
Look at all those black folks cooning, everybody. Look at that. Some of y'all gonna be pissed off.
No,
yeah, black people supporting them.
Wow. What? I'm going to use that more often. I've never used that before. I'm always hitting them. I should say instead, I'm going to save democracy and get a nice ticket. It is true, though. Certain phrases get amazing response, like, I will keep men out of women's sports. Now you find out I'm right. I used to use the barbells. I said, now all you have to do is look at the boxers. This young girl from Italy, a champion boxer, she got hit so hard she didn't know what the hell hit her. It's a person that transitioned. He was a good male boxer. Yeah, he was a good male boxer. And she didn't even go down. He hit her with 2 jabs, and she said, I'm out. How crazy is it? The weightlifters are great, though, because they put a 1/4 of an ounce here, a 1/4 of an ounce here. And she goes, by the way, First Lady of the United States hates when I do this. She says, it's so damn unpresidential. I said, but the people like it. Right, Marjorie? She doesn't like it. She's a very elegant woman. She doesn't like it. Should I do it, Marjorie? So, no, our first lady, she said, you know, your speech was great, but this weightlifting thing is so unelegant. And please don't imitate him not being able to find stairs, because every time you do it, they say it was you that couldn't find the stairs. Sure. I'm very careful because the press is among the most dishonest human beings in history. They know. Bruce knows. The great Bruce Lavelle. Stand up, Bruce. He's been with me from before I ran. He was with me in 2014, saying that guy in New York should run. He'll be great president. That was long before I even ran. I didn't even know about it. I think you might have convinced me to run. I don't know. Some of these people, you know, some people have been with me long before I ran. They would say Trump should run. That we had Romney. Remember Romney? And they did polls. Romney and Paul Ryan, what a combination that was. Whoops, there we go off Fox. Fox just won. No, Paul Ryan's on the board of Fox. What a mistake that was. But they had Romney and Paul Ryan. What a team that was. They got clobbered. They got clobbered. The choice of this election could not be more stark. On the one hand, you have a radical left freak. You have a candidate who is fake, fake, fake. On the other hand, you have a president who will fight, fight, fight for America. Fight, fight, fight. I will, I promise. I will.
I need to change the title to this video, guys. My bad. It might be too late.
By the way, the fire marshal, I love him. Could the school people allow, there's some seats right up there. They could let him come in. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Let the people come in. They're standing outside, thousands of them. Let them come in. It's obviously, Marjorie, a very liberal school, I guess, right? Not happy with the school. Let them come in. They're standing. It's 95 degrees out. Let them come in. There's some seats. But they got thousands of people. They won't let them in. A Harris presidency. You know why? Because they don't want to show that we're successful. That's all. They
don't have no booty
want to
shaking.
show. She has to go get entertainers. They
Uh-oh.
start leaving as soon as she opens her mouth.
Get him. Get him. Get her. Go on here.
Well,
Say it
Hillary
again.
used to do that too. I remember she got Bruce Springsteen. I'm not a fan, you know, I'm not a huge fan. I have a bad trait. I only like people that like me. Yeah, does that make sense? And these people like me, Bert, right? These people like me. No, Hillary used to do it all the time. She got the idea from Hillary. Hillary got Bruce Springsteen, I'll never forget. And the place was pretty full. Not full like our places are full. And I don't have a guitar. I don't have a guitar, but our places are bigger. We get more people than anybody. I don't care how many guitars they have. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people come. Nobody has that. Nobody. In Alabama, we had 68,000 people. In South Carolina, we had 82,000 people that had closed up the whole state. We even did one in the South Bronx in New York. Rough place, but boy, it was love. 25,000 people. It was love. It was love. But I'll never forget that Hillary, and they were all saying, oh, she drew, 25,000 people or something. Then he finished with the concert. She starts speaking and everyone's leaving. I said, that's not working out so good. That's not working out, right? But I don't know. You have to be real. If people show up, people show up. But to do that, I don't know. There's something pretty
good job, Wendy.
But she had somebody. Who did she have? Who was the entertainer that she had, you know? Yeah. That's what I think.
Meg the Stallion.
By the way, the entertainer couldn't fill the place either. Even with the help of the school's trying to get students, please go. This is embarrassing to us. Please go.
Meg the Stallion.
Wasn't Hillary a beauty
Stallions
when
are
I
male.
campaigned against her?
Stallions are male.
She said, look at him. Look at him. Just look at those words he uses. He will start wars. No, I had
Too bright,
no
too
wars.
bright. You calling people an idiot? Who are you referring to? Be careful with your words, folks. It's all about freedom of speech, but I do not want my channel shut down because of people.
Years. In California, Harris was the original Marxist prosecutor. She was in the role of Fannie Willis. Has anybody ever heard of Fannie Willis?
What the heck? Connie. You better say her name right, Trump. They're going to accuse you of racism.
Fannie Willis is a good friend of your governor. You know that? Your governor. I'm not a fan of your governor, but she was in the role of Fannie Willis or Larry Krasner, George Gascon, Alvin Bragg of New York. Oh, he goes after me. He goes after me because of the Justice Department. Never happened before. The DA of San Francisco, Harris, shielded illegal alien crack dealers from deportation. She wouldn't let them be deported. She fought like hell. She wouldn't arrest criminals of the worst kind. She wouldn't arrest murderers. She wouldn't arrest anybody. The state has gone to hell. Gavin Newsom is the worst, one of the worst guys. Gavin Newsom. But she was the one that started it. She ruined San Francisco, ruined California. As California Attorney General, she defined and redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person raped as nonviolent. These were nonviolent crimes. We shouldn't even prosecute these people. To help spring child predators and dangerous criminals out of prison all over the state. And during the left-wing riots of 2020, you saw that she urged her followers to donate to bail rapists and murderers out of jail while saying that the violent mobs should not stop. They should not stop. She said she was endorsing to fund the police. And she said, violent mobs, let the violent mobs keep going. Let them keep going. We love what they're doing. We love what they represent. This is the lunatic that the fake news is trying to build up to be the next Margaret Thatcher. You know, 4 months ago, she was considered grossly incompetent by the fake news. Now they're saying, oh, isn't she wonderful? Isn't she wonderful? No, she's not wonderful. So we have to work hard to define her. I don't want to even define her. I just want to say who she is. She's a horror show. She'll destroy our country. For years, she has pushed legislation to strip police officers of any protection. They have no protection. Anything they do, they get sued, they go bankrupt, they lose their house, they lose their family, they lose their pension. They ruin their lives. They want to ruin their lives. She was the worst at ruining police officers. And by the way, I have the endorsement of virtually every police organization in the United States. Almost every.
That's because you want to give them immunity so they can keep on killing black people.
And when I'm president of the United States, again, we will never defund the police. We will only overfund. We're going to overfund the police if we have to. I will always give our law enforcement heroes the protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. And like other Marxist DAs, and she was the first of them. She was horrible. She was horrible. She had a very good friend named Willie Brown. I liked Willie Brown. He knows more about her than anybody's ever known.
I like me to do that.
He could tell you every single thing about her.
He knows more about her than anybody
you're not going to want to hear.
Everybody knows.
Like other Marxist DAs, Kamala supports abolishing cash bail, which means bloodthirsty criminals that just killed somebody can immediately leave custody, go out and kill somebody else. Which by the way, they often
got immunity.
Under these kinds of woke radical left policies, Atlanta is like a killing field, and your governor ought to get off his ass and do something about it. Just a few weeks ago, 2 13-year-old boys were murdered and an 11-year-old was shot while sitting outside their house in Southwest Atlanta. In June, a 47-year-old man, a 69-year-old woman, and a 70-year-old woman were shot in the middle of the day, shot right through the head in the food court of Peachtree Center. What a nice name. In downtown Atlanta, where you can't even walk anymore. The shooter had been previously arrested 11 times, but they think it was 24 times.
Now look who has immunity.
He'd gone to prison for assault and armed robbery many times. Since I was president, aggravated assaults in Atlanta are up 17%, and there's a 20% increase in shoplifting and a 90% increase in overall crime. Murders are up massively. Murders, you go to the store, I want to buy a loaf of bread, darling. You come back, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your husband's been killed. He went for bread across the street. He's been shot to death, ma'am. Nationwide, there's been a 43% increase in violent crimes since I left office, including a 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and a 56% increase in stone cold robbery. July 4th weekend in Chicago, 117 people were shot. 100, I'm not talking about I'm talking about shot. Not aimed at and missed, but I can guarantee you that number was big. But 117 people were shot. Of the 117, 17 died. Many are going to be incapacitated. They're going to be working for the rest of their lives just to move. Many are paralyzed. Many of those people are paralyzed right now. Nobody ever talks about that. So 117 people shot, 17 died, many very seriously hurt for the rest of their lives. If Kamala wins, it will be crime, chaos, and death all across our country. We're going to have just the opposite. You know, it's up to the governors and the mayors to run things, but with Minnesota, which was a disaster, Minneapolis, the crimes. Remember the CNN reporter? This is a friendly riot.
Mostly
please,
peaceful.
I'd rather not use the word riot. This is a friendly get-together. And behind him, the whole city is burning down. Remember that?
He said mostly
Remember,
peaceful.
Like
that's what he said.
Flames were going like for miles.
And
then he got hit on the knee with something. I think it was a hand grenade that didn't go off. Remember him with the shaved head? Ding, 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 shaved his head. How do I look? Great. Then he goes down, a hand grenade hits him. How do I look, darling? Oh, you look great. They call it the summer of love, remember? They took over Seattle, 20%. If I didn't have the soldiers ready to go that morning, that Seattle would still be occupied. They actually took over a large percentage of Seattle.
Lunatic.
Portland, what they did with Portland. You know, I was
Charles, I sure did. I almost said Moist, you're right. You messed me up.
And beautiful, everything, storefront, so beautiful. In Portland, you know they have a storefront? Their storefronts have been so decimated, they use old 2x4s with a wooden door. No glass, no windows. It's the worst looking avenue I've ever seen because, and I spoke to people that have shops there. They don't have many more, they've all fled. But the few people that remain, they have wooden storefronts made out of old lumber. And they said, no, anything we put up, including this, will be knocked down the next time. And it happens on a weekly basis. And nobody does anything about it. If I didn't bring out, they knew the military was coming in the next day in Seattle. If they didn't know that, and they fled, they all said, oh, it's about time to get it. You know, when they were doing monuments in Washington, Marjorie knows this. I got an old bill because I doubt we could ever get Congress to pass one like this. And they were trying to rip down monuments. And then it was Abraham Lincoln. They were going to rip down the monument to Abraham Lincoln. They were ripping down other monuments. They didn't care who it was. They just wanted to destroy a country. And I took this old bill from 1889. Today, you wouldn't have the guts to sign a thing like that, although they should. They should make it even tougher. And it said, if you desecrate or even touch a monument in any way, shape, or form, you go to jail for 10 years, and there's no shortened sentence. There's no shortened sentence. There's no like you get 9 years off for good behavior. No, it's 10 years and you're not allowed to even do that. No judge is allowed to do it. In fact, it was so old when I had I'm saying, this is an old sucker. This thing is old. But I reinstituted it. It was so severe, frankly, that they didn't use it. And then I had a press conference, remember, and I announced anybody.
Fast cars, big money. I hear you.
You know, doing lassos of those gorgeous horses and all the things up there. And yet you saw it the other day. They were doing it again in Washington, D.C. with spray paint into limestone and granite. You know, the limestone, it's a very porous stone. I was very good at this. I was a builder, as you may have heard. And the limestone, that paint goes in there, sucks. In 100 years, you'll see that. There's nothing you can do. It just goes right in. It's very, very porous. It's sand, basically. Beautiful sand, beautiful lions, beautiful monuments, the bells and everything, desecrated. And I wonder what happened to those people. Probably nothing, right? Probably nothing. What they did tremendous damage. They did tremendous damage. But so I announced this bill, and the bill, I had a press conference to announce it. And I said, 10 years for anybody even touching any of our beautiful monuments. You know what happened? It was a beautiful sight. I saw thousands of asses, only the back, walking out of town. Some were running. They didn't want to do anything. They just wanted to get the hell out of town. And that was the end of the problem. We didn't have any more problem. We had no more problem after that. There was no problem. And that was the end. You didn't hear about it after that, Mr. Congressman, did we? Collins, good speaker he is. He's got a future. Does he have a future, Margie? I don't know. Got the look. He's got the hair. Good job. I watched. Good job. We will restore law and order to America. We will bring back public safety to the great state of Georgia, which is doing very badly in that way. And on day one, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send the illegal aliens back home. And we'll do it very quickly. For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris, and again, she refuses to acknowledge that she was the border czar. She was the worst manager we've ever had, ever. And by the way, all of the people in charge of the border, they've all endorsed me. They said he was the greatest president we've ever had. Tom Homan, you know, Brandon Judd, all of those guys, they've all endorsed me. And they said, she's the worst, the worst. I mean, it's hard for them to say that, but, you know, they said there's never been anybody so incompetent. For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris has allowed terrorists and criminals to pour across our wide open border. And now she's denying it. You can't fall for it. Disinformation. Deny for a year. We'd never done. Nothing happened. We were great. We were great. We were so tough. And some people will start to believe it, you know? They used the word brainwash. Did you ever hear the word brainwash? Mitt Romney's father used that word. It wasn't good when he used that word. It destroyed his career. But they were brainwashed. Some people they hear it over and over again, how bad they were, and they say how great a job they did. They did great. They did great. They say it again and again, and all of a sudden people, and don't forget, it's not their main thing. They're accountants, they're lawyers, they're taxi drivers, they're carpenters, they're electricians. They hear it over and over again. All of a sudden they say, she was really great on the border, wasn't she? No, she was a disaster. She has destroyed our country. We're going to bring it back, but she has destroyed our country. She's incompetent. They're coming from South America.
Venezuela.
They're coming from Asia. They're coming from Africa and the Middle East, from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from South America. Everyone thinks, oh, South America, they want to vote in Spanish and they're going to like, by the way, we are doing better with the Hispanic population, I think, now than they are. So that's not working out too well. But they're coming from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming from the Congo in Africa. A lot are coming from the Congo, from prisons. Where do you come from? The Congo. Oh, what's your address? We live in prison. What did you do? Murder. Oh, welcome to the United States of America. It's lovely to have you. The only good thing is, I say this all the time, these people are so violent and vicious that are being brought into our country. They're so violent, so vicious, that they make our gang members and bad people and criminals look like the nicest people on earth. So when we see an MS-13, some person now, we say, well, they're not that bad. These are the worst people anywhere in the world coming into our country. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing can be made of it. And they're actually trying to get them to sign up and vote. They don't even speak the language. They don't even know where the hell they are. They want them to sign up and vote. And we have the head of our great Republican Party here, and he is not letting it happen wherever you may be. Right? Wherever you may be. Doing a great job. You know that, right? They're coming in and they're trying to sign them up. Because I used to say, like, only two reasons this could be happening. They hate our country or they're stupid. Well, they're not stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections that good is not stupid. And they do, I really believe they do to a certain extent hate our country because, you know why? But I never really talked about the third reason because it's so sinister. But they want to sign these people up to vote. And if they do that, this country is destroyed. We become a dumping ground for the entire world, and we're not going to take it anymore. Just a few months ago, right here in your state, I met with the devastated family, what a beautiful family, of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student, topper of her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Her family was, I mean, look, they'll never be the same. Incredible family. Kamala Harris let in the savage monster who murdered Laken Riley. He was an illegal alien who was in Border Patrol custody, but under Harris's policies, instead of being deported immediately and fast, he was set free into America. Please enjoy your stay. Laken's blood is on Kamala Harris's hands, and she was in charge of the border. But there are many, many people like that. Laken is not the only one. Kamala is responsible for the death as though she was standing there watching it herself. She was responsible, and for so many more. 3 days after releasing Laken's killer into the United States, Harris went on television and lied to the American people, saying the border is secure. Quote, the border is secure. What kind of a politician lies to Americans about keeping the border open while precious young girls are being assaulted and killed? And Laken is one where the press was, I mean, very strong on it, but there are thousands of people that are being killed and being criminalized and victimized by these people that are pouring into our country. I call it migrant crime. We now have migrant crime in our country. It's a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's vicious, and it's really bad. Kamala Harris should not be asking for your vote. She should be begging Laken Riley's family for forgiveness, and Joe Biden never would mention her name. You remember when Biden wouldn't mention her name, then all of a sudden, because Laken was really, I mean, that was a big deal. That was a very horrible, just horrific. And he wouldn't mention her name, and then he finally did it, and he called her the wrong name. Lincoln, right? Called her Lincoln. Good coach, Lincoln Riley, good coach. Maybe that's where it came from, but called her Lincoln. And he was so bad, such a bad precedent. Such a bad president, and precedent was set by having him as a president. He was a disaster for this country. You get angry talking about it because it's almost impossible to believe you can be that bad. You know, people like certain people, and I understand it. They could have different beliefs, different policies. Like Ronald Reagan, he had something special about him. There was an aura, right? I didn't agree with him on trade. I didn't think he was as good on trade as he could have been tougher on trade, but he had something special. They all, you know, but this last group, there's nothing they have nothing. I call him Crooked Joe for a reason. He's crooked. I also call him Sleepy Joe. He's sleepy, he's crooked, he's incompetent, he's dumb. And she's worse. If Harris wins, a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, MS-13 animals, and child predators will flood into your communities. If I win on day one, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. Have no choice. We have no choice. No country can sustain this. We have no choice, and we will immediately expel every single criminal that Baltazar Harris has allowed into our country. No country can sustain it. In a recent CBS poll, 62% of Americans support large-scale deportation, and others are saying it's 83%, 85%, including 53% of Hispanic voters, because they see what's happening. By the way, the Hispanic voter and me have like this special relationship. I understand them. They're very entrepreneurial, very smart, but they also understand security better than anybody. And they don't want to have murderers released into our country. They don't want, it's very interesting. When I built, I built massive amounts of the wall. The wall was incredible. We built it, and hundreds of miles of wall, and they wanted it more than anybody because it worked. Remember I used to say 2 things work. Everything else is obsolete after 2. You do a new computer, in about 3 weeks it's totally obsolete. Nobody wants it. 2 things have never been obsolete: wheels and walls. Wheels work and walls work. And you have a lot of different things becoming obsolete, but the wheel and the walls work. Harris wants to be the president for criminals and illegal aliens. I will be the president for law-abiding Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. And it's no wonder the Democrat Party and their thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones who are going to be able to stop them. Nobody else is going to be able to stop these lunatics. All of their persecution of me is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in all of the polls. If I wasn't running for president, I could be vacationing next to one of the many beautiful oceans of the world as the waves come in. Beautiful, but it's boring. I'd rather be with you, figuring out this mess that we've gotten ourselves into. We're going to figure it out. We've got it figured out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have 2 things we have to do. We have to vote, and we have to make sure that we stop them from cheating, because they cheat like dogs. I don't know if you've heard, but the Georgia State Election Board is in a very positive way. This is a very positive thing, Marjorie. They're on fire. They're doing a great job. 3 members: Janice Johnson, Rick Jeffries, and Janelle King. 3 people are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting. Are they here? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Thank you. What a job. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. But we have a couple of other members that aren't so good. We have some that aren't so good, but these 3 are really doing the job because they don't want to see this happen. That will destroy our country. They just passed a rule for Georgia elections requiring that 3 people at each precinct independently count the total number of ballots before certification. Who could be against that? Who could be against it? Thank you, Janice, very much. That's really amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all. Those are great people. I'd say brave, but I mean, to you, it's like that you got to do what you have to do, right? It's not like a question of brave. They said I was brave 2 weeks ago. I had to do what I had to do. It's not like brave, right? It's just we do the right thing. Go. That's great. And those 3 people are incredible. Let me give you the bad news. It's that for whatever reason, Brad Raffensperger and Brian Kemp Raffensperger and Brian Kemp, your governor, who I got elected, by the way. If it wasn't for me, he would not be your governor. I think everybody knows that. He's a very disloyal person, isn't he? Very disloyal. But these two are doing everything possible. Plus, your attorney general would like to see him show up and do something. But, I mean, look at the love and adulation and applause, because this is like a poll. This is like a poll. We have thousands of people. That's better than going out and paying $500,000 to have some poll. Borders are Harris has allowed into our country. No country can sustain it. In a recent CBS poll, 62% of Americans support large-scale deportation, and others are saying it's 83%. If I wasn't running for president, I could be 3 people, but you got everything possible to make 2024 difficult for Republicans to win. What are they doing? I don't know. They got something in mind, you know, they got a little something in mind. Kemp is very bad for the Republican Party. He wouldn't do anything. You know, we have Burt Jones over here. We have Burt Jones. All he wanted in the Senate was to have a special resolution passed, and it was all done. Every senator wanted it. Every Republican wanted it. And we have Senator Beach here someplace, too. Where is Senator Beach? Oh, I can't forget him. We can't forget him. A warrior, you know that, and many others in this group. But all they wanted was to have just a special, we want to go over the election. We want to look because there's too many things. And the governor wouldn't sign it. And I knew he would because I got him elected. I sent a young guy over to his office. Would you please have him sign this? And the kid came back. He said, sir, he won't sign. Of course he will. I got him elected. Give me a break. Of course he will. No, he wouldn't. And then I said, well, go back over. Tell him it's for me. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. They want to look into possible election fraud. Wouldn't you say, Senator, that's a good thing, right? They want to look into election fraud. Comes back, sir, I said it was for you. This was a few years later after I won him the election. Don't forget, I endorsed him. And you had a very good man, Casey Cagle, your lieutenant governor. He was going to win easily. And David Perdue, where's David? I love David, but that was his only mistake. He said, sir, would you endorse a friend of mine, Brian Kemp? I said, who's Brian Kemp? He said, he's a friend of mine, sir. And Sonny came too. This was probably the only mistake of David's life. That was a beauty, David. Thanks, David, I appreciate it. And I endorsed this guy. He was like way down on the list. He was doing terribly. And he immediately, you know, my endorsement means a lot, and I'm very careful with it. And I endorsed him, and he won in a landslide. And then he said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. I can't beat her. She's going to be too tough. And she felt that too, by the way. She still feels it. You know, she's constantly saying she won the election. She can say it, but I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. And Michaela, I love you, Michaela. I'm in love with Michaela. Please explain that to Melania. Please explain that to our First Lady. You're fantastic. Now, you are a special person. But I endorsed him, and then she said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. He said that, and his wife said it too. I said, well, you won the nomination, so let's do some big rallies. And I did them out at an airport, massive rallies, 55,000 and 52,000. There may have even been a third, I don't know. I remember 2 monster rallies. And I said, you're going to win. He said, I don't think so, sir. I said, no, you're going to win. I'm telling you, I can tell the vibe of the people. I'm like, I think, David, 287-0 in the last 12 months with endorsements. People respect my endorsement, and I respect them, and I love them. I love them. But so I did these 2 big rallies, and he won. He did win. He won by like 2%. And his wife looked at me and said, thank you, sir. We'll never, ever be able to repay you for what you did. You got We can never repay you for what you've done, sir. We could have never won. And now she said 2 weeks ago that I will not endorse him because he hasn't earned my endorsement. I haven't earned her endorsement. I have nothing to do with her. Somewhere he went bad. And you know what? Your numbers in Georgia are very average. Your crime numbers, your economic numbers, all of your numbers, you're very average. You can do a lot better, and you'll do a lot better with a better governor. You can do a lot better, just so you understand. But I don't want her endorsement. I don't want his endorsement. I just want them to do their job for Georgia. And you know what? He's the governor. He ought to support his Republican Party, because if he doesn't have his Republican Party, I could tell you where he came from, and it wasn't good. And you have a great leader of the Republican Party right here. Stand up, please. He has done an unbelievable job, and he has to work like hell with a governor that doesn't help him. And Raffensperger ought to make sure that the vote is honest. And they don't want the vote to be honest. In my opinion, they want us to lose. That's actually my opinion. And we can't let that happen, because if we lose Georgia, we lose the whole thing and our country goes to hell, because we can't have her be president of the United States. She's grossly incompetent. We can't let that happen. They're the ones, don't forget, who got Fonnie Willis and her lover boy boyfriend all jazzed up. This guy, the governor, you know what? She's an embarrassment to the state of Georgia. He's the governor of Georgia. He ought to do something. Many, many people, their lives have been, forget about me, many people, I'm used to it. True. I'm used to fake crap that goes on with these politicians. But many, many people, their lives have been destroyed because of Fonnie, F-A-N-I, Fonnie. You have to pronounce it Fonnie. It's called Fanny. You have to pronounce Fonnie. I don't know how she gets. She should add a little U in there someplace if she wants people to call her. No, her and her lover, right? Lover boy Wade. She hired him because of experience. Paid him almost $1 million a year for experience. He's got great experience. He never did a thing like this in his life. He knew nothing about it. The only thing he knew about was something else. He knew about that. That's all he knew about. He didn't know a damn thing. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? Yeah, a couple of times. You ever see the phone records, phone calls being made at 3 o'clock in the morning, like every single night, phone call from her house? And he said, no, not well. I don't know her well. No. And this governor, I assume, I don't know, he could straighten it out, because his state has become a laughingstock over it. And you know what? I love this state. I won this state twice, in my opinion. Once I won, and I did much better the second time. And Bert knows it, and Beach knows it, and everybody else knows it. He could have ended the travesty with a phone call, because I did nothing wrong, and neither did all of those good people that are being persecuted. People in their 80s, they signed something, you know, because they see what's going on. I guarantee if I took a vote of this audience, if I said, what do you think? I won't do that. You know, they'll come and indict you if you say that, right? Now, they can say it. Stacey Abrams can say that she won the election is fine. But if we say we won the election, and we did, that's not fine. We can't do it. Hillary Clinton is still complaining about the election, even though she called me up that night and conceded. But Hillary Clinton is constantly complaining about it. Nothing happens to her. We have two sides of justice, and we can't do it anymore. We have to get back to making America great again. We don't have time for this nonsense. I mean, Fonnie wanted to indict a certain U.S. senator who had nothing at all. He's saying, why are they calling me? I won't use his name because I don't want to hurt him. But she wanted to indict, and somebody along the way stopped her from doing it. She had many, many more people. She was going to indict almost everybody that came into the state for a visit. But Kemp doesn't want to end it, because he's a bad guy, he's a disloyal guy, and he's a very average governor. Little Brian Kemp. Bad guy. But think of it. I got this guy, just think, and then that's it. I got this guy nominated. I then got him elected. Without me, he doesn't get nominated and he doesn't get elected. He had no chance of winning either one. And all he had to do is sign something where the Senate would like to look at election integrity. This is an honest man. That's an honest man. They were all honest. They were looking at something very legitimate. And this bad guy said, I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it. I called him and I said, Brian, they're looking at election integrity. Is there anything you can do? I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved in that. I said, but Brian, you don't understand. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved. I've had you up to here, Brian. I've had you up to here. He's a Georgia with Fonnie and her lover and all of the other things saying, what the hell is going on in Georgia? What the hell is going on? The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election in 2024.
Uh-oh.
Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communist fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. You know, my father and mother are looking down. They were great people. They're saying, my son got indicted like 4 times. Al Capone didn't get indicted 4 times. He would kill you if he didn't like your look. If you looked at him in the slightly, that's a nice shirt. Scarface, Al Capone, the most evil man. He didn't get indicted like Trump. I got indicted for what? I'm protesting an election that was rigged. This guy didn't get indicted. My father would say, but Alphonse Capone didn't get indicted. He killed hundreds of people. If he took you out for dinner, even you, see you two guys, would you stand up with the MAGA black, please? Stand up, please. Look at these two guys. Who the hell is going to mess? Who's going to mess with that? MAGA black. MAGA black. I love them. I like them better than you, Bruce. Now, those are 2 tough cookies. But if Alphonse Capone didn't like you because you insulted him slightly at dinner, that was the end of you fellas, I have to tell you. And he didn't get like me. Think of it. How crazy.
Look at the size of the crowd there, folks. And this required no twerking. This didn't require no body, yada, 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 yada. If you know your body, go body, yada, 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 yada. It didn't require any of that. I'm just saying.
Silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. So I want to introduce a few warriors, if I could, please. And they're incredible people. They really are. And, you know, every night I do this where I get in trouble because I'm always leaving somebody out. I'm leaving a congressman out. I'm leaving a guy. It's brutal. So I end up going on the internet and thanking him, and I love him and all the stuff, or her. But, you know.
Check this out. To those of you who have a problem with me stopping in on my show and pressing mute, you do know you can go to any other spot on YouTube and type in President Trump speaking loud in Atlanta, and you can go there and watch it without any interruption, without seeing my face, without hearing my voice. You know you can do that. You do know you chose to come to my channel. You chose to come in my house, and you get pissed off that I run my house like I want to run my house. It's easy. Get out.
Bill. Good. I saw him backstage. He's fantastic. Representative Mike Collins. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Where is the preacher that was back there talking to me? Where is he? Huh? Because he went with your father. Oh, your father's smart. I always said that. Stays with those preachers. Rick Allen and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Rick. Great job, Rick. Thank you, Marjorie. You know, I've known Marjorie from the beginning, and she's an amazing political person. I don't like to say politician. She's beyond that. She's really loved and respected by so many people. And in Washington, when she calls, they get very nervous. Oh, please. She's fantastic. So I thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. And a future congressman, he'll be one of your best. He's been with me for 8 years. And you know, he always wanted to be a congressman. Then his district opened up and he said, "Do you think I could do it?" I said, "You have my complete and total endorsement." Brian Jack. Brian Jack. Great guy. He's going to be a great congressman. And it's what he wanted to be. And he's fantastic. You guys are going to love Brian, right, Marjorie? You're gonna... Also, we alluded to him and talked about him, but I'm going to talk about him very positively. He was really a great senator. He was a great man in so many different ways. He was respected more than anybody. I mean, everybody respected him in Washington. Very successful businessman that he ran for office, a little bit like the Trump schedule of events. But he was really a fantastic person in Washington, somebody that I was very close to, David Perdue. David, thank you. Doug Collins, will you stand up? Come on. How good was this guy? That's fantastic. See, I'm glad I spotted him. I would have been in big trouble if I didn't mention him. I'm glad. You know, they give me a few names. Who the hell writes these lists out? These people, somebody's getting me in big trouble. It wasn't that way when I had Brian Jack doing this, I'll tell you. I got lucky. And I see somebody that I know very well, one of the truly great members of the Martin Luther King family, one of the greats. Will you please stand up? I didn't see you. My friend from the beginning, I would have been in such trouble. If I didn't mention you, I would have been in big trouble. Thank you, darling. One of the truly great people. And been with us from the very beginning, I would say, right? Very beginning. Thank you, darling. Boy, am I glad I'm looking over this audience. I don't like this. I'm telling you, this would not have happened if Brian Jack were doing it, which he did for many years. Agriculture Commissioner has done a fantastic job. Tyler Harper. Tyler, thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you. And John King, Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner. John, thank you. Great job, John. Labor Commissioner Bruce Thompson. Bruce? Thank you, Bruce. Public Service Commissioners, Bubba. I love Bubba McDonald. I love that name. I want to change my name. And Fitz Johnson. Thank you both. Thank you both. And Elvita. Good. They did have your name down, Elvita. I would have been in trouble if I didn't pick, but I picked it even with. And Richard Wood, Superintendent of Schools, who I hear does a great job. Richard, thank you. Thank you, Richard. Pastor Benny Tate of the Rock Springs Church. Benny, thank you. Bernie Carrick. Does anybody know Bernie Carrick? Where's Bernie? Stand up, Bernie. He's the cleanest man in this room. You know that. Bernie's a great guy. He was a great commissioner in New York. He's a fantastic. Let that happen, because if we lose, stopped her from doing it. She had many, many more people. She was going to die. Almost everybody that came into the state for a visit. But Kemp doesn't want to end it because he's a bad guy, he's a disloyal guy, and he's a very average governor. Little Brian Kemp, bad guy. But think of it. I got this guy, just think, and then that's it. I got this guy nominated, I then got him elected. Without me, he doesn't get nominated and he doesn't get elected. He had no chance of winning either one, and all he had to do is sign something where the Senate would like to look at election integrity. This is an honest man. That's an honest man. They were all honest. They were looking at something very legitimate. And this bad guy said, "I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it." I called him and I said, "Brian, they're looking at election integrity. Is there anything you can do?" "I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved in that." I said, "But Brian, you don't understand. This is a good thing, not a bad thing." "I'm sorry, sir." Is that good? Thank you very much. Wow. Whoa. Good. That's a real artist. I brought him up because I thought he was going to give it to me. He didn't give it to me. He just got me to sign it. I got nothing out of that. Hey, Michaela, I know you spoke. Just come up for a second. Come on. This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but I walked into this restaurant. And we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, "It's President Trump." She looks at me. "It's President Trump. You saved my college." And I said, "How the hell do you know that?" She said, "This one is so smart, so sharp." She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, "I think I'm never going back home to the First Lady."
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an unbelievable person with a great personality. You lit up the whole room. You lit up the whole room. I said, weeks later, I'd go, "Who is that person that was so incredible?" She knew everything about me. She had no idea I was coming. She knew everything about me. And the historically black colleges and universities, I gave millions and millions, billions of dollars to. They kept coming back. And I said, "Why are you doing this?" And we gave them long-term funding. And she knew that because she said her college, she loved her college. She said it was so great, right? You loved it.
The illustrious CAU.
Yeah, that's right. She loved her college, and she said, "You saved my college." What was your college? Tell them.
The illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
And it was so impressive, and I felt so good because she really did. She really said, I said, "Did you like the college?" She said, "No, I loved that school. I loved that college." And that's what it's all about. But you are an incredible person. I think you have a tremendous future. I really do. And I'll do whatever I can to help you. Okay? Thank you. You want to say something else?
Man, I thought I was done. But I do want to add on to some of the remarks that were made by others, and we do need to do our best to get the message out there. The fight is nothing if all we do is talk about it amongst ourselves. So with that being said, since you said you'd help me, shameless plug, if y'all need anybody to knock doors, make phone calls, wave signs, get people out to the polls. Call me at Conserve the Culture, because not only do I mobilize the HBCU students so that they may get this message, but I'm the best person when it comes to Black engagement in the Black community. And nobody needs this message more than my folks. So do y'all care for real? Are y'all with us for real? ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T.
We got
And
nicknames
last thing,
now?
make sure you guys
D.
tune in to my podcast dropping soon on the Patriots Prayer Network. Thank you all.
You don't want to get down.
She's great. Thank you. That's a great person, great woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, and he's crooked as a $4 bill, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. Thanks to Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote here in Atlanta, you suffered the highest inflation of any city in the country last year. Good job, Governor. Great job, Governor. Under Kamala, the typical Georgia family has lost $28,000 in inflation and to inflation hikes. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy. American energy is such a big deal. We will drill, baby, drill. We'll get that number down. We'll bring energy prices down. Everything else will float with it. We will terminate the Green New Scam, and I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate right on day one. It will be ended. We will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes no tax on tips, Michaela. To further protect Georgia workers, I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. You heard us, we heard you. It's an eye for an eye.
Tooth for tooth.
Making a fortune, and they'll stop doing it before I even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and I will prevent, and I'm the only one that's going to do it, 100% will prevent World War III, which is very close to happening. I will restore peace through strength, and in my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome like none other, like nobody has ever seen before, and it will all be made in the USA, and much of it will be made in the great state of Georgia. And I will not cut 1 cent from Social Security or Medicare. I kept that promise 4 years ago, and I will keep it again. And seniors will not pay taxes on Social Security. We are going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city so there's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. We're going to stop the murder and crime. You go down from your state, you end up getting mugged, murdered in our capital. It'll be run tough and strong by our great police officers, but rather we will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. I could say again, but it's been so badly run for so long, I almost don't want to say again. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate.
Kind of too late, but I guess.
And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay.
In bathrooms.
If Kamala Harris gets in, the travesty that is taking place at the Paris Olympics will come to America when we host the Los Angeles Olympics. And by the way, which I was president, we happened to get it. I was the president. I also got you a thing called the World Cup, which is coming very soon.
He had to throw that in there.
I might as well say it myself because nobody else will say it. But I got them both, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it, I hope. Harris is a radical trans activist, and she is the candidate of letting men beat up women in the name of tolerance. But you look at what's happening over in Paris, it will never happen here. I will never let it happen. I will get all males off your daughter's soccer teams and volleyball teams and get them out of your locker rooms once and for all. That's going to be cleaned up, and we will fight to make sure that the LA Olympics protects women and protects girls. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, and we will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in our country. We don't have free speech any longer. And very importantly, I will, and this is so, to me, so important, what we've been through in this country, I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID.
I'm all for that.
But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. Too big to rig. If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day, do whatever you want, but you have to vote. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, please sign up, protectthevote.com, protectthevote.com. So, in conclusion, from Marietta to Macon, from Savannah to Columbus, from Augusta to right here in Atlanta, we inherit the legacy of red-blooded American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, big, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With our leadership, every disaster Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created can be fixed, and it will be fixed very quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. It's going to be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the worst administration in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States.
Okay.
Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of our country. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together we will make America powerful again.
About to close it up.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. God bless you all. Go out and vote. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, I got to cut it right there, ladies and gentlemen, because if I allow the music to play, this video would be copyrighted. So I appreciate you guys all being in here. Let me go over here and check over on this other live to make sure I can hear myself pretty good, to see if my microphone and everything is sounding great and up to par. Okay, I can hear it pretty good. There we go. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. All right. So I appreciate you guys all being here. As y'all can see, they're closing things up right here. Man, it was a whole lot of shenanigans going on in here. A lot of shenanigans going on here. If y'all didn't know this, check this out. I'm gonna give y'all a interesting fact. You guys all know that when Trump leaves, the theme music that he leaves to is that "Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming." Okay, y'all all know that song, right? Did y'all know that song was made on a whim? Did y'all know that that song was made on a whim? It was literally made while I forget his name, but his friend was using the bathroom. He was doing a number two, and they were in the studio, and they kept on, he was taking a long time. So I forget his name. I want to say Otis Clay. I forget, Sam and Dave, somebody. But anyway, he kept on saying, "Hey, tell dude to come on." And dude kept on. He said, "Hold on, I'm coming." And they literally said that's how that song was formed, by him saying, "Hold on, I'm coming," because he was in there dropping some deuces in the toilet. You just never know. So now I just messed you guys up to where whenever you hear a song like that, you are going to have to sit there and think about what I just told you. Every time you hear "Hold on, I'm coming," somebody is in a bathroom wiping themselves. They came out of the bathroom wiping themselves. Appreciate you guys all being here. I really do. The trolls and the non-trolls, the agreements and the disagreements. Now, here's my thing. I want to add to this. I really want to know, any of you in here right now, because I'm not going to say your name. You know who you are. If you are of, or if you are in favor of Kamala Harris, I really would like to know how and why. Like I really would, because I know you guys, some of you guys don't like President Trump. I know you don't. That's your right. But the way I look at some of this stuff here, the reason why I can relate to a lot of things that with Trump, it has nothing to do with me meeting him and having a long conversation with him or anything like that. Why do I seem like I'm a little delayed? Okay, I think I might be good. But anyway, this might sound weird to you guys. Initially, starting off, any of if you guys, they know who they are. If you met any of my mentees, the young children that I mentor, even the middle-aged adults that I mentor, teenagers, initially they would tell you, "I don't like this dude. I don't like this dude." Shout out to Chaotic Truth that's in here right now. Shout out to Chaotic Truth. Chaotic Truth, are you on your channel right now? Are you live right now? Ladies and gentlemen, this right here, Chaotic Truth, I would urge you guys to go check out his YouTube channel. There are 209 people in here right now. There's a lot more in the live that you guys might still be over there on the phone area, but I would urge you guys to go check out Chaotic Truth. He goes live almost every day, long streams, talk about a bunch of interesting subjects. He doesn't hold his tongue back. He lets you know what he's thinking, what he's feeling. But Chaotic, are you live right now? So if I drop you a link, would you be able to cam up so that people can know who you are? Oh, you got Angel streaming on your channel. You got Angel holding it down. Okay. Well, chaotic. Somebody is not interested. Apparently, you have some fans over here. But I'm going to drop chaotic a link, and then I'm going to see if there's going to be someone else that wants to come up, because some of y'all are great keyboard warriors behind the keyboard, and I want you to come up here and tell me why you are for Kamala Harris. I just dropped Chaotic Truth the link, so just to get up here, I want to talk to you a little bit, ask you some questions. But there was a guy in here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. James, I think his name was. James, you seem to have a lot. James Byers, I think was your name. You had a lot to say about this particular stream. You had a lot to say about President Trump. And I'd like to get up here. I would like you to click that link too. And I want you to get up here and say all the things you were saying in the chat. I couldn't read them all. It's just that some people were telling me some of the things that was being said. It was just making sure that you weren't trolling. But I'd like to know. I'd like you to get up here and state your claim. Any of you that were over on the phone, the trolling, even when I went live earlier, some of you that were in there with the Uncle Toms and all that, y'all, the sellout, the folks that were doing all that, I would like for you guys to come over here and we can talk it out. I mean, there's not much to be talked about because so I left the link there. I don't know if Chaotic Truth got it or not. I don't know. But when you said yes, I think you meant like, like you can't go live because he's doing it. Okay, I get it. I think that's what you were saying. Anyway, folks, so here's the thing. It's really not that hard. Okay, Chaotic Truth is here. Here he is. Make sure I can hear you. You there? Can you hear me pretty good, Chaotic?
I can't hear you. Hold on for a second.
We can hear you really good.
Hello?
You sound absolutely perfect on my side.
Okay, I hear you now. Yep, there we go. What's up, man?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. I was live streaming earlier today, and Angel's live on the panel right now. He wants to confront people about his usage of the word can I curse over here? What, the N word? He wants to confront people about shut up, by the way, about the M-bomb. And I'm a First Amendment absolutist, and I think that America is slowly losing its a grip hold on the Constitution, man. I mean, people even in my chat are offended by Angel using the N-word, but that's the beauty of my channel, man. But anyway, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, I just want to know, what did you think? I don't know if you were I know had Angel was doing his thing over there, and
yeah,
just want to know, what do you think about, the President Trump was able to fill that stadium like he did today, and it didn't require any twerking?
I didn't see it today. After my live stream, I went out to eat, but Trump doesn't need people to twerk. He doesn't need whores to pop their booty on the stroll. He don't need that. Trump has always been popular. He's always he's always been the people's champ. And I was watching a montage last night of Trump, in movies, TV shows, streaming services, etc. He was always popular, so he doesn't need the antics of who's that negress woman, Megan Thee Stallion. He doesn't need antics of Megan Thee Stallion like Kamala does. Kamala is not she's not an A-side fighter, if that makes any sense, right? She's not an anchor. So she needs Meg the Stallion. She needs what's that Negro that Quavo. She needs all of these people to gain or attention, particularly from the black vote, particularly because she's not a I guess a polarizing or a popular figure, unlike a Trump. So Trump doesn't need that, to be honest with you.
Why is Kamala Harris bringing somebody like Meg Thee Stallion to particularly? Do you think?
Because
go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
You already knew I was going with the question. Yeah. Why did Kamala Harris bring Meg Thee Stallion to talk to black people in Atlanta?
Do you mind if I use the ER or just A? Which one do you mind if I use?
Oh, I'm about freedom of speech too. In this particular case, you definitely get the you get the, since I don't have a black card, it got taken.
Yeah.
All the stuff that a person of a black card would have, you got it.
Your average nigger is an idiot. Your average nigger is low IQ. Your average nigger doesn't give a shit about policy. And your average nigger is typically a liberal. You have to be somewhat of an artard, especially as a man, to even vote for the Democratic Party. This party is diabolically opposed to your existence. And it's been proven. You know, let's not forget that this was the same woman that was locking up black men left and right. Her boss, Joe Biden, was the same man that literally called black men predators, super predators. In committee hearings, in committee hearings, actual committee hearings. This is the same man that her boss was absolutely opposed and voted nay against Clarence Thomas, who arguably is one of the greatest justices of all time. But see, your average nigger's an idiot. And I talk about this all the time. Now, maybe it's because of genetics. Maybe it's because, the African truly never had a democracy. But you do get superior blacks like you or me and other blacks. But then you get a lot of idiots there. You get a lot of idiots that like shucking and jiving. They like that, because, your average dumb nigga, he or she doesn't care about how the world really works, right? But they care about entertainment. What's that Hispanic girl's name? Silva? I forgot her name. She live streams all the time. She's a Hispanic girl. She gets about 1,000 people in the chat. She was actually there at the event. She's a conservative, Siwa or something. And she said that, after Meg Thee Stallion, people were leaving when Kamala started talking. Right. Because your average black isn't an intellect, especially a liberal. Your average black, again, doesn't understand policy unless it involves just black people. They don't understand that we live in a larger world, that involves all types of multiplicities of industry and systems. Your average dumb nigga doesn't, your average nigga, modern Renaissance man, ask a nigga, hey nigga, how does a cell phone work? Nigga couldn't tell you that because all they care about is what they gonna do for black people. But the average nigga doesn't care about supply chain. The average nigga doesn't care about these things, even though these things actually affect him or her. So she could sit up there and galvanize the public, what she is doing, which I think is incredible. And not incredible in a good sense, but she's an AKA. And you notice she went to the Zetas, she went to Sigma Gamma Rho's, she went to their Boule, their once a year anniversaries, because she knows that at least I can get these people in their support, which is a lot of people, to be honest with you. And it's strategic on her part to do that because she's an AKA. But other than that, you're black that's there, and I don't know if you noticed this, but you notice a lot of AKAs were in the back, with their phones, like, yeah, girl, yeah, and it just goes to show you, even in the Divine Nine, how bad it has gotten in the Divine Nine. There was a time, girls at Spelman, and I'm pretty sure you remember this. They they didn't want Nelly to come to the campus in what 1999 or something.
Yep, that's right.
Because of
That's
that tip
absolutely
drill
right.
video or something. Yeah. But now that we've gone from that until you see girls in pink and green, yeah, girl, go ahead, girl. Because niggers, they like entertainment. They like drama, sex, food. As long as you can supply those creature comforts, which she has to a degree, she could pretend to be black. She could pretend to be a dinosaur. It doesn't matter because niggers typically don't think. Thank you, man. It's so refreshing using that word, man. It comes out of my mouth so, and I love using it, man. But I wish people could see through the bullshit with this woman. Yesterday I defined what a black person is on my channel, and I gave examples. I showed videos, et cetera, et cetera. Kamala is not black. Kamala doesn't have a sub-Saharan drop of blood in her goddamn chicken masala eating DNA. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that she's lying to gain millions of views, votes, it's sickening. It's sickening. Just be who you are. You're not black. Even culturally, she's not black. I mean, she married a white man. She has white stepchildren. This is the same nigger mammy. Can I use mammy over here? If you don't mind.
Freedom of speech. You got it. You got my black card right now.
Okay, because I don't want to mess your channel. I am okay. This is the same nigger mammy that her and her husband, this guy. They remember a few years ago, they did it twice. They were pretending to celebrate Kwanzaa. I did a video on it. They were pretending to celebrate Kwanzaa, looking stupid. She said, "Oh, my favorite day of Kwanzaa is Kujikagalea." I said, "Here she goes again, lying to niggas, and niggas ain't challenging her. They ain't checking her. Nigga, you ain't whatever she is. Listen, you carpet rider, you ain't celebrating Kwanzaa because most black people in America don't celebrate Kwanzaa. Why are you lying?" Kujikagalea, you expect me to believe that you and Doug are celebrating Kujikagalea in your $1 million mansion? Nigga, please. So modern Renaissance. I'm in the Divine Nine, right? I don't care if it's an Alpha, a Q, a Kappa, a AKA, whatever. You gotta be a goddamn idiot to vote for that woman coming November. You have to be somewhat of an artard, to be completely honest with you, man. This woman, she didn't do her job as the border czar. Show me any video where she is coherent. She has a reputation of being a word salad ass woman because she's really stupid. Oh, she has a law degree. Okay, they've trained gorillas to do sign language. I mean, Jane Goodall. I mean, this Jane Goodall is, right?
Yeah.
She's damn near 90. All her life she's worked with gorillas. She's with gorillas. The gorillas are doing this with her, and this is Scott. Oh, that's Scott. That's a goddamn gorilla. Oh, well, Scott said this. Well, you could train a nigger mammy to get a fucking law degree. The bitch ain't going to the moon. I mean, all she gotta do is memorize some cases. I mean, I ain't saying it's that damn easy. But the fact of the matter is that you got to be a goddamn idiot, a fool to vote for that woman. She failed as the border czar. She failed as the vice president. The Biden administration is the worst administration in modern history. We ain't got to talk about all that. Tell me. And this is what I said on my channel yesterday. Tell me anything that this woman has done that has been a success. I don't mind her. Listen, I don't like Democrats. I don't like liberals, but I will admit if they done something good, tell me one thing that nigger mammy has done. Nothing. Nothing. I challenge anybody. Tell me one thing that woman has done good.
Well, the ones that were in here earlier talking about how they're going to vote for, I'm trying to get them to come up here. We have a lot of people that are keyboard warriors and everything, but I'm trying to get them to come up here and at least try to express that to me. But yet they'll say things like, Trump is going to ruin this. Trump is going to do that. And I'm trying to figure out what is it that she's doing right now they can even make a comparison to.
Modern Renaissance man, you're dealing with mother effing idiots. I mean, I was on. Do you know who Sharon Bracey is?
I know exactly who Sharon is.
I was on his panel a few days ago. It was an old black woman. I forgot her name, HQ or something. She said, Trump gonna suspend the Constitution. I said, when the hell did he ever say that? Why didn't he suspend the Constitution, Harriet Tubman, when he was the president in 20? I was calling her Harriet Tubman because she was pissing me off. I said, Harriet Tubman, why didn't he suspend the Constitution in 2016 when he was the goddamn president? Oh, 2025, that's just he gonna usurp the. I was like, usurp the government? You mean to tell me that he's going to usurp the government? But we literally did not just witness 2 weeks ago a coup d'etat literally that just happened in the Biden campaign. You mean to tell me Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and all them telling Biden to step down without invoking the 25th Amendment? That's not a coup, right?
Right.
I despise liberals, man, because they will accuse you of being something that they are. I said, he's going to overthrow the government. He's going to declare himself dictator. How? Why didn't he just do that in 2016 when he had the opportunity to do it? Why didn't he just do it in 2016? He could have literally did it. Then you hear a lot of these stupid blacks, particularly these stupid blacks. And man, you know what, modern Renaissance man, I think I was white in my past lifetime or something. Man, I must have did something bad in my lifetime to be born this because I don't think like most niggers. Niggers think. Especially niggers. I was just Angel's live on my panel right now. It's some liberals over there right now, and I don't want to undermine his show, so I stayed in the back. It's 2 or 3 liberals on the panel. Well, what about J6? What about J6, motherfucker? Black Lives Matter went throughout city to city, destroying businesses, infrastructure, etc. Systems too. Had the police kneeling for him. J6, something that took place for 3 hours. What did they really do? You mean to tell me that the QAnon shaman was going to declare himself to be president the next day? Nigga, please. See, I let a liberal know in a heartbeat. See, I'll let one of these do funny liberals have it. So the fact of the matter is that from now until November, conservatives, Republicans, hey man, we have to double down. See, you are already doing the Lord's work. I'm doing the Lord's work. But I told my channel today, hey man, don't just watch me. Get involved. Some people who are saying that they're conservative are not even voting. I said, that's a goddamn shame if you ain't gonna vote. Well, it don't really matter. Yes, it does. Hell yeah, it matters. Get these people out of office, because what's gonna happen, what I believe is gonna happen, didn't you hear this old senile fool the other day? Didn't you hear Kamala literally tell you to your face, we are going to, now what did they say? Not over. I want to use the correct word. We are going to reform or something the Supreme Court. What did they say about the Supreme Court? They're telling you they're going to overthrow the Supreme. Can you imagine how insane this is? They're telling you. See, in other countries, coup d'etats happen differently. Coup d'etat, we literally watched a coup.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't just 2 weeks ago. It was 2 years ago when that mammy, Ketanji Jackson Brown.
Yeah.
What's the woman? Oh, I mean, I get it. It's legality. You mean to tell me you couldn't answer that question? That was one of the first. You install a puppet to be the Supreme Court. That's a puppet right there. She does anything and everything that the Democrats want you to do. Now here she goes. I know she got a coochie. I know she got a coochie. She's not even a bad looking old broad. Here she goes. She's sitting there with a coochie. Got 2 daughters sitting behind her. Modern Renaissance sitting behind her, telling you she didn't know what a woman was. I wish I'd have been there. They would have tased my ass. I'd have been like, what? Lady, you're not even really, like, truth be told, you're not really even like a liberal like these women. But you're telling people that you don't know what a blanking woman is? Stop. Nigga,
And-
please. Go ahead.
And the thing is that a lot of them, and it's unfortunate, they seem to have an issue or a problem with not understanding that people like you, me, and others on here, that it frustrates us because they have no idea that it makes us look like we are just ignorant, like we're stupid. Like, of course, you use a woman like her to ask her this question, so she don't know what a woman is. Look at her. Of course, you're gonna use somebody like Fonnie Wilson to go after Trump, and now you find all this stuff out about her as a since they want to play these identity politics as a black woman. Of course, you're gonna use somebody like Letitia James to go after him and make an open racist statement saying he's too male, too pale, and too stale, and everything like that. And she's getting smacked left and right. So of course you're gonna use them so they can all look at it subconsciously, and they'll say, "Look what these black folks. Look at this. She don't even know what a woman is." And then they wonder why a lot of them are getting offended when you say you literally are a DEI hire.
Minor Renaissance, man. I wish I could enslave some of these dumb niggas, man. I mean,
Anthony Johnson would have been a descendant of Anthony Johnson.
I sit back sometimes, and especially women, black women. I sit back sometimes, man. I say, I wish I could really enslave some of these stupid dumb niggas, because at least I will have their best interest at heart. They're idiots. They're mother effing idiots. I was on that same panel. Old black woman said, "Ain't nothing wrong with these illegals coming." I said, "You's a stupid, dumb idiot." I said, "You gotta be an idiot."
Man,
She's very, man.
Is this supposed to be one of the, like, I hate to say it, I mean, I'm just gonna say, is this supposed to be one of the respected older women that was back there with Martin Luther King time and all that type?
No, she was like, she's a Gen X. Was that 50, late 50s?
Okay.
I said, niggers, and I'm so glad you let me use this word, man.
No, yeah.
Niggers are their worst enemy. They are their own worst enemy. I remember being a kid, man, and I thought it was something wrong with me, but then I realized, no, it's something wrong with niggers. They're idiots. They're dumb. I mean, I know you've seen it, man. I know it's frustrating, man. It's frustrating being around these stupid, dumb niggas. The mammy said, "Ain't nothing wrong with illegals." You dumb idiot. In Chicago, I did 3 or 4 shows on it. You came over once or twice. Here goes Chicago, one of the most liberal cities in America.
Yep.
The dumb black mayor in the 80s. Oh, this is a sanctuary city. Black and brown, all that coalition bullshit. Now, who's complaining about the very same brown people, the illegals? You know, niggas, they taking over the abandoned school. They all out there. Here go all these niggas sounding like they from the South. Child, ain't you? Well, why didn't you stop it 30, 40 years ago? Because you want to be so goddamn nice to people. Gotta calm down, man. I had a little beer after the show. Cause I'll black out, man, on especially when it comes to niggers. If we didn't care, we wouldn't talk about it, and that's what niggas don't see. And a lot of niggas think that, chaotic cocoon, nigger. When I stop talking about it, that's when it's gonna be a problem. See, I'm talking about it because there's still a little bit. I don't know if you can see this, man. There's still a little bit. It's a little bit of love that I have for niggers. A little bit. And that love keeps me coming on live talking about it, because one day it's not going to be there anymore. Right. One day I'm just not going to give a F. One day, and same thing with you, and same thing with so many other people. It's going to be a day when Candace stopped giving it. Here go Candace. She married to a white man. She living in paradise. But she still has a little bit of love for niggers. I see it in her. I see it in so many. I see it. Officer Tatum, he married to a white woman, but I see it. He still has a little bit of love for niggers. But one day, everybody that called us coons, they're going to wish, man, where they at? Where Candace at? Where they at? No,
nobody
nigga,
cares.
We left you, nigga.
Yeah. Ain't nobody saying nothing about how we getting killed. Ain't nobody saying nothing about that's exact. It's already kind of started, especially I'll say up here in Chicago, it's already kind of started. We don't have no black leaders, especially black men that's trying to speak up on behalf of us. They not out here trying to say what's going on with us. They not out here trying to, and then when you sit there and you diagnose the issue and say what's going on with us is us. Man, you a sellout, man. You a coon, man. Who told you to say that? No white people paying you to grift and say that to us. That's what it is. You hate your own kind.
Modern Renaissance, man. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Let me tell you something, man. I was a teacher for many years, as you know. Recently, within the past couple of years, I had a nigga reach out to me telling me, you need to come back to teaching. I said, I don't want to be around no nigga kids unless you give me $1 million. They called me over and over and over to get me to come. You know why they called me? Because when you stop giving a F about niggers, that's when they want you. That's when they need. I'm telling you. But see, when you're there, you're a coon. They undermine you. They spit in your face, man. Not physically, but that's how much of it's a weird type of behavior. But when you say I'm done with you niggers, think about this, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I gotta calm down, man. I'm about to get a stroke. When do black men generally get the most attention from black bitches? Can I say bitches over here?
Go ahead. I told you this.
When they walk in with a white woman, particularly if she's a nice looking white chick. I'm done with you blacks. Oh, you with that white? Hell yeah! I gotta jump through hoops. I gotta do this for you. But here goes this beautiful ass blue-eyed white woman. Now I'm married to a black chick. I've only been with, believe it or not, a lot of people think I've only been with white. I don't know. I've only been with 2. When you stop, listen, my brother and so many guys that I know, when they get white chicks, all the black chicks get mad. You gotta treat niggers bad too. No,
and now that you're talking about that, you saying that, do you know how, I'm pretty sure I might have said this on your channel before. You know that even when I go to speaking engagements, it's usually me. Yeah, it's always me. I remember my wife rarely comes. My sons, they don't even come at all. Okay. I've been doing this for at least 17 plus years. Do you know that wherever I go, when people find out what I am, what I do you know that they instantly assume that my wife is a white woman? Now, what's interesting about that, really interesting about that is that when I ask them, why do you say that? Well, because you seem like the type of guy that wouldn't put up with, and it's sad that they got to mention, they'll say something like a strong black woman. Okay, elaborate on to me what you mean by I seem like the type of guy that wouldn't put up with a strong black woman. When they start telling me in their mind what a strong black woman is, it's nothing more than ratchet attitude, ghetto type behavior. And they are absolutely right, except my wife is not white. But it's sad that somebody like you, somebody like me, even like the Brandon Tatums, the Candace Owens, people that do good for themselves, really do good for themselves. The fact that our culture would instantly assume we won't even put up or even date or even marry our own. And they don't even understand. They're calling out the very dang on issue they know themselves. Will keep somebody like us away from that. Yeah. You don't want no. I bet you don't. I bet your wife. Bet your wife this. And I said, it's sad. I said, so what type of wife do you think I have? I bet she all quiet. Like you just mentioned, when you just said the beautiful blonde blue eye, they go all the way there. I bet she cook. I bet she clean. I'm like, yeah, she does all those things. She does. But the fact that they're naming all these attributes of this feminine, nice, sweet, caring, loving mother woman, they instantly assume that has to be a white woman, and she's not. But it's sad that that's what they come up with, that concept, and then to turn around and say because you wouldn't deal with a black woman, and you darn right not. No, when you say a black woman, what are you talking about? Skin tone? Or are we talking about your overall behavior, your attitude, your character? They don't know they're trying to say that. They can't really articulate that, but that's what they're saying, and we won't. And then the minute we don't fit that grade and being like, if I'm, hey girl, what's up with you? Hey, could a brother holler at you? Hey, girl, I'm telling, hey, I'm trying to figure out when I can get in them draw. We don't fit that. We don't talk like that. We don't do that. Therefore, we don't fit that script. We don't fit in.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, like, let me just say this real quick to a lot of people that don't understand. Y'all don't understand the metaphor and even like the parable-like type of way that Chaotic is speaking right now to some of you guys in there right now saying, oh my God, the N-bomb, the N-bomb. See, there are a lot of people that watch my channel that are my mentees, and 90% of my mentees are black. Okay, 90% are black. And the reason why I'm glad that he's saying like he is, because there are some in here right now that are about that life, and they got their moms and dads watching. And the way the Chaotic is talking right now, it has their full undivided attention. And y'all have to understand it. He's saying that, but you have to understand when he's saying this in this particular way, he's talking about a character, a behavior, an attitude of these particular folks that happen to be black. And I know y'all don't like it. We don't like calling black people this, that. We get that. But when he's saying that, he's talking about that legit characteristics that some of y'all don't even have to deal with. And it's really, you can't understand it. So I just want to let y'all know that before y'all get all crazy, like, I can't believe he's saying that. So I'm just trying to give y'all a little bit of context. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, go over there and check Chaotic Truth channel out. It's Chaotic Truth. He goes live every day, talk about subjects, and you think this is him kind of like, I would say he right now is at a level, he's probably out of a 10, he's probably like at a level 7.23 right now. That's not really, he hasn't gone chaotic. This is actually not bad. So
thank you. Minor Renaissance man. The fact that there are black men that will vote for Kamala. You know, I wish I could just beat them with a whip. You stupid idiot. You're voting for a woman. You're voting for a liberal woman. Women should be at home cooking and cleaning and taking care of kids. To be completely honest with you, man. Minor Renaissance man. 4 years. 4 years. I'm not saying this just to say it. People can look this up. What was the enrollment for the military? They didn't meet. No branch other than the Marines, I think last year, met recruitment quota. Why is that? Why is that? Well, could it be that the Biden administration has undermined the police, has undermined the military, etc.? Could that be it? You had low recruitment for police. Why is that? Because for 4 years, this cackling hen and this old fool, we support the funding of police. Tell me, how could a man vote for these people? How could a man support this woman? Because they're idiots, man. They're idiots. They're nitwits. Undermine the courts. Tell me, liberals, if you're watching, tell me if I'm not lying. Did not Maxine Waters, and I could be wrong with Maxine Waters, but did not Democratic politicians tell you to go to the homes of SCOTUS after Roe v. Wade was overturned? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, liberals. Do you guys remember this? Who is really trying to usurp and overthrow the government? Mm-hmm. Is it the right or is it the left? For 4 years, 4 years ago, it wasn't the right that had police kneeling from them. It wasn't the right that had athletes kneeling and protesting the military, protesting the national anthem. The nigger LeBron James just the other day, this dumb nigger he's not educated, he's stupid. He saw what he did at the Olympics. They're doing the national anthem. This nigger, he walks out, he totally disregards it. You dumb nigger. Now you have every right to do that. That's the beauty of America too. But LeBron, you've been wealthy since you've been 17 years old. I grew up in the same state. I grew up right down the street in Cleveland, 45 minutes away from Akron. Nigga, you ain't never had to struggle a day in your goddamn life. The military is the reason why, you dumb nigger, that you are able to even put a ball in the hoop. They're protecting your freedoms. What's up, everybody? Man, hey, nigga, we doing the Pledge of Allegiance. We doing it. I don't care about that. These athletes have undermined this country for years. It didn't have, you know how people used to say, how come Jordan never talked about things in the 90s? Because athletes stayed the blank out of politics back in the 90s. Other than that one dude who wore a dashiki in the White House, he played for the Bulls. Athletes generally didn't go into politics. Yeah, you had Jim Brown, you had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the 60s, but generally athletes stayed away from that. You're making money playing a child's game, nigga. What are you talking about? You nigger, Colin Kaepernick, he talking about all this racial injustice with black people. Nigger, you didn't perform good as a good quarterback. I mean, you were a good quarterback for a while, but it's hard in the NFL. So what does this nigger do? Instead of being better, he tricks niggers into believing that he black. Niggas was walking around saying, I was like, Colin Kaepernick is not black, you dumb motherfucker. He's not. He's an Arab, you dumb, stupid son of a bitch. He ain't even married to a black woman. This nigger, he's on the ground with his knee talking about, talking about all the racial injustice. This is why I say that black people need to really need to come together and say, who was really a black person? Mm-hmm. He capitalized off of this ignorance, the same ignorance that Kamala's doing, just saying that you're black. He black. He grew up. The nigger was adopted by a white family. He's really an Arab. Put that nigger in Saudi Arabia. He looks just like any other Arab Saudi Arabian. He don't look like no Nigerian. He don't look like a Liberian. You can't put that nigger in Ghana. MRM, I'm telling you, man. I know a lot of people in the chat think this is a character and I'm trolling.
No, this is you.
Man, you don't. Go ahead, sir.
I'm saying, and Adam, you said he really likes that word until a white person says it. No, chaotic don't care if a white person says it. I don't even either. I don't either. Y'all, I'm telling, we different. We are different. We off the mental slave plantation. We see the truth for what it is, and we see through the BS. So it doesn't bother us at all. We just know that growing up, we've been taught to be bothered by it. You know what I mean? We were taught to be bothered by that word. We were told by society to be bothered by that word, because if you think about it, that's almost like in a way telling black people how they should act. Okay, black folks, look here now. Somebody call you this. This is how y'all supposed to respond. And guess who is it that was pretty much telling us to respond that way? The very people that gave us the word. But we know that's for a different story. But chaotic, with you saying that Colin Kaepernick is pulling off this stunt that he's been pulling off, has he ever struggled or been poor? You know,
never. He was adopted by a not wealthy, but he was adopted by an upper middle class white family. Most of the country, if you ask me, are middle class at least. Upper middle class white people, they took care of him. And what does this pretending ass nigga do? He talks about his own parents. I said, you dumb fucking nigger. I couldn't be white. I was saying, you dumb son of a bitch. It wasn't black people taking care of you. It wasn't your Arab family. It was us. Undermining white folks. White folks.
Wow. So and right now, again, folks,
go ahead.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Chaotic Truth channel right now. My moderator's telling me that they're asking for a link. So somebody want to get up here and talk. I'm going to put a link up here. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to check you out in the background. You have to cam up. I'm not bringing nobody on my channel that's not going to be on camera. If you're not going to be on camera, I will not be bringing you up, because there's too many people out there right now that are trolls. Too many people out there that are put up. They'll have like I'm just being real. They'll have like a pornographic image or something like that. And when they do that, and I let them come up and that's what's showing, that means my live stream will be completely shut down. And then I can end up getting a community strike for allowing stuff like that to be. So those of you that are tuning in the phone, I'm getting ready to post a link right now. So here it is right here. There's a link. I just posted it. If you want to click that link and come up here and talk to me and Chaotic, you're going to be up here. You're going to be respectful, ask questions, disagree, do all those things. You can add to it if you want to, but one thing is I'm different. The minute you get up here and you start you going crazy and it's like being in a disrespectful manner, you're gonna be gone. So I'm not the one. So just letting you know that. So there's the link. I posted it on YouTube and I posted it in the chat for people that are watching this screen if you want to cam up. So there's the link. Let me know if it's needed again, moderators. Appreciate y'all. All right, go ahead, Chaotic. You're mute. You got your thing on mute.
I was a liberal.
Really? I didn't know that.
In college. I went to a very liberal arts college in Northeast Ohio. Now, I grew up around white folks. My neighbors were white. I get to college. I'll tell you, I went to Kent State University. All right. Liberal ass white teachers, liberal ass black teachers trying to convince me and us that we were oppressed. They were only doing it because they need to sell these underwater basket weaving degrees. What do you think Colin Kaepernick and all of them are doing? They want to sell tickets. They want to galvanize the public through victimization. Oh, I'm just like you guys. Nigger, you ain't like us. Remember LeBron, his Lions, he's such a scumbag. Now I will admit he's in the top 5. Now I'm not gonna say my spot because I don't want people to come up here and argue with me, but he's in my top 5 in terms of basketball players. And I'll never forget when that beautiful white woman told that dumb big nigger, just shut up and dribble, nigga. Here goes this lying scumbag of a nigger. Lying to millions of people. Oh, they wrote the swastika or something on my house. Remember that?
Yes.
LeBron, do you expect me to believe, nigga, that your house is never... You mean to tell me that your house, for a couple of hours, nobody was there? Nigga, stop. Nobody's there. Not a landscaper, a chef. Nobody's there at this house. Security. You mean to tell me that everybody was gone this day? Nobody was in this beautiful, rich neighborhood. They couldn't have me on dude, I'm telling you, they couldn't have me on Fox News. I'd have called him a lying ass nigga every minute. Nigga, you lying. Nigga, you're paid $50 million for that home, you dumb lying nigga. You mean to tell me you ain't got no advanced security system where you could be in Japan and you don't have air security? Dude, in 2016, dude, in my own home, I had a nice security system, and I lived in the suburbs of Northeast Ohio. I was out of town. I could see inside the house, the perimeter. You mean to tell me this $500 million ass ape doesn't have an advanced security system? Nigger, stop, man. I'm telling you. If you don't get out there and vote Republican this year, you's a fucking fool. Anybody. You got to be a goddamn fool. You have to be. These people on the left are liars. At least the people on the right, at least, hey, man, at least we just tell the damn truth. But the people on the left, they lie all day long. Colin Kaepernick, man. I remember when niggers were saying that he was a black man. I said, how the fuck is he a black? Do he look like me or you? Do he look like me or you, MRM? No. I was trying to tell niggas wanted to fight me. He black, man. I'm like, bro, everybody that says they're black ain't black. That's a fucking Arab. He's a Saudi Arabian or something who was adopted by some white people. You dumb nigga, you don't see it.
Why do you think, and I'm going to let, I see Miss Renee here. James Leonard, I see you in the back, but you got to show a picture of yourself and wave at me or something. James Leonard, can you cam up? Nobody can see you on live, but James Leonard, you're going to have to wave. My guy Raven, I see you in the background too. I'll bring you up here, sir. But Raven, I'm sorry, not Raven, but James Leonard, you are going to have to wave at me so I can see that you are a real person before I bring you up here. But yeah, to what you was just saying, Chaotic, do you think that we have been, when I say we, a lot of blacks and even whites too, do you think that we have been, so to speak, indoctrinated / bamboozled / deceived into taking on the social construct of even believing or even accepting the fact that somebody can just tell us that a particular person is black, and we just, as black people, what do you think happened that made us just accept, like, Colin Kaepernick, or even right now with Kamala Harris, can just say she black, and then black people, particular types of black people, would just say, "Oh, she one of us, And then I'll let Miss Renee, and then I'll let Raven go.
I'm gonna be brutally honest, and I'm gonna offend people. I'm gonna make people feel uncomfortable. The black man has never had racial pride. Never. We're too goddamn happy and nice with people, too accepting. See, the white man, tell me I'm lying. Now, you had a lot of scientists who were white. You had a lot of eugenicists that were white. Hey, if you got 1% of black blood, you's a nigger. Why couldn't it be the other way around? Why is it that blacks like me? The other day I had niggers calling in mad at me. You know who Jasmine Guy is from Different World? I had niggers telling me that Jasmine Guy was blacker than me. I said, you's a stupid, dumb nigger to believe that Jasmine Guy from a different world who looks like she looks white. Her mother is Portuguese. But niggers, they don't have racial pride. Ain't nothing wrong with racial pride. Everybody else on the planet has it. But black people are so stupid that they want everybody to like them. Everybody, it's an inferiority complex. If you don't look like me or you, I don't consider you black. I told people flat out, I've thought like this for years. Tisha Campbell, I never thought that chick was a black woman. She's a mulatto. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But quit telling me that these people are black. I had this might be risky.
Yeah. Hemp.
I played a video. This girl clearly was a pure Latino, white blood and Taino blood. The blackest girl on Hamp's panel got mad at me. And I'm gonna tell you why. This Latino girl was talking about the plight of the black woman. I get on the panel. I say, y'all gonna let this yellow ass girl tell you about black women, and you black women on the panel got college degrees, you're part of sororities, grew up. You're gonna let this little Latino girl tell you that the black is you? I can show you the video. She said, "Oh, you were being disrespectful to her. You called her a yellow woman. Ain't she yellow? She ain't lying about it. Are you yellow?" The same girl also said, "Well, sweetheart, are you black?" She said, "No, I'm Hungarian and Colombian." I said, "See, you ain't black. You black. You darkies want everybody to be black. Just won't. It's a race thing. White people don't have a problem telling you, hey, I'm German. I'm German, Irish, whatever. But see, the problem is niggas, black people, real black people like me, like you. See, we haven't codified what black is. See, you got this curry eating, masala chicken eating, fake ass black chick pretending to be black and got a nigger whore and a dumb nigger thug up there speaking on the behalf of blacks. Why didn't she get Anita Baker? Why didn't she get Regina? What's that one? I forgot her name. Regina Bell. She's a singer. Why didn't she get all the guys from Cameo who are black? Why did this Indian woman pretending to be black? Why didn't she get those women? Because they're making a fucking fool of real black people, trying to get all these votes. She ain't going in front of Indians with no crap like that. She ain't going in front of Hispanic.
Don't that just make us look that much? I'm serious. Y'all, like I said, we bring it real. Don't that make it almost look like we literally live up to that term that was bestowed upon us that we claim to hate so much? Because they say that's an ignorant person, right? And so when somebody get up there and say, hey, these black folks are so stupid and so ignorant that although I'm Indian, I can get up there and just say, and we gonna bring it back in 2024. I made a pot. I made a pot of greens, and I washed them off in the bathtub, and I can make a mean pot. And we just, oh, she can make a pot of greens. She got some hot sauce. Did y'all see that picture coming here with the hot sauce? What? I mean, it literally is sad, but it literally looks like a lot of them. I'm just talking about that particular mindset that are black live up to being ignorant.
Now this nigger, man, I'm so glad you let me talk, man. It's so refreshing being able. It just comes off my tongue, man, because I'm saying it because I still love our people. Man, I wouldn't say this if I didn't care, I wouldn't say nothing to blacks or niggas at all. I'm like, hey, man, you're a dumb nigga. I don't care about you. Here goes Quavo. Now, I don't listen to rap. I think rap is jungle music.
Real quick, C Black, you can
ahead.
cam up if you want to. C Black, click the link. Click the link and come on here, C Black, and state your claim. All right.
Now, here goes Quavo.
Thanks for being patient, Miss Renee. We'll get you.
Now, I don't expect Quavo to be a goddamn astrophysicist, a quantum physicist. I don't expect Quavo to have a high level of intellect. But she got this dumb nigga on there because he's so stupid. He's up there talking about, yeah, man, I just want all this nigga jewelry, looking stupid, looking like a goddamn clown. Hey, man, we got to address the gun violence. Address the gun violence, you dumb nigger. Who is doing the gun violence? It's black people. Wasn't the white person who shot Takeoff? Was it Takeoff? His cousin? Wasn't a black white person. It wasn't the Arab. Address the gun violence. Or regulate guns? No, nigga, we gotta. Why didn't you just say what it was? There is a problem in the black. Could you imagine? Listen, I would have respected him so much if he would have just admitted there is a problem in the black community with gun violence. The nigga, he didn't do it. He made it seem like it was just, it's a gun violence problem in America and just random people. No, nigga, it's blacks on blacks. Because it wasn't the white person, it wasn't the Asian. You dumb niggas were at a craps game, like dumb niggas. I don't know what happened. Then it was a shootout. Okay, instead of being real and honest, you get up there trying to make it seem like, and in my opinion, when they talk about a gun problem, they kind of make it seem like it's the conservatives that are doing it. No, you dumb nigga. It's inner city blacks. It's inner city blacks.
If you were a millionaire, you know my story.
Go ahead. I don't know.
Like me, I was about that life at one time in Chicago and all that. I get hate because I don't go back. Once I got into high school, went out to college, I never set foot back in those areas. As a millionaire, multi-millionaire, Chaotic, would you be going back and playing craps with the brothers from the hood?
Jesus Christ. MRM. I don't hang around blacks now, to be honest with you. So if I'm a millionaire, what the hell would I be around some niggas at 2:00 in the morning shooting dice in a strip mall? Don't you see? Pastor Manning was on to something when he said there's something wrong with the black man's mind. Here I go. I don't even hang around. I try to avoid blacks as much as possible. If I see a dumb nigga and he's over the age of 20, sagging his pants, smoking weed, he ain't dressed like with a blazer, I ain't going to run that dumb nigga because the nigga has nigga nucleic acid. I'll talk about the internet. He has a molecule that a nigger is 25 years old dressing like a goddamn 10-year-old. So you already know it got to be something's wrong with the nigga's mind. Hey, man, I haven't dressed like a 10-year-old since I was 10. Got to be something's wrong with him. So if I was a multimillionaire, it would only be heightened. I would be in Monaco, bro. I try to avoid. Hey, man, I'm a marathon runner, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when I used to jog through East Cleveland, Ohio, all the hoods. I don't jog through those black ass cities no more when I'm in Cleveland. Hell no. Don't want to be around them. Don't want to be in that community because niggas are unpredictable. So imagine being worth millions of dollars. Ain't no goddamn way, man. Ain't no way. Ain't no
I
way.
hear you. I hear you.
No.
All right. Miss
No.
Renee, appreciate you coming up. I think this
Wow.
might be my first time seeing and meeting you. I think you might be on mute. Let me unmute you for I might have did it. There we go.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we may run into each other on the streets, literally. We're that close by. But I have to admit some things. I really
Go ahead.
I shouldn't use the word admit because it was not I was a child. It was the way I grew up.
Let me tell you something real quick before you get that out, Miss Renee. Do me a favor. And I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but I just want to have something in your mind real quick.
Yeah.
Please do not feel like you have to be on eggshells.
Oh no,
about
no,
anything.
you're
Like,
gonna
you know
get
what I
it.
mean? Like, say what
Y'all
you're
gonna
say.
get y'all gonna get it. Okay. It's but I'm not gonna take the blame on myself. I'm gonna tell you where it came from. You know, I live in these Chicago suburbs, and only recently, you know, more recently has it become popular to not necessarily have network local news. You have your streaming services and whatever. You're not really watching your local news. But I'm a 53-year-old woman, and I can't remember when we had local news every night at 10 o'clock, when they didn't tell us on Monday morning how many murders there has been in the city of Chicago, how many shootings there were. It was a count every single Monday morning. And I was a grown-up when I started hearing that. Now, I had to look backwards and be like, okay, why does this well, murder is shocking, obviously, in and of itself. But why the shooting? Why all the violence? Like, why is this so shocking to me? I mean, I realize it's a big city, but I've lived around the city my whole life. But my father grew up and was born in Southern Illinois, and I mean Southern Illinois. Might as well have been Kentucky.
Sound like down by Carbondale or something.
Oh no, beyond, sir.
Oh, okay.
Beyond. And racist as the day is long. He's 76 and he's still racist as the day is long. But I can't tell you why. That next generation, my dad had two brothers. Each of them had 3 kids. Not a single one of the 9 of us think the way that our parents did, that our fathers did. Not a single one. But my dad purposely didn't expose me. Moved us to where there weren't Black people. Where I went to high school, there were 2 sisters. And they lived 4 doors down from me. And I guess my dad thought that was okay because the dad was the county sheriff. The mom was an educated professor. The daughters were on their way to college, so they were okay to be around. So I didn't have any exposure whatsoever till I was married, moved to another suburb. It's an apartment complex. People are renting. There were all cultures. And I got to, by happenstance, being around a particular young lady almost 5 days a week. And I got to where, I knew nothing, but I felt so stupid for not knowing anything about the culture that was, obviously almost right at my doorstep after I moved out of my dad's house. But I'm polite. She was not offended. She would tell me anything I would ask and more. The assistant manager of the apartment complex is the biggest, tallest Black man I've probably still ever seen. Nice as anything. Nice as nice a man as I've ever met. And I was trying to reconcile, like, what is this in my head from growing up, hearing all that, and then looking back and realizing he was keeping us. He was keeping us girls, his kids. And so were my cousins being kept from any kind of exposure to anyone of any black skin. I know I've been listening to you, the difference between, I'm sorry, that word I don't say.
That's fine. Speak.
I just don't say it. I mean, I say some other nasty words, but but I won't use that. Y'all don't think it's nasty, but
completely understandable.
Oh, to me, it's nasty because my dad uses it.
Mm-hmm.
My dad, the racist, uses it.
I got you.
And he uses it in a nasty, demeaning, rotten way. And he would come into my home when I had children, and he'd start making the jokes using that word, trying to make my teenage boys laugh. And I'd have to have my husband or myself go up to him and be like, look, you need to shut up. You need to shut up. You are in my house. I realize you are my father, but you are in my house. And I, by then, had reconciled. He kept me from just even enjoying the wonderfulness of differences in our cultures. I mean, and that I didn't have to be afraid. He kind of almost instilled a little bit of that fear too, the unknown, so the unknown, you're that kind of fear. I didn't have any reason to be afraid. He didn't tell me, to be afraid, but it was the unknown. He made it so clear and so delineated that it was a fear of the unknown. But I honestly, quite frankly, I jumped right in as long as I found somebody who was nice and kind and polite, and I was nice and kind and polite. And she told me, I didn't know, how do they get their hair changed all the time? Every time I saw her, sometimes her hair, 1 week her hair would be one way and 1 week the hair would be the other way. She was an educated young lady. She was going to school and working at the same time. She was trying to make good for herself, and I was doing the same thing. I was a young married white girl. Naive is all fucking get out. Naive is all get out, and trying really hard to reconcile. Everyone I had met was so kind and so nice, and yet my dad had tried to make me never even have that experience, never even learn the good differences. I mean, I think there's differences to be celebrated. If everyone was the same, it'd be boring. I don't even subscribe to the to not see color. I don't think that's right either.
Right. Did your father ever, when he was telling you about us, let's just keep it real, if he was telling you about us, what would he describe us as?
Do you want the words, or do you want
for example, let me just say this. How about you? How about this? How about you tell us what characteristics your father would classify most blacks as, that he was trying to keep?
Okay. Well, one thing in particular was where he worked, he was in management, and he did say that he had black people working for him. And that was all fine and good. Got along with them just fine at work, no problem. But he wouldn't ask a single one of them to dinner at his house, just because they were black. I heard epithets like porch monkey. I knew of people also, not just my black, but like a rating scale on. According to that kind of the facial characteristics of particularly black men, from 1 to 10, how much they looked like a monkey, and I'm not joking. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking.
No, I got you. I'm not. That's not what I got you. No, I got you. It's just that right there.
I'm not. I just
no. Look. Let me just say this, because you got to understand what's going on in my mind right now when you said that. Because now I don't even know if I want to say unfortunately or fortunately, but we do the same thing too about other blacks. But
Oh,
let me. But the reason why
okay.
so what I'm really trying to ask you is this. Say, for example, some of the things that Chaotic was talking about earlier, when he was talking about right now, like he won't go jog
Oh,
in these
okay.
areas. So what I'm saying is that when your father would talk about blacks, what were the characters of those black people? How would he describe them? Not their features or anything like that, but more or less would he say they're all hostile and they're all they'll rape you. That's what I want to
Angry.
know.
Yeah, angry black men. He didn't have much to say about black women. It was men, and maybe that was part of the trying to instill fear too. Um, he never said that they, straight out that they would do anything to me, but they were that they were inferior, dumber, and of course, all the while building up my self-esteem. You can do anything. You can be anything you want if you try hard enough. This, that, and the other. But when it came to talking about African Americans, or that wasn't even a term back then, black people, they were stupid. They were dangerous. In groups, they were dangerous too. To walk to, literally to walk over to the other side of the road. If you're by yourself and you've got someone, especially a black man, coming towards you, you cross the street and walk over on the other side of the road.
Now, with you saying that right there, what if I told you that I tell my nieces the same thing?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like what? Like so?
Oh
I guess,
yeah.
you know what I mean. So now, now I'm just. I don't know if this up to you if you want to answer this or not. Is your father still alive?
Yes, sir, he is.
Do you think? Because I'm different. Do you think if you said, "Hey, Dad, this guy would like to talk to you," I won't come at him and bash him or anything. I just would like to know where the mindset came from, because if he can say what he wants to, if he get on here and I interview him and he starts saying, well, the reason why is because in words, blah 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 blah, I won't have a problem with him saying it all, because he was raised that way. He was probably taught that way. It was probably instilled in him at a young age, and
right. But see, the thing is that next generation of us, we don't take that as his excuse. We're like, look, dude, that word has been out of fashion and out of appropriate conversation and appropriate vocabulary for a long enough time for you to stop saying that.
Gotcha.
But it isn't that word. It's just not about the word. It's about what he means behind that word. That's why he keeps using that word. You come to his house, or you come to his house for some professional reason, this, that, or the other. He's going to be perfectly nice to you if you act a certain way. But if you were to use slang that he automatically would associate, well, then you're lesser. You're not a well-educated black man. You are not a polite black man. You are, and you're only going to be coming to his house to do some work. You ain't going to be coming to his house because he invited you. That isn't going to happen. And it was made very clear that none of us girls were to ever think of dating or bringing home a black young man. And I can see how if you have, I'm assuming you're not speaking of nieces that are, well, maybe they are of mixed race.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place.
Okay.
I got completely black. I got mixed.
Okay.
So.
And so I am aware of how I look to other people too. I'm aware I don't look my age. I'm aware I don't act my age. I also I dress how I want to, but I'm aware that I don't want to I don't want to be intimidating. I don't want anything about being intimidating to any other human being. Somebody does something to me first, it's between you and me. It's between you and me. It isn't about anybody else that you're friends with that are there that might be the same color as you or not. And that's how I see it with amongst family members. Hey, if you and I got a problem, then you and I are going to solve that problem. We don't need to bring in all your friends. I don't have to bring in all my girls. Nobody's got to be doing any of that. I think problems, are settled between individuals. We are all individuals. Skin color does not matter. It makes it's a sign, perhaps, of some original, ancestry to whatever extent. And I will be, because I was, purposely, forcefully led a sheltered life. I wouldn't have known that about, honestly, I sat here and listened and didn't have any idea that Colin Kaepernick was not a black man.
See? Go ahead,
See?
Chaotic. Go ahead.
It's the truth. I mean, I didn't agree, but damn sure did not agree with what he was doing. But then again, he was lumped in with all the other Black Lives Matters that, young men that did the same damn thing.
She did not just say Kaepernick.
I did. But I'm telling you that I can be 53 years old now and did not know that to this day.
Did you know he was raised by a rich white family? Did you know that?
Did that part. I did hear, but well after he was into being known for all he was doing and about to lose his position in his job and whatever.
He's known as being a third-rate quarterback that had the opportunity to be in a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I just, and I remember being very young though, and waking up and realizing how God fucking damn lucky I was to be born in this country, to be an American. And quite frankly, I went through a short stint of being, and my dad's like, and you're lucky you ain't black. And I said, huh. And so, I mean, and like I said, the only two I knew to compare myself to were the two young ladies that lived a couple houses down. Their dad was the county sheriff. The mom, like I said, was a well-educated professor woman. They seemed like any old family I would ever know. So what was wrong with, why was I lucky to be not just American, but not a black American, but not a black American, just a white, privileged young lady in America? Why should I feel like I am any better? Why should I feel like I'm any better? Yes, sir. Do you have something to say, or you just giving me the
I'm waiting till you done. I want to give you an answer.
Yeah, you kind of. Yeah.
Okay, go on. Hit me up.
You're a part of the master race.
Yeah.
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 Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. No. She's not a part of the master race. The master
Hold on.
race
Give me a
was
second here. Give me
a
a
subculture here. Be specific. Be precise.
My dad was part of that master race.
Yeah.
I was a
Hold on
product.
for a second.
Yeah. I was the next generation out of that master race.
Part of the master race. I talk about this on my channel all the time.
Man.
I celebrated White History Month all last month.
Mm-hmm.
Your ancestors, I think they were German, correct?
Well, Scotch. I know it all, sir. It's back into the 1500s. It's Scotch, Irish, English, Dutch, and German, and I'm related to Benedict Arnold. What can I say?
You're a little bit of a European mutt, but you're still a part of the master race.
I am absolutely
still part of the master race. I don't want to live under Arab rule.
No.
I don't want to live under African rule.
Nope.
I don't want to live under Asian rule. I see what these people have done and are doing in their own countries.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the Asian country, the African country that has created a civilization based purely on freedom. I'll wait.
Exactly.
Anybody to answer that question.
Right.
Your ancestors created. Well, some of them did. I mean, Irish were pretty much backwards, but your ancestors created the greatest civilization on the planet, the Western civilization.
Capitalism.
Western
Technically, capitalism.
Yeah.
The Western civilization. Look at the architecture. Look at the architecture here. Look at the systems. Look at the industry. You got a lot of whites who aren't even proud of it. I got so many whites who call into my channel. I say, "Are you proud to be white?" I'm like, yeah, stuttering. What are you stuttering
I
for?
have white fragility. Oh my god, I have white.
No,
guilt.
I
Nothing wrong
no.
with what your ancestors have done. Look at the language. Me and you are speaking the greatest language on the planet to each other, the language of commerce and business, English. Let's be honest here. We ain't speaking click-clack language. We ain't speaking that. That click-clack language didn't build fucking skyscrapers. That click-clack language didn't build the Golden Gate Bridge. That click-clack language didn't build the Brooklyn Bridge. I wish your dad could call in right now, and I would invite him to have a beer.
He would
Your
never.
dad's a hero.
He's so
Your dad's
bad, y'all.
Your dad's a hero. And that's how the black man should be. That's how all men should be. I don't want you. Hey.
Oh,
you
no.
You think that your dad is racist and prejudiced? Oh man, you should be in black households. You'll be surprised at what black men say to their daughters. You'll be surprised at what black people say too. So the fact of the matter is, the beauty of this country is we can have our prejudice. We can have our racism.
Mm-hmm.
But with all that, we still have built this great nation state. And we all are participants in the greatest experiment ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so the fact of the matter is, be proud of your white heritage. Be proud of it. Every day, sweetheart, I wake.
But I don't see how I'm supposed to be proud to be white. I could be proud to be Irish. I can fucking.
No, you gotta be proud to be white, ma'am. You gotta look.
But the whiteness comes. The whiteness comes from being fucking Irish and being Scottish and being English and then being Dutch and being German. I'm proud to be an American.
Ma'am, be proud to be an American first and foremost. I mean, that's the first thing. That's obvious, right?
Absolutely.
But whiteness, your ancestors did an incredible job, man. I talk to my live stream every day, and I say I wake up some days thanking God that the white man went throughout the world civilizing this planet. I mean, my God, would you want to live under Indian rule? Look at what Indians are doing.
Sir, I absolutely am very aware that there's not another single planet or country on this planet, whatever system of government, whatever, that I'd ever want to live under. Absolutely not.
I saw a video the other day real quick. And Modern Renaissance man, you know I talk about this all the time. Indians. Somebody was like, well, why is the West better than India? I said, think about things like regulation. Mm-hmm. You know, they don't have regulatory agencies in India. They have, look at all those street food vendors. They dig in their buttholes. They make your food. There you go. They don't have any. They don't have. I can't call the state. What is it? The state board for health for them.
Yeah.
These people have been doing this for thousands of years.
The beauty of America.
The beauty of America is systems here. We wouldn't have these things. So your father can be as racist as possible, but racist or not, there are systems here that benefit us all. Think about this. Think about this. As racist as the white man was, he ended a system which is called slavery. Mm-hmm. That have been going on for thousands of years. There ain't no whites that practicing slavery right now. Well, I mean, technically, you know, corporations possibly you consider that.
Right.
There ain't no whites practicing slavery. Arabs still do it. Africans still do it. How do you think this iPhone is made? I'm a participant in the slave trade right now because there's little black boys and black girls in those cobalt mines in Congo digging that stuff up. But the beauty of the white man, racist or not, still had a moral compass to fight to get niggas out of slavery. So racist or not, the white man is you got to be proud. The white man is a unique human being at the end of the day. So be proud of them blue eyes. Be proud of that blonde hair. I know I would be. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, can I
I'm going to cry now.
Can I get introduced to everybody? There's no names on the screen. I don't know anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here.
I'm Renee.
Hello, Renee. How you doing?
Hi.
The gentleman in the blue shirt, what's your name, bud?
Oh, he's muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Ryan, is it?
Yeah, MRM. You on my channel? Yeah.
MRM. Okay, pleasure to meet you. And the gentleman in the MAGA hat,
My name is Chaotic Truth Live.
Chaotic Truth Live. Pleasure to meet you. Gentleman
Thank
in the black hat with the, I believe that's a 3-headed dragon in your corner.
Very
Reese.
cool.
My name is Reese.
Hello,
Ah,
Reese. Tell
What's
you.
going on,
Goodness.
Reese?
Hey, my name is Vincent De Leon, by the way. So
Thank you.
it's
Vincent
nice
De
to meet
Leon.
you guys.
Real quick, before you speak, sir, MRM, can you highlight Mr. K's comment? Can you highlight Mr. K's comment? I'm about to black out for 2 minutes. Mr. K. Now, Mr. K said, "This is so pathetic to hear from a black man." Now,
We have to pay
I'm
attention to that.
assuming I'm assuming that Mr. K is black, supposedly.
Maybe he
Mr.
claims
K.
black. Maybe he claims it like Kamala.
Okay, well, Mr. K, I want you to do a few things for me, and I'm gonna let this gentleman talk. I want you to cam up from any African country right now. I want you to show the street. I want you to show the infrastructure. I want you to show an African country. Right. I want you to cam up speaking an African language. Cam up, nigger. Cam up and show me that you can speak Lingala, Wolof, Yoruba,
Nigerian.
Igbo, any language in Africa. It's thousands of them. You niggers can't judge me on my blackness, man. We all are a part of the same hypocrisy here. You're benefiting off of the white man just as much as I am, Mr. K. Cam up, nigger. Show me you are in Africa. Show me you are in one of the 50-something black nation states right now. Show me the black-made car that you're driving. Show me the black-made computer that you're using. Show me the black Wi-Fi that you're using now, nigga. If you can't do that, motherfucker, you're just like me, nigga. Show me that you can rebel against these white folks. If you don't like white people, get the fuck away from them. But until you can show me that you are in mommy Africa, away from hunky, nigga, you can't say nothing to me, Mr. K. Cam the fuck up. I've been drinking, nigga. I'll black the fuck out on you, man. Don't
Damn,
do
you
it.
just said honky, dude.
Oh,
That opens up the floodgates. That
by the
opens
way,
up
by
the
way, guys,
floodgates.
I'm an equal. Modern Renaissance, man. They forgot. I forgot to tell these people. I am an equal opportunity racist. I hang around everybody, and I
Me
black
too.
out on everybody. I've
Dude,
said
Honky is my favorite racial
voicemails with my white
I mean,
friends.
oh my
songs.
god, dude! I hate everybody equally, right?
I hate
that's just the
everybody.
way
I'm
it
a
is.
Mr.
Yeah,
Fly.
it's everybody equally.
But I'm
Yo.
very peaceful with people too.
Sure.
Man. Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, look, it's very simple. Again, my name is Vince De Leon, guys. My channel, I haven't been on forever. This is the first time I've done a live in probably 6 months. I got sick, so if any of my crew does see me do this, they're gonna be like flipping the fuck out because I haven't been on in 6 months.
My husband's probably listening right behind that door.
But generally speaking, my channel is about talking about subjects just like this. I like talking about things that nobody likes to talk about. I like putting people that are in their comfort zone out of their comfort zone by bringing up subjects just like this. So first of all, I appreciate the host. Thank you for letting me on. Everybody else, I hope you guys are gonna have a good night with me, and I'll stay on for as long as you guys will. Okay. But
I'm totally willing to be put out of my comfort zone too.
good.
I'm aware I don't know
So-
everything.
Now I just want to make sure, what was the original topic? Because I jumped in when you guys were already 2 hours and 30 minutes into this thing. So what's the original conversation? Because I don't want to jump off into some crazy land that doesn't exist. Is there a subject matter that you wanted us to stick to, or are we just talking about Kamala and Trump? Is that basically what we're talking about?
I didn't know she wasn't black either. Sorry.
She's Jamaican. She's 25% Jamaican.
I do know that. I do know. Yeah. Well, but from what I understand, he just lived in Jamaica.
He was born in Jamaica in 19.
So that's
I want to say 1939. He was born in Jamaica in 1939.
okay. So are we talking? He's genetically?
Yeah, his father was full Jamaican, if I'm not mistaken, and his mom was white. I think she was British.
So
British Columbia.
what part do we care?
Or
about?
no,
Oh,
European.
Jamaicans are black. Are they black just because their skins are black, or are they Jamaican?
But that's the question.
No,
that's
that's
what
just
we're
it.
asking.
That's
No,
what I'm
no.
saying.
That's what I'm saying though. She's half Southern Indian. Okay, that's
Yes.
true.
Yes.
So for like her entire political career, she basically said, "I'm Southern
Yes.
Indian," and any Indian she met, she's like, "Hey, sister," that's basically what she said. Now,
Hey,
all of a sudden, out of nowhere, what? Somebody say something? Sorry.
Yeah, I want to give you a little bit about Kamala Harris, right? Kamala Harris didn't grow up in a black nature, didn't participate in black culture growing up, didn't have black friends.
Wouldn't surprise me
Mother
at all.
isn't black.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Kamala Harris is famous for being the first Indian woman to do A, B, and C.
Yep. Yeah. Well, first minority woman to be a vice president was how they first did it. Then they started following the track of she is Indian. That's basically how they pushed that. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I paid pretty close attention to the election. I don't remember her ever saying in the first election that she was black. I don't remember her claiming that. I'm not saying she did it.
Well, I
okay.
believe, but I believe Biden when he said he was
Yes,
narrowing
Mr. K,
down.
Jamaicans are black. They do have the skin color of black. But if you ask a Jamaican if he is black from Jamaica, he'll say, "Fuck you, I'm Jamaican."
Jamaican.
Time
Right.
out. Yep. Well,
Right.
that's my. Now we get into my lineage. That's actually where we're from, Kingston, Stony
but the-
Hill. So let me say something real quick, because this right here, I want to show you guys something. Okay. So in Jamaica, I know it's a social construct to assume that if you're talking about Jamaicans, that Jamaicans are black. Okay. I know a lot of people like to do that. So right here, and this went viral. You guys can all see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You
That's
guys
the
can all see
voice.
this, right?
Mm-hmm.
This girl, I'm not going to show the whole thing because I'm not going to get copyrighted. But what is she?
She's supposed to be Latin, right?
She's
white,
supposed to be
half Latin, half white. I think.
her.
Check this out.
Oh,
But
No, I'm talking about Aguilera. I don't know this chick. I don't know.
And you're such
Listen.
a powerhouse and unbelievable much passion it is. I know. Pretty desperate to have you on all of our teams.
Thank you so much.
And Adam, you're a heart. So much passively talented to work with you.
Who do you pick as your coach?
Hold on.
some good company
Just bear
all the
with
way
me.
there.
Platonic company. See the wedding ring? Just chill, yo.
Man,
You know
I'm
what thing
trying to get
it's
the part where
about?
y'all can hear her talk.
You got something crazy special.
Thank you
Crazy.
so much.
From where you're from.
True?
Yeah, reggae music is the greatest thing in the world to me.
Oh, thank you. That's a big honor.
It would have been the mistake of a
It's my bread and butter.
Oh,
Boom. That's what I do.
Okay.
can you say bread and butter one more time?
It's my bread and butter.
Oh,
Now, she's not faking that.
no.
That woman right there I just showed you guys, she's Jamaican. Now, her mom and dad are not black at all. So,
I see what you're saying.
For
Okay.
Asian.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
say
yeah. All right. I
that
got you.
because for anyone to say Kamala Harris' dad is from Jamaica, and for somebody mind to instantly say that Kamala dad looked like me is what people think, and he does.
So it's like
Right.
Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's the same way. They're not going to all be, tan skin. Some of them got blonde hair. Some of them got red fucking hair with green eyes.
Every
But
island
there's
in the
still-
world is like that.
Yeah. So like that doesn't. Yeah. That's a completely different subject. Okay.
So
I
can
get
you
what you're
imagine if that woman I just showed you guys, if that woman came out and said that she's black, and for us to
Oh,
just
that
say,
changes everything. That completely changes
you
everything.
follow me? So what?
Yeah.
But that's literally what Kamala Harris is doing. That's literally what she has done.
Hmm.
Yeah.
My dad
Yeah.
from Jamaica, so I must be black. No,
Well-
no. Your dad's not even saying he's black.
No.
Or her mother.
Well, that would answer why she didn't bring it up to begin with, though, because she knew she was going to be going down a cesspool. So she's bringing it up right now because it's so close to the election. By the time people figure this out and this gets mainstream, it'll be too fucking late. I mean,
Hey, do y'all know if that woman in that video would have tried what Kamala tried, that we would have tarred and feathered her?
Woo.
They probably would have accepted her because she sound like Jamaican.
well, I mean, dude, in
They probably
Hollywood,
would've
no one's
accepted
going to challenge that, man. Everyone in Hollywood's afraid. The woke mind virus has made everyone afraid to disagree with anyone on any subject matter if it includes a minority or someone of any type of discontent. Period.
Point.
So if she would have said, "I'm black," every one of those motherfuckers on that screen would have just been like, "You go, girl. You're a boss babe." That's all they would have said.
Like,
That would-
one
that would've
one
been
thing
it.
y'all need to understand is our community adopts who it wants to when it's convenient. I'll give you an example. So the dashikis you see walking around, they won't allow a Mexican or Dominican to be what they call themselves. They'll say you're black because of A, B, and C.
Mhm.
Same way they did Meghan Markle. They decided that,
That's
she
right,
bagged-
dude. Because Megan,
She bagged royalty. Oh, she's black. And that's what our sisters did. Whenever it's convenient, they'll make whoever is the topic. They'll make them black. And when
And look what they did with that.
And
Look
the
what
word
they did
black
with
is
that.
a color and means nothing else.
Yeah, it means
doesn't
jack
deal
and
with
shit,
no
dude.
nationhood. No, I don't even understand half of this shit. So
Do
I
you know
don't
that's
worry.
only here?
I mean,
Like when I did track and field professionally, we went all over the world, right? Barcelona, Spain. You know what the people would say to me once I started talking? They said, "Are you American? But because you talk so fast, you sound like you kind of island-like." But nobody ever said, "You black?"
Yeah,
You
it doesn't
know,
exist.
everywhere you go,
Yeah.
nobody talks about no black or white. They ask you if you're American. They always go by country. They don't never ask you about your skin color.
Well,
Yeah,
dude,
that's your nationality.
Yeah, Candace Owens she was on the Dr. Phil show. All right, I don't know if you guys saw that clip, and
Yeah,
she
what was
asked that she asked that woke professor that was obviously race baiting at the time. She was like, "You're half white," and he's like, "Yeah, but everybody looks at me as like I'm black," and she goes, "No, you claim yourself to be black. You don't claim to be half white. You claim to be black." And he's like, "That's because that's what everybody will see." And she's like, she was trying to tell him, and he wouldn't fucking listen. He was like, "Everybody sees me as black," and it's like, you. And when I say you, I don't want the conspiracy theorists out there. I'm just talking about the left right now, okay? But the reason why they on the left have to secure that I'm black or I'm white or I'm Asian or whatever the fuck it is they want to be on a Purple Tuesday, all right, is because it puts them in this category of I'm a victim. This is all about victimhood
identity.
status. Yeah, she wants to do this geopolitical politics bullshit and say, well, guess what, guys? You have to vote for me. One, because I got a vertical taco, and two, because I'm a minority.
Woo.
Okay, that's why. That's it. That's the only reason why people are going to vote for her. And the women came out in droves. All of the man-hating fourth generation freaking feminist lesbian women came out and was like, "Yay, Kamala!" And then all of the blue women came out and they were like, "Finally, a strong woman who's intelligent and can speak well." It's like,
speak well. What?
Did you guys watch any of the last 3.5 years of her speaking? I mean, but then again, remember, she's a woman. She's a woman of color. Nothing else matters. Anything that comes out of her mouth is going to be gold from now on. The 37% that she's getting in the polls right now is not going to change. It's only going to get higher. The more we make her look like a victim and the more that we push back on this thing about, because he just proved it right there. He just proved that just because she says she's Jamaican does not mean that she's necessarily black. It doesn't matter. The more that we push against this, the more these woke mind virus PC motherfuckers are going to come out and say, well, she's victimized by these people that worship the God that is known as the Nazi Hitler Trump. That's all they're going to say. That's it. Woo! That's all that's going to be said. And that will be the end of it, period. I mean, Biden got elected because basically he slept in a basement for basically 6 months and he still beat Trump. Granted, I know there were some conspiracy theories about the voting river, but it doesn't matter. He still won.
Well, and he was he also did. What I wanted to interject when you said that there was never any original talk about her being black. Mm-hmm. He did say that he was going to pick one of. He was down.
One of the minorities.
No. It was going to be a black woman.
Oh, I know. I thought he said that about the judge. Didn't he say he was going to for the judge?
Oh, her too. Okay. Her too. It was straight up black woman. And then I'm like, well, what the hell does that matter? Tell me what the hell either one of those things matter. How about you pick the best person? How about you fucking pick the best person?
Yeah, the best person for the job. Yeah,
best person for the fucking job. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what, whether you're culturally this or your heritage, is that, or you've, your nationality is Jamaican, but you're really, what is her dad is part, something I don't.
Suzanne Mack makes a good point.
Hey, I got a theory if y'all want to hear it.
Go for it.
I think that our leaders, if we're going to have them, right, should be the smartest people in the nation, like the best doctors and the best engineers and best money managers.
The best of the best
that we have. All we're doing is picking people who've been studying politics all their life.
It's a popularity contest.
The problem solvers will give us an entirely different culture, and all this bullshit would go away automatically because we'd be trying to advance, for the next.
Everybody
generation.
would try to. Yep, everybody would try to be living up to that. Everybody would try to live up to it.
But they push bullshit. They use Hollywood.
Yeah. It's Hollywood. It's comics. It's music. Dude, Satan is everywhere now. And I'm not just talking about his words. I'm talking about you're seeing pentagrams at rap concerts, R&B concerts. You're seeing after-school story hour with Satan. That's a real thing. That exists. It's everywhere. Okay, but we can't have the people in Olympics that win and they can't say thank you, God. They can't say thank you, Jesus, but we could say, hail Satan without a problem. Don't you think that's kind of weird? It's the same concept, okay? So, like, for instance, we're getting destroyed in the chat because, you know, as far as they're concerned, white people have been presidents forever, right? Okay, well, okay, fair enough, all right? When Obama became president, all right, he got majority of his votes were from white people. We wanted a change.
Mhm.
We had no problem seeing a black man as president. Look at what Obama did when he was president. Okay,
Well,
he didn't bring the country together. All right, he definitely didn't do that because we were thinking that when he became president, finally all of this bullshit would be over. A lot of us were thinking, okay,
Wait,
great.
not-
Finally, we've moved on. Like I said, it's over, right? No more of these race wars. No more of this bullshit. No more of us fighting each other because of the color of our skin. That did not happen. Not
Hey,
even
you guys want to hear
close.
something? You know what I was waiting for when Obama got elected?
What?
I was waiting for his version of the Million Man March. Back in the day, they had a Million Man March with Farrakhan. It was just to address men, black men, and their behaviors and what we should do moving forward, right? I'm not a fan of Farrakhan's, but this did happen, and that was his motive. That's what I was waiting for when here we have a black man, the unthinkable.
Right?
I'm an old guy. I'm 54. I go back to the 70s.
Yeah,
and that
it was almost
unthinkable
impossible to
back
think about.
then.
Yeah,
A
almost
black
impossible to
president.
even think
Fuck,
about. Yeah.
no way. And him living past 1 week, nah.
Oh
no way.
yeah, that. Oh yeah, that.
Right, but
Well,
it
to
happened.
be fair, a skinhead did try to kill him within 7 days of his presidency.
That's funny, but it happened, right? And I was just waiting for this. Where's the follow up to this golden moment? Nothing pretty much changed. Everything was the same. Like murder rates went up, and what the fuck? He didn't talk to us.
No, he didn't.
He didn't show up for Illinois Senate hardly ever.
My son is 35, and he can't say, "Well, a black president did this for me."
No.
There's nothing he can say.
Yeah, and that's something I try to think about. What was something that he did do that was positive? I try to approach every problem with a positive outlook at first. So name a policy that he implemented that was actually good. That was actually a good policy.
Well, before even becoming president, what the hell did he do in the state of Illinois? Absolutely fucking nothing.
It was like 4 years, right?
Nothing.
Was it
4 years,
yeah, it was
and
like
he
4
was
years.
and he was absent the majority of the time. He voted absent.
Well, okay. Here's something else too, and I mean, I just thought about this. So you guys tell me if I'm right or wrong. Is it fair to say, granted, DEI didn't exist at the time, but we can all agree that he got elected primarily because he was black? I mean, I voted for him because he was black. I was dude, I want a black president. I said it multiple times. Okay, so why is it that we have a problem with it now? Why is it that now, if we say, oh, well, Kamala's there because she's minority and she's a woman, why is there a problem with that? We all know that Hillary Clinton was running specifically on the fact that she was a female. And Hillary Clinton had no clout. Okay.
Nope.
You were a first lady. Why the fuck would I want you as a president?
You were a first lady who should have divorced your Clinton ass husband.
By the way,
you let him walk all over
husband.
you. Yeah,
I mean,
you let him walk all over you, and now you want to run a country?
But she's still an independent, strong woman while her husband was out getting head and boinking all the secretaries, right? I mean, dude, what the hypocrisy is like in front of everybody's face, and nobody wants to talk about it.
And he was doing it since he was governor of Arkansas.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. There's 7 women I think that were involved in the book. 7 that were came forward. Yeah.
Yep.
So no, but
no, and Obama did nothing for the state of Illinois. In fact, when they polled people in Illinois, people would say they were voting for the Republican candidate because if they were white, they didn't want to say they were voting for him. That's what their theories were about the polls here. That if you were white, you didn't want to say you were voting for Obama.
No, exactly. I mean, if
But
you were a
when you
college
got
student,
in there-
if you were a
but when you
college
got
student, you were
in
holding
there-
the sign, dude. You're holding the sign, walking around saying,
right. But my middle aged self, those people my age, they would, if they were going to vote for Obama, they weren't telling anybody that was the case. They were not telling anybody that. They were not proud to tell and didn't want to say a damn word about that. Maybe the second time around.
I got a question for the 2 white people on the panel.
Liz, no, I do not turn into a lobster when I'm out in the sun, motherfucker. Okay,
I do.
That's racist.
I do.
Please do.
That
I
ain't
do.
racist. It's true.
I
Listen.
do. I burn like a. Oh.
I burn like a bitch, bro. Anyways, keep going.
Yeah.
You come over here in Philly this week and your ass to be a lobster in 3 days.
Oh shit, I'm in Texas.
It's
bro.
hot
I
as
got
shit
more
over.
sun.
No,
Dude,
but
it's
listen,
it was
there's been
109
a
today,
push,
bro.
right, to make white people look as bad as hell in the media
Yes.
and in Hollywood and everywhere else. It's 4 and 5 years old now.
Mm-hmm.
But this is being led by white people that are in power. How does that fucking make y'all feel that like some of your own has
Ladies
jumped on
first.
this what's going on there? Because
Ladies first.
we don't
on this one,
understand
man.
what the fuck is happening. It's y'all against y'all, and we not digging it. What's up with that?
That's not true. But I'll tell you why. Let her go first.
Okay.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean it's not true?
It's not them. Say your statement again so I can steel man it.
There's been a push in the media and in the government. They've been working together to make whites look bad. It's in the schools now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This country is being
yeah.
run by whites, powerful whites, and this is being pushed by white people against white people. I don't understand what's happening. I don't get it.
And the only part of his statement that I don't agree with is the last part. It's not whites going against the whites, and I'll explain that after she talks.
I quite frankly, I am.
That's the way it looks. Even
Well,
if I'm
yeah,
wrong,
I agree. That is the way that it looks. I agree.
Let me interject here real quick, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe to Chaotic Truth up here. And I don't know I don't know if Reese, you have a channel.
No, I ain't no content creator.
Okay,
like that.
do Vincent De Leon?
Yes,
you have a
sir.
channel?
Yeah, I do. It's Vincent De Leon.
Make sure you go subscribe to Vincent De Leon. And Miss Renee, do you have a channel?
Yes, Renee Suzanne.
And make sure you guys go check out Miss Renee Suzanne. And also, we just brought up Ryan Mack. Ryan Mack, welcome,
What's up,
sir.
Ryan?
Time to host.
I love that flag, Ryan. I love that flag.
Absolutely.
That's the Civil War flag.
You have a channel, sir?
I do.
Okay. And what is it called?
It's the Ryan Mack Show on YouTube, Rumble, wherever.
Make sure
I
y'all go
want
check
a white person to answer my goddamn question.
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer.
We'll get back to that question. So we'll let Miss Renee finish it off, and I don't. Then Vincent, then we'll hit Mr. Mack.
I'm going to defer because, quite frankly, I'm dumbfounded by a lot of what happens in the elite of that are really pulling the strings, and I don't. A lot of it, there's an agenda. There's obviously an agenda that I don't necessarily understand entirely. But I am very well aware of 2 or 3, companies owned by white people that are, pretty much owning everything and pulling a lot of the strings. And you think the president and the vice president, they're the 2 most powerful people in the country, and that ain't true.
I want to tell you why I said what I said in the first place, right? Because I made a joke. I work around all white people at my job. I'm the only one there. So I made a joke with them the other day. I said, I could smack all 3 of you crackers in the face right now, make one call to Black Lives Matter, and this will be my company Monday morning. That is a true statement on this earth right now. All I have to do is show them a picture of the rope hanging from the fucking garage, and it's over. I'm not even kidding you. We have a noose hanging from our garage. All right. And it's all I would have to do. And I told them that this is my boss and my supervisor that could have fired me on the spot, even though I was arrogant enough to say that right to their faces. And they knew it. It's literally nothing they could fucking do. Right. I told them I'm not going to come in here and act like an asshole. I'm going to work literally like a Hebrew slave, because that's what I do. But if I wanted to, I could fuck all 3. This is the way the world is right now. White people have almost 0 fucking power right now.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking public whites.
Oh yeah.
And 50 years ago when I was a kid, you could have did whatever the fuck you wanted to do to me. You could have called me nigga, threw water on me and nothing, and you would have beat it at the preliminary. Now, shit, you can't even save yourself. I could kick your fucking front door in and do something to you, and you. That's what I'm talking about. How does there's white people in charge of all this, and y'all, it don't make no fucking sense. Y'all losing. How? That's what I want to know.
Self-hate.
There's one stab at it.
Self-hate.
This shit is confusing, ain't it? It's hard to answer.
Yeah, well, I don't.
no,
Well, yeah, I don't have that kind of self-hate.
I mean,
but-
it's not hard to answer, but I'm trying to let her.
Go on.
tell
No,
me
no,
she's
you
done.
come on.
Are you done?
Go.
Are you done?
You go.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. First off, I want to ask. Can I ask 2 qualifying questions first? And everyone can answer this. I don't just want the gentleman, the dragon, to answer this. But okay. So how many?
I got you, man.
All right. So how many at the time? Let's say 1775. Okay. What was the percentage of white people in America at that time that owned slaves legally?
I have no clue.
Anybody?
Did you say?
I would say to answer your question, and MRM, I could definitely hold it down for you. I would say less than 1%. I would assume that less than 1%.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone?
I would agree with that.
That's probably pretty close.
Okay. All right. Sir, Annette? Nothing? Black Hat?
You agree with that? 1%.
No, I wouldn't even say 1%. I would say less than 1%.
Less than 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's correct. All right. Really good guess. All right. It's about everyone estimates between 0.7 and 1.3. It's somewhere in there. Okay.
Yeah.
So we could say 1% is probably a good representation. Now, how many African Americans percentage-wise own slaves?
I think it's
higher than 1.
It's higher than 1%.
Yeah. I even think, like, supposedly there was a man who petitioned I want to say it's the actual Supreme Court. I don't know whether it was not the Supreme Court, but petitioned one of the colonial states or the colonies for. Yeah.
Yeah, pardon me real quick. Burton, you're an adult. You can get over it, dude. Cuss words have been around since the Bible, man. It's just
all right. So what's the percentage for blacks who own slaves?
It was between 5 and 7%.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's my last qualifying question. Then I'll answer your initial.
So we're still talking in 6 to 8% total.
Yeah. Well, it was between 5 and 7, so an average would be 6.
And what was the total population back then?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
23 million. 20. Well,
Yeah,
again,
that's
estimations are rough. So
yeah.
23 to 25 million. Remember,
So
the Civil
again,
War
that's-
decimated us. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Right.
It decimated us.
Yep.
Right? So, but okay. So last qualifying question, and then I'll answer his question. Okay. Where did slavery start? Just concerning the African Americans.
In Africa.
Okay. Why?
Well, I mean, slavery is not a unique.
That's why I said the Africans.
Yeah, I mean, the Africans. I mean, there's first of all, even if you go back thousands of years in ancient Egypt, you can clearly see, like, on the hieroglyphs, they had people in chains.
Well, the Jews, the Jews.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like the Dogon, when the European went there, the Dogon tribe had slaves. Yeah.
But I'm specifically saying, though, of the African tribes, why was slavery so apparent, so prominent, and so practiced in the country of Africa within the African tribes? Why?
You asking the panel or me?
That's a good fucking question. I have no idea.
Okay. Do you guys want to answer, or does anybody want to guess?
I mean, I can guess. Well, first of all, Africa was always West Africa was very fractured, and the evidence of that is the fact that, I mean, even to this day, you have different languages, different tribes. You had tribes that were constantly fighting each other, so it's likely to assume that, when they captured each other, there was a level of indentured
AB,
servitude.
you're right.
Or
AB got it right. No, you're right. You're going to the right direction. AB
yeah, or even like outright slavery, to the point where there was a level of torture, etc., to humiliate a tribal group. I mean, hell, there's accounts about the Dogon tribe were horrible slave masters to. Yeah.
And it's kind of a combination of all that, but AB said it pretty basically.
Yeah.
It was when they would fight, kind of like Alexander the Great. Okay.
Yeah.
They would take on whoever they wanted to keep as slaves. And
Right.
You're absolutely correct. It was a symbol of power. It was like, haha, got
a
you,
control
motherfucker.
thing.
We're now better than this group of people. We took them as slaves. And then it would be a process. Now, those same tribes were the first ones to sell African Americans to the Europeans. Those exact same tribes.
You mean African? They weren't African Americans at the time, but African.
They were selling Africans. They became Africans. Yeah.
They became African Americans.
Hundreds of years later.
Well, no, they're the ones that actually set up the system.
It became more lucrative.
Well, you know,
sell to other countries.
Yes,
you know, one of the biggest lies growing up, and particularly in school, and I'm pretty sure anybody who went to American school was when I was a kid, right, growing up in American schools, because I ain't never heard about slavery until I got to school, right? You know, they told us about it. I thought that white people went in there with big nets and were just capturing people.
I got me a big one.
When you're a kid, when you're a kid,
I got me a big one.
yeah, when you're a kid, you don't think about logistics. You don't think about the fact that
you think they had drag nets going from one ship to the other. And just...
But what it really was, it was an actual system of how they did it. It was an actual system. So
it was a trade. There was a trade. It was a
trade. Yeah, the white man wasn't going into the interior getting hell no.
Yeah, and it was cheap. It was much cheaper than buying white slaves, which is what European was doing at the time. So it was much cheaper to go in and buy black slaves. It literally came down to gold, guys.
Yeah.
It's literally what it came down
it's the product of their times. It wasn't. Yes, there were probably some really terrible slave owners and racists and rapists, but they were mostly doing it for the labor of the time. Where could you get cheap, affordable labor at a mass production cost?
Right.
Especially across the South.
You know what? I'm going to do
that's a whole other story.
Instead of asking y'all that difficult ass fucked up question,
I'm about to answer it.
you want to take a crack at it? Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to take a crack at it. I'll tell you why it's happening. All right. So now that we have got all that out of the way, okay, all right, the easiest way for a entity or an enemy or a combatant to destroy another enemy that they can't beat in any type of battlefield is to destroy them from within. Okay, so the statement that you made is amazing, and I'll tell you why. Because you basically said, why are the white people fighting or making the other white people look bad? Well, remember, you're talking about the 1% of the 1%. You're not talking about the 63% of America that is white. You're talking about that incredibly small freaking cunt hair that's just like this of the white people that are control basically all of what's going on right now. Okay? And a majority of them have been in power for hundreds of years.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So
Stop right there. All my life, it always seemed like you, right, the regular white, had to be part of the propaganda and play your role, and that's why you were fed bullshit by these same people. But now what the shit they're feeding everybody is the polar opposite. That's what I'm not understanding. It doesn't make sense. It's like they're cutting their legs off.
Well, look at what was happening when Trump became president. You're answering your own question, okay? Look at what happened when Trump became president, man. He was not supposed to win, bro, okay? You got a guy in here you can't even trace his own family roots back to owning slaves. You got a guy that's not going to follow the rules of the establishment. You got a guy that's going to come in and drain the swamp. Okay. And I'm not saying he was the perfect president because he wasn't. But what I am saying is he tried to do things that these MFers didn't want to do. They didn't want him to placate. Think about
he wasn't part of the swamp.
Yeah. Think about the people that he actually affected while he was president. The people that he benefited. Who was it? That's the answer to your question. I had 4 jobs
in a Benz and gas was $2.
Dude, $1.68 here, bro. Okay? He affected the blue collar more than any other president ever has in the history of
presidents. I was blowing money when Trump was
there. Dude. I was rolling in the dough, man. Okay? Yeah. So they hated that because what that does is it takes away the ability for them to control us. Think about it. They've been in damage control for what? Since he got elected, right? So we're now pushing 7.5 years of damage control. What did you think COVID was? Sorry, Rovid. My bad.
Yeah.
All right. In Minecraft, YouTube. This is all in Minecraft. Okay. It's a fantasy. It's a dream. Wake up. All right. So as much as Rovid was real, the output that they put us in was perfect. It hit the perfect time. Let's get everybody inside. Let's make everybody freak the fuck out. Let's make everybody hate their neighbor. It works. And
y'all, I hated y'all already.
Yeah. The easiest way to really answer your question is the reason why whites have been attacked so much is because we're the largest group. If they would have gone after Asians or gone after blacks or gone after Mexicans, it would have gone downhill. But think about it, dude. Everybody really does hate white people in a certain
They're kind of going after everybody at once.
Well, Well, but the first one they have to do is tackle the strongest one, which you said yourself is the white guy.
They're trying to create
most
division, man. I'm telling you, there's some weird things going on.
That's the end game,
Y'all know who
dude.
Caitlin Clark is, right?
Yeah, that's it.
It's all about division.
Yeah, it's
Y'all know who
Divide and
Caitlin
conquer.
Clark is, right? I'm asking the white people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right, so people in my community don't know who she is. She's being masked.
Yeah. Oh, dude, she's being complete. Yeah, and
she's
every time
literally
she does something good.
listen. She's literally the most compelling sports figure that's ever walked the globe in human history.
Yep.
And
if
nobody
she
in
were
my neighborhood
not
knows
white,
about it.
they would know about her.
Yeah.
They wouldn't. If she was black,
Yeah.
there would have been a statue of her
already built. Yeah.
Immediately, like yesterday. Yeah.
What? And when I get into conversations, if you could, I wish I could record some of them. People get up out their chairs and ball their fists up and get fiery angry with me and start asking me these dumbass questions when I'm literally just quoting mathematical facts. No one in the history of the world has ever come to a business and increased its value 400% in their first year there. One person. It's never happened in sports.
What was the number of it was on average 15,000 per game that was attending before she was a rookie. And then after she was a rookie, it went to over 40,000, like within the first couple of weeks. And the last numbers that they took from her game before the All-Star game was like 65,000. Yeah. So she turned a 15,000 stadium into a 65,000 stadium because that girl can rock the paint.
Check out how dumb. Check out how fucking dumb and sexist and racist and hateful that organization is. She's clearly the biggest attraction in sports right now.
Yeah.
And they leave her off of the Olympic team.
And it shouldn't have anything to do with what she looks like.
What would the jersey sales have done?
She's
with
an
Caitlin
athlete.
Clark,
That's
Olympic
just petty,
jersey.
dude. That's just petty, man. It's like and it's so stupid because they've been playing this victim card for like the last, 8 years now about how they don't get paid as much as the men. It's like, motherfuckers, you've never turned a profit.
Yeah, you
In
can't put
20
5
years,
people in a
you've never-
seat.
Yeah, you've never turned a profit, dude.
Do you believe that the straight white woman is at the bottom of the totem pole right now?
No, sir.
I don't
The
think
black.
straight
You
white
think the
women
black
are.
man is still there?
I think the only person lower on the totem pole than the straight white woman
is the straight white man.
Is the single
straight white man. Yeah,
single straight white man. My sons are very well aware of the fact that they are on the bottom of the totem pole.
We're literally and we've been turned into like a boogeyman.
And they're the bad guy. And they're the problem.
No offense, y'all, but this is fucking fascinating to somebody who's over their 50s. You got to understand, this is fucking incredible.
Well, dude, you're not.
I don't
you're
want
not
bad
gonna
things
talk-
to happen, but I could have
Yeah.
never dreamed of this day, ever.
Yeah. Hey,
I
and
didn't raise my boys to know that to think that they were ever going to be in a situation like this. I never thought I'd ever see it either. I'm 53 years old.
Well, let me ask you this. This
my
is
sons are in their 30s.
and I'm over 4. I'm in my mid 40s. So like, let me ask you this question. This is what blows me. Is why is it they all believe the same thing? You ever wondered that? Like, okay, MAGA hat. All right, you and I probably agree on 70% of the shit that you've said tonight. Okay, you and I could sit down and have a conversation without a problem. We'd probably fist bump, high five afterwards. But dude, you go into any restaurant like Starbucks, right? Everybody's talking about the same goddamn thing. Everybody's having the same conversation. They're all agreeing on everything like they're fucking automatons. Yeah, like it's like they're reading from a script, man.
Yeah.
It's
they're
insane,
told to
dude.
because they're fearful of speaking
Yeah,
different
it's
for
like
cancellation.
Yeah,
or attack.
It's like social media is a god now. It really is. Social media is a god now, and
You
they
can't have
worship it.
conversations with people who disagree with you. anymore.
No, you can't.
Any of you
It's
guys ever heard of
ridiculous.
the phonological loop?
No.
Say
What
it
is
again.
that?
Say it
What
again.
you logical? The what
It's
you
called the
logical?
phonological loop, spelled with a PH.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I can't remember what it means though. I've heard
Just look it up, and it's like it's something science has all the way figured out about it yet, but it's some theories about it. I believe that it's not a real organ; it's part of the human body. But I think conceptually, all it does is say that we are basically programmable machines, and I believe it. I think we're programmable machines, and depending on what you put in front of somebody, you can make them do and live any way you want them to.
All right, I'll read it verbatim.
Study the phonological loop, man. They think that this is the center of the brain, dead, symmetric center,
it's
where all information is gathered through the eyes and ears, and that's how our behavior becomes what it is.
The phonological loop is a cognitive process that plays a crucial role in verbal working memory. It's a mental system responsible for the temporary storage and manipulation of verbal information, such as words, phrases, and numbers. And then there's different stores and different systems inside of it. Okay, I'll check it out later, but that sounds really interesting. I'll look at it.
The part you're not going to get to is the theory that I have that the human behavior comes from it. That exact concept, whether it's a point in the mind or whatever, that's where our behavior comes from.
But if that's temporary, there's got to be some.
Wait. Well, let me make sure. I want to understand. I don't want to straw man you. So, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that because of the phonological loop, that's why humans behave the way that they do. Is that correct?
I think all of our behavior comes from inputs, 100% of it. When you're born, you don't even know why you have shit in your pamper.
But wait.
You don't even remove it. You don't even have the intelligence enough to remove the shit.
I understand that, but remember, that theory is destroyed simply by the scientific theory that they already have now from DNA sequencing. So when a baby is born, for instance, let's just say it's a bear. Okay, when a bear is born, a bear knows that it can go to a beehive and eat honey.
Not human beings, though.
All right. No, human beings do the same thing. So let's say for the sake of argument, like when a baby is born, a baby knows how to swim. But then a baby loses the ability to swim after it reaches about 8 months. Okay? Because
makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just one example. Another example is
that's just the same as your jump shot going away because you stopped playing ball. That's all it is.
Yeah. We also, a baby automatically knows who its mother is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A baby automatically knows that it has to suck the nipple in order to get nutrients. It doesn't even have to be asked. It automatically knows. And there's other examples. I'm not intelligent enough to name all the examples. But now, what I think you're trying to say, and please shut me up.
But the baby doesn't know what a nigger is or a fag or
no. That's
right.
I was about to tell you. That's where I'm going to.
Yeah.
Now there is like for instance, now the biggest input would be social media. Okay, it's already been proven that social media is more addictive than any drug other than heroin. Okay, that's why kids get so angry when you take away their phone.
They'll fight you to the death.
Yeah, they will literally go crazy. I had
call the police on you.
I have 3 nieces. Okay, and when I would take them camping or I would take them hunting or I would take them out on any type of trip whatsoever, whether it was going to be something that was in the woods at a cabin or we were going like someplace like Disney, right? Okay, I would make them put their phones up. Now, the first 24 hours were absolutely fucking horrible. Okay, like I wouldn't even try to do anything with them. I wouldn't try to do any constructive stuff. I would sit there and just talk to them like 24 hours, get to know them, catch up with them, try to figure out what's going on. All right, but then slowly but surely, as I wean them off of it, because I'd stay with them for a week. All right, they slowly would start coming back to like this normal, I say normal-esque attitude.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm taking them away from the screen because, dude, this thing is deadlier than anyone wants to admit.
Yeah, it is a virus.
This thing, and that's one of the reasons
Listen
why
to
we
this.
have the
I want to tell you
virus.
something real quick, right? My daughter's 30, right? Every waking minute that I've ever spent in her entire life, I spent it looking at her on her phone, pretending to listen to me. That's how every waking moment that we spent together has been spent until she's 30 years out. I can't even go around her anymore.
Nope.
2 daughters like that, though.
Nope. I have 0.
It makes no sense for me to even go around my own children because I know cognitively I understand that I'm just going to be sitting there watching them on their fucking phone. So it's a waste of time. That's the new world we live in now.
Yeah, I told my wife that our kids aren't even getting phones that are going to have smartphones in them until they're at an age that I could sit them down and talk to them about it. Like, because I mean,
you have to.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, there's access to too much stuff on there.
And I was a barber in the early 2000s when this bullshit first started.
Yeah.
And I started a movement from my own chair. I told every parent I knew, do not give your kids these fucking phones. I had a cell phone in the 80s when they were $1,000 and $1 a minute. Yep. And there wasn't no 8th graders with them. My bill used to be like $2,500 a
now
month.
There's
I knew what that
them.
shit was doing to me psychologically, and it wasn't even no images on it.
Yeah.
I knew what that phone was doing. So I knew the ones with the images.
Yep.
And the bullshit the way YouTube started. Right? YouTube was here before the kids had phones. They prepped this shit.
Yeah, it was like, well, that
and was the most raunchy, ratchet shit in the world. The only thing they showed was brawls and fights and bum fights. And
it was bum fights.
Was getting their head chopped off and all this other shit.
What was the one where the guy with the serial killer was? What was that one? He was he set up the dates on it. I forget what it was called. It was back in the aughts. Remember? I can't remember what it's from. But hey, and for the people in the chat that are saying that I don't know what I'm talking about, you're more than welcome to come on this panel with a set of balls and actually debate me on it. I will debate you anytime, anywhere, on anything that I've said. All right.
I don't talk about something. Debate something that happened though. That's what I don't understand
about debate. They're basically saying that I don't know what I'm talking about because they don't agree with it. They don't actually have anything to back it up with. So I'm saying no balls. Just like any Marine would say, no balls. Bring it on. All right. So
I got two things. I got two things to say. One is we didn't. Well, okay, a couple of things. We never gave any of our children cell phones, which at the time were not smartphones. They weren't until they were 13 and older, and it was about a being in touch, being able to call home. You're at school, something happens. This, that, and the other. And then it became, now we can talk to all of our friends. And now then it was all texting and whatever. But this, I'm sorry, I forget your name, young man, in the way.
How old are you, sister?
I am 53. But
I'm 54. Me and you are exactly the same.
I know, right? But zero of my kids are sitting there with their phones or ever have been sitting there with their phones while I was trying to have a conversation with them. Absolutely zero.
You mentioned something interesting to me about them being able to contact you if something happened in school, right? But
or school. I mean, stay after school.
Whatever. Before then, right? For millions of years, we did just fine without it.
Oh, I know. I did.
We did just. There was never ever a reason to give children phones ever.
Well, you know what? You
wait till they get a job and buy their own. That's when they get a fucking phone.
Okay, but
and if they live in your house, not even then.
What made
my rule was you get a phone when you leave this motherfucker.
When you can pay for it, you get your phone. That's what I told my boys.
Dude, how about this though? This is what scares me.
Columbine changed schools allowing students to have phones.
Oh yeah.
Third graders and younger in my school district here have phones. That's what's scary. Third grade and younger have phones.
The big outlying, not the thing that wasn't hardly ever happening, ever. And now, everybody needs a phone. Everybody needs a phone just in case you need to, get out. Like the
your child today in 2024 can push a button and see Megan Thee Stallion twerking with a fucking presidential candidate.
Well, look what real.
Oh my God! What was that, dude? What the fuck was that?
Listen to this. I want to talk to his sister that's my age.
I was like,
listen. If we get our hands on a time machine, let's take a trip back to 1984 when we're in 11th grade, and let's tell everybody in our class, hey, we just came from the future, and there's someone shaking their ass on stage to rap music with a presidential candidate. They'll lock us up. They'll put us in a rubber room, and you know it.
And you didn't even have to be in the room to see it.
Men going into women's bathrooms.
Yeah.
No, men boxing women.
Trump isn't presidential because he doesn't twerk. Okay.
Men boxing women in the Olympics and everyone cheering for them.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. My childhood hero, right? My childhood hero. First white man to beat all the niggas in track and field ever.
Became woman.
Became woman of the year.
Yeah.
He was only one for 9 months, bro. Dude, the best part of him, though, he killed 2 people that year.
Yeah.
2.
Yep.
He ran over 2 people and he still got woman of the year.
I have another thing to say, though, that just like there was this great big change from my dad's generation to us, my daughter, I have 2 grandchildren, a third one on the way. My daughter has a 3-year-old and a 1.5-year-old that have never, and I mean never, watched television. They have never. They are outside.
Yeah.
They are moving their body around, playing, getting exhausted. They have each other to play with. They have friends that are my daughter's friends with their friend, this woman, and she's got these kids that, multiple ages and stages, and they've got toys to play with. The kind of toys they have to play with are not electronic toys.
Oh, we had the best toys, dude. We had the best toys.
Yeah, it was
Transformers were made out of imagination. Metal. You remember that? Transformers were made out of metal, dude. They were like weapons.
Hey, you know what's sad, yo? The two brothers on the panel with us, right? They're much younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
These two brothers they've never had a sniff of a half decent world whatsoever. They are post
how old are they?
Rodney King and all that kind of shit. They were small toddlers and stuff. You know what I mean? By the time they were thinking teenagers and ready to fuck and all that, everything was already in hell. They had phones and people were wearing their pants with their ass out.
Yeah.
It was already hell before they got a chance to even develop their fucking
Chaotic.
brain.
What's your age, man?
I'm 39.
There you go.
Right.
Poor guy.
There you go.
The world's been fucked, man.
You can do the math. In the year 2000, when the towers hit, he was what?
I was in I think 2001. I was in 10th grade. I was in homeroom.
You've never seen a good planet. Not in the 70s. It looked like we were going somewhere, yo. It looked like it was hope, and then all of a sudden, bam.
I was doing winter training in Bridgeport, California. Mountain training. It still got cold as fuck at night. When the towers got hit, and he's not lying, man. Like everything changed after that. Everything. I mean, you might not have seen it like all like overnight, but like for instance, a guy like me that travels a lot, the airports, dude. I could get to an airport inside the airport in 15 minutes.
What? There was a time when you could go to the airport in Philly randomly and just decide on random. Okay, I want to go to Miami real quick.
Yeah.
Bam! Jump on a plane. You're on the plane in 15 minutes, and go to Miami. Get a half a kilo of cocaine. Put it in your pocket. Get on the plane and come home.
Dude, I bought a sword. Dude, I literally took a sword. I bought a sword in California. Okay, it was a 3.5 foot long sword. It was a rapier. Okay, I put it in my bag, showed it to the lady at the airport, and put that bitch on the plane. Okay, like
I'm not even kidding you. You could get on the plane with bomb materials back in the 80s.
Dude, they didn't give a fuck, bro.
Nobody
can't even bring a bottle of water on a plane now.
No, yeah. What is it like? You gotta have like 2 ounces or some shit. Yeah.
Oh, you can bring water on the airplane if you bought the water after you went through security in the airport.
Can I ask the panel a question real quick? I know this is gonna suck. Okay, this is gonna blow.
Let's do it.
All right, you ready? This is gonna suck. All right.
Oh.
What is a woman?
Hey, hey,
come on,
a human with a vagina.
Okay.
No.
Period.
No.
Born with the vagina. Born with the vagina.
Born with the vagina. Born with a uterus. Born with
fallopian tubes.
Fallopian tubes and a certain amount of
mammary glands
and a certain amount of eggs.
Can we all agree that men can't? Can we all agree with that?
A woman is a human that can produce milk. Period. End of story.
Okay. All right. Because apparently I have to ask that now because it's really confusing to people.
Yeah.
I mean, dude,
Yeah,
I asked this
They'll define it
67-year-old
with
man.
the woman word in the definition. Well, it's a woman. It's a woman who
It's a
feels like they're a
person that
woman. I'm like,
identifies
that's
as
not
a
what the
woman.
definition
No.
is.
You can't use the word in the definition to define the word.
Okay. A buddy of mine, a ranger buddy of mine, his parents live in Austin. Okay, shit you not. This is a phone conversation I had 3 weeks ago. We're on speakerphone. They've known me for years. Okay, and I've got him on speakerphone. His mom's in the room. His sisters are in the room. Dad's right there. And I'm like, hey, you guys live in Austin, And I was talking to my buddy, and I'm like, how woke are they? He's like, dude, pretty woke. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's play a game with you. All right. So he puts me on speakerphone. I give 2 fucks. I don't give a shit. Okay. And I say, hey, Pop, because I've known him forever. I go, what is a woman? I shit you not. This 67 fucking year old man that has 3 fucking kids and has been married to the same woman for over 40 fucking years goes, well, Vincent, that's a very hard question to answer. It's very complicated and it's full with nuances. And I'm just like, I've known this guy for almost 2 decades. Okay.
I mean,
I'm like, what
we
the
might
fuck?
Complicated.
Okay, we might be mysterious and we might be complicated and we might be bitches. But what's a woman isn't
It
complicated.
ain't hard, man. It ain't
It
hard.
ain't hard. It isn't
It
hard.
had been hard for 3,000 years. It ain't
No.
hard now. There's
And what-
something hard that goes inside of a woman's vagina.
Oh,
Well,
shit.
All right? But it ain't hard to tell you what that is.
Yeah,
It ain't hard to tell you.
That goes back to what this whole conversation we had earlier about the control dynamic.
Yes.
This is what they do to a society that was on the pedestal of where we're at. They got to take out the man.
Mhm.
They got to divide. They got to confuse a population younger than them so that
Well,
they
there's-
don't know what a woman is, when a man can get pregnant. Then you divide by race,
Yep.
where
It's
the
all
black man's got to get his way because the white man's had his way too long. That's where we're at. That you divide a nation and crumble it when you start dividing by race and sex, and then everything else comes in. The education system, everything gets divided against each other. Everybody's fighting each other instead of just being Americans, and that's how you divide a nation and take it over.
Okay, well, can I have
go
something
ahead.
to say though?
Yeah.
I always grew up knowing, though, and you can correct me wrong because a lot of you seem to know a lot more about the international part of the world than I do. But I was told we have our problems here because we're quote unquote a melting pot. We have so many races, we have so many people that are different cultures and whatnot, trying to intermingle and live together. Now, in the rest of the world, anywhere there's problems within a country, or a country next door to another country, it has to do with they'll fight over religion. They're homogeneous, in the sense that they're all the same. They're all the same, but they will fight over differences in religion. Here, it's because we've got everybody of every different race and every different religion, and there's always going to be conflict here.
Yep.
And quite frankly, I mean, I remember trying to discuss this with my nephew who lived with us for a while. He had no idea about that slavery was not just something that started in the south of
Most people don't.
the southern states of America. And he didn't know about slave trades. He didn't know that other countries did, and other races did that too. And he would just constantly, he's a millennial. I mean, well, he's at the very end of the millennial. And he would always constantly just tell me how bad America was terrible. America was terrible. America was terrible. America was terrible. I'm like, tell me one other fucking country. Tell me one.
Yeah.
You go find out look on the internet that you're so staring at all the time. Do your research. Find yourself somewhere where you are freer. Find yourself somewhere where they're not gonna.
Where you can say what you're
no matter
saying.
what. Say whatever you want. Hell, you want to say.
So,
you can be gay and not be killed.
Yeah.
All of you alphabet soup people, why don't you go over to Iran for a couple months? Let's see how you do.
I'm a millennial, and I was born in '87, and I grew up in that kind of like we were the mock generation. Like we were weak, couldn't do anything but be all this new half tech, half not tech stuff. And now we're one of the generations tasked with kind of fixing everything, along with Gen X. And you're seeing a millennial conservative push because more people my age group are getting married. They're having kids. They don't want any part of the once liberal association they had to begin with when they came out of college. So you're seeing it reverse, where you're seeing Gen Z and younger staying single. The idea of having kids is not a thing for them. They don't want to get married. They don't even know what a woman is. They don't know who they are.
Oh, look at OnlyFans, bro.
Yeah.
It's all by design.
Exactly. It's
All
too
by design.
easy, too accessible to have that kind of filth at your fingertips. Why would you ever be in a relationship then? Not to mention they've been told that marriage is terrible and the family is terrible. That's how you get an entire generation to believe the crap that we're believing now.
I've got a son. I do have one son who absolutely refuses. Says he's never ever getting married. Why would he ever? Why would he ever get married? Wait.
None.
He says, why should? And he's making over $100,000 a year by himself right now at 29. He works from home. He can work anywhere in this country and still, remote. Why? In his opinion, I divorcing their father. I ruined him about marriage, and the one girlfriend he's ever had, her breaking up with him and doing what she did ruined trust. And he said, now why would I ever trust someone, a woman, because when she could marry her, and then she could take half of every single thing I have.
Damn.
And
An experience
and I-
is far
and
when
I-
it's negative to get over. I get it.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm like, dude, generational trauma. I get it. Okay. But like, I'm sorry I divorced your dad, but you deal with your own shit about why that affects you and why that bothers you and the women that you see or that are your age that would be your potential mates and whatever. Women my age are not.
Right.
It took a lot before I divorced their dad.
Any of y'all got teenagers?
Pre-teens. I got 10 and 12.
No, I've got
I have a theory. I have another theory too, right? Because all my life I noticed that I used to see pregnant teens and pregnant young women by the thousands everywhere I went in the world, my whole life. But in the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, I don't think I've seen one pregnant teen or pregnant young person.
Nope.
Do you understand that mathematically, right? The way American business goes and the growth and all of that.
We need a certain amount. Yep.
You need human beings to be born for these businesses, not only to grow, but to continue operating.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
if these kids continue this trend, I'm talking about for another 5 years, they will reset the world.
You look at what happens in Japan. They're becoming an aging population, and they're not reproducing at the rate they used to.
Dude, they have cities over there without human beings in them.
They are collapsing as an economy because they're not reproducing.
If they don't start
at the level
fucking, they will destroy all of us.
They've actually started now paying foreigners, specifically white foreigners. Doesn't matter what country you're from. You just have to be, Anglo-Saxon. They're actually paying them to come over there to impregnate their women. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Well, the problem, I think, from what I understood, was the women were like, "Fuck this shit, we're working."
Yeah. Well, I think it comes down to, and I know that Ty and others have mentioned this.
They
reasons.
They stay in the workforce. They're like, you know what? We don't need a man. We can do this ourselves.
It's actually not that. That does happen, but that's not really why. There's two main factors. One of the largest populations of gay men come from Japan, and really? One of the largest issues that they have in Japan is that there's now 3 women for every 1 man.
Ooh, yeah.
So it basically becomes this, unless they're going to start harems, which I'm not saying harems are bad. I'm not saying harems are good, but unless they're going to start harems, which has been known to actually be beneficial for the Japanese culture. That's happened before. But unless they're going to start doing harems, they're SOL. And the problem with the women, majority of them, is that now with the access to social media and dating sites, they're seeing men out there that won't treat them like a piece of property, basically. Okay, so because the average American male, as much shit as the OnlyFans girls try to talk about us, the average American male, it doesn't matter what his race is, we treat women better on average than almost any country, like period. Okay, we're nice to them, we let them do what they want, we open the doors for them, we're chivalrous. Okay, I mean we're pretty lenient with our women and what we allow them to do.
We give up our fucking seats, man. They don't do that anywhere else.
Yeah, they don't do that anywhere else. So the Japanese man is the exact opposite. Japanese man is incredibly disciplined. He's incredibly strict on his women. I mean, if you watch some of the videos of them, I mean, it's like coming home to a woman that doesn't really have any choice in what she's doing. Okay, I'm not saying the Japanese culture is bad.
Yeah, there's no emotional connection. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
she kind of understands and doesn't complain about it either.
No, she does not. But she knows that she can't.
Well, she's also taking care of his parents because they live generational like that too.
Yeah.
That's often the case also.
It does happen, not as much as it used to. If you go to more of a royal Japan, yes, but in the city, not so much.
Oh,
in the city, it's work.
When I had my mother living here with me, the majority of people that ever came up to me and complimented me for taking my mother into my home when she was sick and taking her to her doctor's appointment, having her live with me, and taking that on as something that you take on as a responsibility as an adult child.
Yep,
we're Asian people.
Yeah, no, I mean the Asian culture is. Yeah, I mean,
and so they've got them living with them. I was on a random live at 5 a.m. in my backyard. Whoever wanted to show up showed up. A young man who was 34 years old from Malaysia, and another young man from Pakistan. And the man from Malaysia said, that he had he had his why he wanted to know why Americans kicked their kids out at 18. I said, well, first of all, I can't say that we kicked them out. It is an age of majority here. They have a lot more their legal rights technically at that age. Does that mean they're smart enough? Does that mean they have the means to take care of themselves?
Yeah, it's
or
not
anything
absolute,
else?
but yeah, it's generally
Absolutely,
the-
absolutely. But that's what they
Mhm.
see. And he
Yeah.
said, because over here, he goes, I got my mama, my daddy, my grandma, my grandpa, and they're lucky and sometimes a great grandma or grandpa, and
Yeah.
an auntie
Yeah.
because she lost her husband, she's moved into.
Yeah.
And then that young man from Pakistan, he was 34 years old.
Hmm.
He goes down, shh, don't tell nobody. He goes, I'm not supposed to have a girlfriend because that's supposed to be taken care. That's supposed to be taken care of by my. That's supposed to be taken care of by my parents. He
The
goes,
arranged marriage
yes,
thing. Yeah.
but
yeah.
don't tell nobody. He goes, but I do. I said, okay, I keep your secret over here in my backyard in Illinois, outside of Chicago. But and so I'm 34 years old. It was like he was whispering it to me, like telling me a secret. Don't tell
want to make his mom mad. You don't want to make his mom mad. Yeah.
I wanted to highlight Snowflake's comment up above there about.
I know you've been reading that too, huh? You've been reading that too, right?
So, and that's a good point because
which one?
With the feminist push for birth control, abortion, college before
This
marriage,
one?
and the marriage falling. Yeah. So marriage has become like a second thought in a worst case scenario. Like, I don't want to get married; it's too expensive, and I don't like the other person I want to live with. Why can't we just be roommates and whatever? And college is still like, hey, you can't do anything without a 4-year degree. I have a 2-year degree, and I've worked about a dozen jobs that didn't require a degree.
Yeah.
And
well,
so
a dozen jobs
this
is
feminist
different too.
push, like birth control, abortion, the toxic man thing, that's driven away the whole culture of a healthy marriage. There's no respect for the traditional marriage and the fruit that marriage provides. The first commandment was be fruitful and multiply. That was God's command to Adam and Eve. That was the whole purpose of marriage, to be fruitful and multiply. Now, yes, it has more of a population of the earth too, but that was the first original command: be fruitful and multiply. That was God's covenant between man and woman to bless that togetherness. We have seen a cultural rot of the institution of marriage as a whole. And that's why you're seeing the decline.
And a cultural rot of who's the head of the household.
Yes, because both want to compete to be the head of the household.
Who's the protector? I know what my role was. I've worked 2 years in my life. 2 years.
And you weren't denigrated from it, right? You were, the men were the provider, protector, and the priest of the household.
The only 2 years I ever worked in my life is because I was single between marriages. I have been a stay-at-home mom.
I was just about to say, Snowflake, that is key right there. Dude, Snowflake just dropped the bomb. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Snowflake. And a woman said it.
Be a boss babes. Yeah, see, I was told I could be whatever I wanted. But
which is bullshit.
Okay, well, no. I could have been. I could have.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Could you be a bricklayer?
No.
Could you work in the coal mine?
No. Come on.
Could you go on the NFL?
Okay,
play
but that's not
running back. No, you
can't.
Whoa.
Within the constraints of a very traditional.
Son, I know you're a paraplegic, but you can be a basketball player. I swear.
Dude, okay, whatever I could set my mind to and succeed at, I could be, okay? But you know what? I've always wanted to be I thought I wanted to be a lawyer for a while. I've had a million people say you'd be because I have a very don't interrupt me.
Okay.
I have a very medically fragile child at home. I could be a nurse. I could be a fucking doctor. I have people ask me if I'm in the medical position.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And not that I would want to be, because it's nothing I'd ever want to do. Have I fought with the school district like a boss bitch? Have I? Yes, I absolutely have, in defense of my child for special ed. Okay. So, being a stay-at-home mom gave me a little of every single thing that I might have ever.
By the way, thank you for that. Thank you. Seriously.
But it gave me a little bit of anything I ever thought I might want to do outside of staying home.
Okay, but my only point was this, because you said this, and I believe you said it too, but the concept that's going on right now is that men and women are completely the same. That's what I'm talking about. They're not. They're not the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I will get behind my husband. I'll get in front of my children, but I will
Like,
get behind my husband.
There's okay, and again, like something that I try to explain to people that makes this argument just go away immediately is it's something called the fireman's carry. Does anybody know what the fireman's carry is?
Yep.
The military carry, not the fireman's fireman carry, but the military fireman's carry. Does anybody know what it is? Anybody?
The military? No.
Okay. You literally have to pick a person up and throw him over your back.
Yeah. Okay.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you
Okay?
mean. Yeah.
And it's a specific technique. Okay. So basically, the way I describe it to people is, okay, you can do whatever you want, right? Mommy rose you up. You're a boss, babe. You don't need no man. Hashtag kill all men, right? Okay.
No,
here we go. Here we go. Now I'm just talking about these women that we're speaking of, not you. Yeah. Okay. So I asked them. I said, okay, there's a guy. He's missing his foot. He weighs 230 pounds. He's got 115 pounds of gear on him. You got to pick him up in a fireman's carry. You weigh 110 pounds. Do it.
And you got to run how far with him too?
To the helicopter, however far it is.
Right.
To the evac. Okay. Do it. And then they give me this look like, well, that's different. It's like, no, it's not. Okay. That's literally what you just said. You said I can do anything that a man can do. Okay.
No.
Well, why don't you go sit out and go lay bricks for 12 hours?
Yeah. I'm very, very, I don't want a fireman or a paramedic coming to my house that is a female that got that job because they lowered the requirements in order to have a female in that firehouse.
I mean, if they're going to lower the requirements, that's
don't be lowering the requirements.
Don't lower that requirements.
Don't lower the requirements.
Now that being said, though, I have trained women that are 6 foot 200 pounds.
Yeah, great.
Okay, and you know what? You don't want to get hit by her. She will knock you the fuck out. All right, but she's 6 foot and 200.
Yes,
fucking pounds.
there's a difference between physically able to do it and training to do it, and then you have the DEI mess of the Secret Service. We have Melissa McCarthy guarding the president, who's 5'4.5" and 250. That's not physically fit. There's a huge difference in women who train physically and are able to do it versus what's going on now.
Dude, she was like a round ball. She was.
There's no way she's federally able to.
Well, why do we have police? Why do we have police that
bounce that bitch off a wall, dude? Like what the fuck?
Why do we have policemen that have bellies over their belts?
No, good point. They can't go. I tell everybody, hey, if you're gonna be a cop, walk up 3 flights of stairs. Let me see what happens afterwards.
No,
there are federal requirements that are different, and they test yearly at the federal level. It should be a federal standard, and how I think they're lowering it for men and women in the Secret Service.
Yeah, well, and when it comes to police, I don't know that there's ever been the same kind of requirements when it comes to them versus firemen and
and the protectee doesn't change. Exactly. So physically, you can't change the standards for the agents because the protectee doesn't change.
I forget when it was. The commandant of the Marine Corps. The commandant is like a 5-star general in the Army. The commandant is the big honcho.
And women.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So he came out and they were trying to get him in a gotcha moment. This interview was, I think, a couple years ago. They're trying to get him a gotcha moment and saying, why he won't allow women, to do certain things. And he's like, look, this is very basic and simple. Because they asked him to lower the standards for the Marine infantry. And he said, as of today, this is a long time ago. I don't know how many it is today. So nobody out there gotcha me on this. I don't know what the exact number is now. All right. But at that time, only 11 women had actually made it through the ITB, which is infantry training battalion. Okay. So he said, and that's the way it's going to stay. He goes, because the moment that I lower my standards for anyone to get through, we weaken the military. Period. End of discussion. So that's a trickle down effect. So if we weaken the fire departments or lower, let's say we start lowering the standards for becoming a doctor, we're going to raise the death that happens in hospitals.
Unfortunately, they have.
Well, they have.
Well, and not to mention that
makes perfect sense in today's world. I mean,
well, and just from an economic standpoint, I don't know how many doctor's offices I've been to that I can't get proper medication updates and things like that for my child because a nurse has to do that. But in this whole entire floor of 6 pediatric subspecialists, ain't not a damn one of them but one sitting in a glass office, a nurse, and they can't. Nobody but her can change stuff in the computer. For medication. Well, then you know what? Don't hand me this fucking piece of paper that then when he goes inpatient, y'all going to give him all the wrong stuff. so you got to stand there by your kid all the time.
Yeah.
No, from money drives a lot of that too. A lot of it.
I mean,
and you're being roomed. When you go to a hospital, you go to a doctor's office, you are not, odds are you are not being roomed or take your medical history or any of that other bullshit. Vitals, even your fucking vitals are not being taken by nurses.
Okay, let me ask this though. Let me ask this question. This is a question that's been bugging me for a very long time. Okay, and I mean, my voice is changing. You see how worried I am. How far are they going to go? And you know what I'm asking. You know what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
How far is this going to go? Like, is it going to be to the point to where I'm pushing my 5-year-old daughter in a bathroom with a full-grown men and there's nothing I can do about it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Is that where it's going? And I won't even be able to tell him to, hey, please, sir, let my daughter.
I think
use
the bigger question is how long are we gonna let it happen?
Yeah, that's it.
Keep going.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it.
It's the same thing with COVID. How long do we let them keep telling us? 2 weeks to slow this curve.
So
2 weeks,
why are
2 more weeks.
Republicans being pussies, dude? Why did it take them so long?
Well, it's not a right or left thing. It's just it's a people thing. Like, how long are we gonna let them do things?
I don't know.
So
dude.
check this out. In reality, if you have people that's not scared, what I don't understand a lot of times is that why do people seem to want to wait and seem like they need to hear from our so-called leaders before we do anything?
Right.
So I can tell you this right now, up here in Chicago, if a man walks into a little girl's bathroom, it doesn't happen.
Nope.
You want to know why? Because they will beat his bricks off, and by the time the police are called or even show up, nobody's seen nothing. No, I mean, this is happening in Walmart's up there. This is happening in different stores up there. So the only ones that we hear about this, and I'm not trying to say that these people are attention seeking or anything like that. I'm not saying that. But we only hear about it because somebody recorded it and they rather uploaded it. If they would have just not even turned their phones on, called their boyfriend, hey, come here, look at this man in this bathroom. Dudes them coming in, walk, dude unconscious. The men walk out of the bathroom, they're like, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Somebody gonna say, hey, I don't know what happened, but I was in the bathroom and these guys came in here and jumped me. Well, why? I was just in here. And I was in it. Was a little girl in here? Yeah, but I didn't do anything to her. So why would they be? I'm telling you, this happens all the time, but it don't get reported. Want to know why? Because what they do, they want to keep it out of the news. They want to keep it out of the media that people are beating these men up that's in these women bathrooms. Because what it's going to do, it will have the adverse effect. There will be no sympathy for them. There will be no sympathy for the so-called trans. It'd be more like all these men, like, wait a minute, there was no arrest. No, oh shoot, okay, it's on now. They don't want that to happen, but it is happening. So I don't.
So we have all gender bathrooms, and you know, if you can use it, if there's the male symbol, the female symbol, the family symbol, and it's one person, very large, like single use. Bathroom.
Well, and I think that's that some places and some businesses here in Illinois have skated around that.
But
you made it look like it was an all gender just to skate by the rules as much as possible. The small town I live in, the newly built bar and distribution brewery here, they fought the bathroom law and they said absolutely not, we don't really care. So whether they just have like a short symbol of like anybody can use it, that's literally the minimum what they're doing. I think if you go to ISU or
it's the same thing,
campuses, they're going to include all the language, all gender bathroom, whatever. But most,
it better be a single person bathroom where nobody else can get in.
Okay,
the door locked.
You notice that there's always a push for. You notice this one I don't get. And this what should be kind of people need to be taken into consideration is that why is it that when it comes to things like that, it's the men fighting to get into these women's spaces? I don't see no women. You don't see any women trying.
Don't get me started on the percentages, dude. I know the percentages.
Women trying their hardest to get into a men's locker room.
Yeah,
because guess what? If a woman goes into a man's locker room when men are all in there naked and she come in there with her parts and she even try to act butch, them men just look at that and say, "I will smash." That they don't care. You can try to be, hey, what's up with y'all? How y'all? Them men gonna look at you and be like, I will. Girl,
well, okay.
You gonna hear all kind of. Acting like a woman, acting like a man with all your woman parts, and see if these men gonna sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm not.
See, that's also part of the problem, though, is stuff like that is considered funny. A lot of it's just laughed, right? A lot of it's just laughed. But if that were to happen in real life, not a single one of those guys. I'm generalizing. Not a single one of those guys or anyone would report her walking in there doing it. But one guy walks into a woman's bathroom.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody knows. One guy walks into a locker room. Everybody knows. Okay.
One guy is
So-
one guy is more of a threat to a group of women.
But it's still
than
wrong.
one
and
woman is.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not
He's
talking
right.
about that.
It's
I'm not
still
talking
the
about the
same-
threat level.
It's still the same premise.
It's still the same-
wrong
yeah,
for
it's
women to
still wrong
go
to do.
into a
No one's gonna
locker room
call her
full of
out.
dudes.
Yeah, no one's gonna
Now-
call out and say, "Oh my god, dude, I played football in high school." All right, and I tell you what, if a chick or a teacher would have walked in our bathroom, hell would have broken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But today we have interviewers going inside of the football players' locker rooms. They're
Yes.
females.
Yes.
Okay. Like right after a game, there's dudes walking around butt ass naked. No one says anything.
Yeah.
Now, with that same thing that I was mentioning, now check this out. When I said about the women going into the men's locker room, I truly believe that if it was, like for example, where we hearing about the Planet Fitness and everything, it was a little girl that was in there with this man being in there.
God, Planet
now, if there are
Fitness,
some
dude.
men,
Oh my God.
there are some men in the locker room, and a little girl walks in there, those men most likely be like, "Hey, get out of here!" They're going, "What are you doing here? You lost?" I doubt men gonna be like, "Well, if she thinks she's a young man, then unless they're sick."
Dude,
Yeah.
okay, but Planet Fitness has the universal bathroom, the universal locker room, where any dude, any chick, any child can walk in and take a shower and get undressed.
That's insane.
I went in there for I had a massage appointment from one of the muscle workers. All right, I had a kink in my arm, so I go in there to change. I didn't know. I'd never been to a Planet Fitness before. Some chick walks out of the bathroom, and I'm like ducking. You should see me. I was on the ground, like fire crawling out of that motherfucker. I thought I was in the wrong room. No,
Yeah.
it's a communal fucking dressing area. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
It's
Okay, what the fuck? I'm like covering my eyes, trying to get out of that room, dude. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is not happening. Okay, like no.
Well, like what
dude.
you said earlier about women, a woman walks into a guy's locker room. There's these Joann's fabric stores. They've got these. They changed some of the bathrooms because the new law, right? So I was in there with my wife that day,
Haven't heard
and
Joann's
they had
forever, dude.
yeah, I know, right?
So okay. Yeah.
Here in the Bloomington Normal area, the newer ones, they have the new bathroom law where you got to make something unicorn friendly or whatever. They have a women's bathroom, and then they have a either or with just the toilet and the sink. But I was like, where's the dude bathroom? Just a dude. It's just like a single toilet and.
So
sink.
y'all are gonna have to deal with
So
it.
there's a women's separate one,
We-
and then there's a
we
weird
don't.
both. I'm like,
yeah, we
okay,
we don't have to, but y'all are gonna have to.
yeah.
Whether you like it or not.
You don't have to deal with the weirdos, just us. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
This shit crazy as hell.
but, okay, but also let's be real about this. Okay, let's be honest. We got 5 guys on the planet. We can be real. Okay, guys don't give a fuck. We're not gonna bitch. We're not gonna. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me be clear on this.
It was still a single bathroom, but
baby
stands,
boymen will whine and complain about every little thing. Okay, they'll stub their toe or whatever, and they'll bitch about it. But men, dude, generally speaking, we just don't complain. We'll point something out when it's really wrong, but something like that, we're just gonna shake it off. It's not a big deal. It's not, whatever. Okay.
I think I had more of an issue. It was like it was a multi-use bathroom, but it was a single lock and closed bathroom. So it's just a multi-use, whatever. It's to appease the
how
law
many men are gonna
locally.
go in? But how many men are gonna go in there and say something? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
they're just not, dude.
it's that minimum aspect of I need to do what the law says.
But one Karen goes into a Starbucks and she doesn't get her soy milk and her fucking latte, and the entire internet is gonna fucking know that bitch is unhappy. Okay, she'll have 100,000 fucking likes on her video in a week because she didn't get fucking soy milk and her goddamn cinnamon frappe. Okay,
and if she was white and good looking, it would be even more likes.
I mean, dude, I don't. You know what though? Honestly, I don't know, because it used to be that way, but now, if you're on OnlyFans,
you get the hungry hippos, get the likes.
Yeah, or if you've got an Instagram and you've got a following,
it's the attention. That's all they crave.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. I mean, look at the gym girls that go in there specifically to set their phone up. They're not wearing underwear. They're wearing the yoga pants that literally spreads their ass open.
Oh.
Okay, it's not like a typical yoga pants. They're made specifically to spread their ass open.
It's the butt lifting ones that show every detail.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like you got a chick bent over doggy style. That's what it looks like. All right. And they're doing these like sexual movements on camera, trying to get guys to look at them.
Yeah.
So they
and
can
then
call them feral online.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't even matter anymore, like what the chick looks like or whether she's white or black. I really don't think that's an issue anymore when it comes to like
Well,
them
that's
just
tough.
complaining. Yeah, just complaining. Like they just get clicks. It's clickbait. Oh my God, this guy looked at me today in the gym for like 0.7 seconds. He made me feel like such a piece of meat. Now I have to go underwearless in my yoga pants in the grocery store in front of children. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, dude.
I remember when my daughter was younger and shorter shorts became a thing, and she was just at that age where it was, so okay to wear shorter shorts. And I never liked the really short shorts. I would never buy those for
Daisy
her.
Dukes? You didn't wear Daisy Dukes?
No, but when they were out and she wanted them because all her friends had them or whatever else, but I did not buy those. But what I did buy for my daughter, we went to visit my dad and my stepmom where they were, and my stepmom turned around, took one look at what my daughter was wearing and said, "Do you want to get raped?" I said, I beg your pardon? First of all, I go out of the way to make sure she's not wearing, worse than this. And what she's wearing is fine. And quite frankly, it's also up to a man to control himself.
Well, that's what makes
Now I want to add something to that.
That's the difference between a psychopath and a man.
Yeah, but she was with a group
sex
of
offender.
She was
just a guy that doesn't have
yeah,
discipline.
but she was with a group of us. What that was like that old mentality that it's her fault because she dressed that way. Because she wore a skirt. That was the old mentality. It was automatically her fault.
Right.
She had something to do with it.
Chaotic. That is absolutely correct, dude. I know you're not talking. But
I was just about to say that.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, well, look at Red Pill. Look at Red Pill and Passport Bros. They're already doing it. It's already happening. I mean, what's the stat? Guys between the ages of 18 and 30 are either 33% of them are either a virgin or have never touched a woman.
Do you really?
And then there's another stat: 63% of the remaining men have either. These are single men. Okay, men that aren't married. Okay, they've either refused to be in a relationship. Okay, and they've become celibate. It's insane, dude. It's like, what the hell's going on? You know,
chaotic truth, and you do that because of what she might say happened.
Oh, absolutely. I've been listening to you guys, and the older I've gotten, the more I realize that society, we've gone down a very, very tragic rabbit hole. For example, there was a woman that went viral about 2 years ago. I did a video about her. She was at the gym. She was working out really fucking stupid. Like, she's dressed half naked. And then people are looking at her and she said, "What? You have a problem looking at me?" Oh. And I don't know if anybody saw this video. And I did a video on it because I've been in situations where women are dressed scantily clad, drunk, acting a fool. And then when men are looking in front of everybody, they'll say, "What? Why are you looking at me? What? You can't look anywhere else." And it's like she's doing it for attention. Then she's also doing it to pretty much be a victim, essentially. So the older I've gotten, I literally avoid, like if it's an elevator and a woman happens to get on, if she's not really an older woman, I'll walk right off.
It's pretty sad. We get to the point where we can't trust anybody.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because like I said, society. Because like one thing about liberals, and I said this earlier when I was blacking out, when I was a little bit tipsier. Liberals, their brains don't work right and function right, so they don't operate on law and order. They don't operate on investigations and trials. So a liberal can accuse you of something, a liberal female, and it could be a witch hunt towards you. So I avoid a lot of times even speaking to females alone that I don't even know. Like just today, I went to go get some breakfast, and I noticed two girls, younger females, and maybe it was just my imagination, but it was like they were trying to, get my attention at this little breakfast spot. It was like a little vestibule, and I was on my phone, and like they were standing next to me, and I was just completely ignoring them. Now, mind you, it's probably because I look younger. I have no idea, but like a younger dude would have been like, "Yo, what's up, baby? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?" So just so that they could go somewhere and say, "Yeah, them niggas still hollering at us." I completely ignored them. I just don't do it. I don't speak. I don't even speak at all. It's if you're not like
I'm with you,
older,
dude. I'm with you 100%.
yeah.
100%.
And MRN, remember I did a show on this like a long time ago. I even said that when I go to Walmart, which is rare, I don't go to checkout aisles with younger Black females, especially because I'm not going to give you the opportunity to say he was flirting with me.
Women, period. Like unless it's an old lady, unless it's an
old Black lady, old white lady, I'm gonna go to it. But if it, hell no.
But no, young women, no, dude. I don't look at them. I don't make the trick is not to make eye contact. Just don't make eye contact. I know that sounds
y'all want to hear something
horrible.
funny? I haven't dated a woman in the past 20 years unless she was all over me.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Control. I will not even fuck with you,
dude.
Wait. Say that again. I didn't get to hear him. I didn't hear him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Reese, what was that again?
In the last 20 years. Yeah, in the last 20 years.
Dude.
Like, you'll see me flirt with damn near every female YouTuber I'm on the panel with. But in real life, I won't even fuck with a woman unless she is all over.
Hey, Reese.
Now, Reese.
Oh, my fault, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted Reese expound on what you mean by that for the listening audience.
Yeah, that means that she had to say something to me first, call me, come to my house out of her idea,
paper trail,
and literally hold my dick out of my pants. No warming up, kissing on the neck, nothing. If you don't go for my dick, nothing will happen, and you will go home empty-handed. Period.
Hey, Reese,
he was corny.
I won't even smile at him, dude.
Reese, Reese, you know, I got married, but it took me a long time.
Reese, you see the spring?
I swear to you, yo.
Snowflake is trying to Riz, bro. She's trying to Riz. Man.
She don't know who she playing with. She will get fucked.
Hey, Reese, it took me. Hey, Reese.
Hey, he's from Philadelphia. They do it dirty down there. You better realize that, okay?
Hey, Reese.
Just let you know.
Reese, it took me until I was like in my early 30s to realize that I don't listen. If I get invited somewhere, like when I was in my early 30s and women were drunk, like especially Black chicks, I walk right the fuck
back out.
No, hell no. No, because I'm telling you, man. A liberal woman will weaponize sexuality against you.
Dude.
Every chance they get. Yep.
Yeah.
Nah. And if you show a little interest, they'll tell the neighborhood that you're stalking them.
Yeah.
I've seen women do it.
Yeah.
I've seen them do it.
Yeah.
Reese, did you ever hear that story about that bartender I got into it one time with? I didn't get into it with her one time. Man, I had to be like 25, 26, man. I was going to this bar. It was a small little hood bar. Black girl working in there. I'm thinking, just me and her in there. It was a cook. It was a small bar. After work, we're having a good time, tipping her and buying drinks, yada, yada, yada. I come back the next week. This nigga bitch, she's outside with 5 niggas, hood niggas. I walked past her. She said, "Oh, that's the nigga that was harassing me." I was like, "You bitch!" I'm like, why was she? And I'm thinking in my head, why would she lie like that? I'm telling you, man. Hell,
drama is a drug too, dog.
Drama, that's what it is, man.
Okay, here's show my age a little bit. But you guys remember that book we read in high school? What was it called? Sliders or Striders? It was a story about the kids getting into the fight. Oh my god, I'm forgetting. It's got Pony Boy. It's about the basically growing up in the hood type situation, but it was white guys, black guys, Mexicans, everything. And
Missed that one.
West Side? No, it wasn't West Side. It wasn't Pony Boy was the main character.
Nope.
Anyways. All right. So at the end of the book, towards the end of the book, before Pony Boy has the shit kicked out of him, this white guy who hasn't been involved in the story the entire time saves a black girl because she's getting the shit beat out of her. And he saves her. He protects her, keeps her from getting raped. And he takes her home and takes her and drops her off in the ghetto. And as he's dropping her off, he says, "Hey, I'm really sorry what happened." And she gets out of the truck. And she turns to all of her brothers and all of her cousins, all her family there. And and they ask her, "Who did this? Who did this?" And she just turns to the white guy and goes, "He did." All right. So look, and that was written, I think that was written in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, okay. and this is that. Okay, don't come at me because I'm saying this about a woman. I'm just trying to generalize here. Okay, all right. But
generalizations are dangerous, sir.
they are general. But we live in a world of generality, so we have to. But
I'm in the then I've been born in the wrong.
But in the aspect of dating right now, just in the world of dating right now, okay, women have life on super easy mode. It's like playing super easy mode in a video game. It's just that simple. Okay, you could take an ugly fat chick, put her naked in the middle of the road with a sign that says "free pussy," and someone will come and fuck her. It's just that simple. Okay,
Yeah.
so but a guy could be a 9 out of 10. He could have a great job, a great car, and he's gonna be lucky to walk out with a 5. That's just reality. Okay? But that same 5 can go walk in a bikini and get on a yacht without doing anything, without having any clout whatsoever. That's just the reality that we live in. All right?
Well,
So-
I don't like being a female in this world, or
I
don't want to
okay,
be.
okay.
I don't like being a female in that kind of world. I would not want to.
That's the world we live in. That's
Yeah,
the
but
world
There's
we
never
live
been
in.
a better time in history to be a woman than right
Yeah,
now.
never.
I don't
Ever.
want to be a single woman.
Well, okay.
that acts like that.
Let's add on to that statement. Though.
I was
Okay.
born in the wrong century. If that is the way.
Okay. There's never been a better time to live in history to be a woman if you don't want to have discipline. Okay.
Well,
Because the women
sorry.
today just don't have any discipline. It's one of the biggest problems.
Mhm.
And again, I'm talking about generalities. If women in the chat are coming after right now and I'm a sexist pig, I'm sorry. I'm just stating it like it is. Okay.
But if their mothers taught them to have discipline, and their
or their
fathers,
fathers.
taught them to have
Remember,
my
fathers
father.
keep daughters off the
Yes.
poles. Okay.
Yes,
fathers keep daughters off the poles.
Well,
That's the way it works.
fathers also make sure they're end up making sure their daughter, if their father does his job, their daughter marries somebody like their father.
Yes, and that saying that now is a bad thing to say.
Well,
if you say that now, you're like a woman would call you, what is it, a grape apologist or something? They would say you're a part of the patrarchy and you're against all women if you said that.
Yeah,
which is
it's
crazy.
It's an extreme feminist view. Like, I don't need
Yeah.
no man.
I don't
Okay.
know, man. Or hashtag kill all men. Who thought of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The great reset is coming. I'm telling you.
If I were
Nobody
walking
loves
around with a
anybody.
sign, all right, imagine me walking around downtown Austin with a sign that said hashtag kill all fucking women, dude. Yeah, with the fucking this symbol walking up right here. Dude,
You
what
would
do you
have to
think
have several piercings in your face and like colored hair, be
And
real
dress.
fat. You got to be. When you think about it, those women that
If you
say
look like
that,
me,
Those
you gonna
rainbow
get a
Why do they
flags.
all look the same, dude? Why do they?
Yeah.
It looks like they came out of a factory line.
The
man.
rainbow flag is not just a
Dude.
trans pride
Okay,
flag.
okay,
it's like,
okay.
you
Wait,
look like
wait.
Bucky when he got burned by all that stuff in Child's Play 2. Like just
Okay, wait
Oh
a second
yeah,
now.
yeah.
But that's a little bit of a generality too, though. I am a 53-year-old woman with 14 tattoos, 13 piercings, and I'm not some 200.
oh no, you don't look you don't look like what we talking about.
No.
No,
Okay, but
no, you're
but
not even
that's-
close. You're modest compared to these chicks.
Yeah.
You got the glasses,
Yeah.
but you ain't got everything else.
dude, my glasses, what's with my glasses? I get-
Neon blue hair. Yeah.
Oh,
I tell you, a lot of the woke
Yeah.
chicks
I'm
wear
getting
glasses
some,
like that.
yeah,
They're
they
usually
wear glasses
accompanied
like
by a
that.
lumberjack
Okay.
shirt. And
Can
Yeah.
you
No.
guys help me out with something? I'm kind of confused on something that happened recently, like a hot topic, and because I don't watch the news, I stay away from it because it's just trash. So the boxer that was from Italia, that was a man, right?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
then
trying to
why
make
is
excuses.
there an entire group of people saying it wasn't a man?
They're
My
trying to
husband-
excuse it. There's an
My-
XY
No.
chromosomes. I don't know what they're
I'm not
supposed
saying
to
that. I'm not
look
saying
at.
that. I'm not saying that. There are people actually
Yes,
trying to
yes.
say
Yeah.
that it was a biological.
Because
woman.
scientifically, they have this bullshit test that
that they use
measures the amount of
Like-
which chromosome you have, and if you don't
Yeah.
meet a certain amount,
testosterone.
then you're not.
So they're
a
not
man.
saying it was
Yeah.
born with a vagina. They're saying
Some are trying
that
to make
because
that
of
argument,
this
but
Yeah, that's what
test-
Ty's right. Yeah,
Exactly.
they tried to make that a case that yes, she's got everything and just
It's
didn't have
fucking
enough
crazy,
or
dog.
whatever. Yeah. They can argue all they want, but that is a dude.
it's a
he beat
man.
her in 32 seconds, right?
46.
32 seconds.
That is a dude.
She
just
quit
went in
after
there-
2 jabs, dog. She
Yeah,
says she
yeah.
never felt that kind of power ever before.
Yeah. So
Because that's a dude hitting a
And this is a
woman.
champion
That's
that said
why-
this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
Can I
and,
go out
and
into
you've
the
been
street
fighting women
and just start hitting women? Can I do that now? Can I just
I wouldn't
Well,
advise
dress
that. I'm
on,
not
yeah.
legally obligated to advise you to do that, but yeah, you want to go ahead? Sure.
Hey, listen, I walk around with a wig, yo, and the next woman that mouths off to me, I'm going to put that wig on and knock her
Hey,
head off.
dude, equal rights and equal lefts, bro.
Yes,
Hey,
equity.
man.
In the name of equity, you are legally, whatever you want to be.
And the
Today-
application I fill
today
out here,
and tomorrow.
I'm putting transgender on there. I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck.
Hey,
about it.
look.
I want all
Okay.
the perks
All
and
right,
everything.
do you want to know what feminism gets you? Honestly, guys, you know what feminism gets you?
Trouble.
It gets you that woman, and this happened in Philadelphia, so you're gonna know what I'm talking about.
My house.
Unfortunately, that woman on the subway that had 30 people filming her while
Yeah.
one guy was doing what he was doing in that
Yep.
horrible act,
Yep.
and not a single man stepped forward because God forbid if a man defends a woman because she can't defend herself. Okay, but 30 people filmed a woman like some Twilight fucking show getting raped live, and not a single one of them were charged. And if I'm not mistaken, that guy is still at large.
30 years ago, that guy would have been beaten beyond.
He'd have been dead. He'd have been dead.
minced meat. He would have been
Dude.
ground beef, yo.
Dude,
Ground
he wouldn't have made it off the goddamn fucking subcar. He'd have been dead.
Fuck.
In Philadelphia,
There-
he'd have
yeah.
been dead.
What?
Yeah.
Dude,
There
he'd have been
wasn't
dead.
there some argument too that because the country where he's from, like they wouldn't allow trans fighters or whatever. So like this is not a dude because they wouldn't have allowed transgenders in their culture. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to come up with all kind of
All
things
kinds
to try
of
to
shit,
defend
dude.
that
Yeah.
because
You know-
what,
Yeah.
it
you know
what it is that the whole deal with the mockery of the Christianity and everything like that sets some stuff off. The Olympics has the lowest ratings they've ever had,
Yeah.
and it sets some things off. So now they see that a lot of people are catching on to the wokeism that's in it. So you have the Christianity stuff that happened, which put them on blast big time. And now you have it to where now there's this man in there that punched this woman in her face hard, and she quit. And you can just tell all her dreams are crushed. The way she dropped down to her knees, her dad died like a few days before that, whatever like that. All that got taken away from her because they allowed it in there. So it's put a target on them. So now they have to try to come up with something saying, well, which this is true. There are some women that can have excess testosterone, but not to the extent to where this a dude. It's a man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a flat out.
It's a man.
man.
It's a man that
Longer
can't sit
arm
there.
length, more muscle.
It's a guy. And so
is he
what it is
taking the
that they're just
hormones or
trying to
whatever?
they're trying to cover up and backtrack, so to speak, to try to say, well, they were always born a woman. Is just they can't even really explain. It's like, okay, well, look, just pull the pants down. Let us see.
Some wasn't
Like-
quite right.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Wasn't
that's not
there-
a penis. That's just
yeah.
an elongated
Yeah.
clitoris.
Wasn't
That's what
there a-
that is.
Yeah,
was-
yeah.
Yeah.
Hermaphrodite.
Nah.
Yeah. If
Hey,
I
do
were to
y'all know
take
that this
my-
was the whole motive of the Obama administration to do this to the world?
He started it all.
He started it
He
all, doing the
created
bathroom
cancer.
shit. And people forget that. He's the first one. Remember what he tried to do? He tried to just force it. He was like, okay, everyone can go in whatever bathroom now. I'm just going to make it a law. And everyone was like, no, we ain't doing that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Okay? Everyone forgets that. Okay? He's the original border czar. Sorry, motherfuckers. That was him. Okay? He's the one that implemented the fucking laws.
He
Sorry,
built the
guys.
cages, dog.
Yeah.
He built
Yeah.
the cages.
Yeah.
He literally had the fucking
Yeah.
cages built.
It's insane, man.
Dude,
Yeah.
how about this? How about the people? Because it's happening right now. Okay, people are forgetting that Kamala and Biden were going like this in the primaries.
War.
First, dude, it was
War.
like war, dude. Like he was talking so much shit about that fucking woman,
Oh my
and she was
God.
talking so much shit about him.
Called them
Dude,
racist and everything.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
I was
But
one
just
of
forget
those
about it.
little girls on that bus.
Ain't no big deal. That's why.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
why I don't buy that shit. And again, okay, I'm not saying I'm the hugest advocate for Trump, all right, but at the same time, at least I know he loves this country.
What about
you know? like-
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
I mean-
I don't mean his odds. I'm not talking about his
Besides
odds.
the fact that he's pro-choice, I really like the guy. Seriously.
He's
Besides
I
the
don't
fact
give
that
a
he's
fuck about
pro-choice,
anything but $2 gas. That's all that
Yeah.
matters.
Yeah.
The world.
He's
I mean,
kind of a
I mean,
climate
that's
Nazi and all that, but
yeah, I mean, but I mean, he's
Yeah.
he's one of those climate guys too, a little bit, but not anywhere near as bad as some of these other people. I mean, dude,
Yeah,
Biden closed down 3 of the biggest pipelines his first 17 days, and
Yeah.
we're wondering why everything went up. It's like,
yeah. Why is
Well,
everything
dude, you
so
shut-
expensive? Well, that's
Yeah,
because
you-
corporate greed. No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
because we stopped producing the things that make it cheaper.
yeah, just to show everybody to remember, to give you guys a little refresher course of what happened in the first 17 days of office of our illustrious leader. He closed down 3 of the largest pipelines in the country, one of them being the
Pennsylvania.
largest. Okay. Then
Yep.
the very next day after he closed the last one, he started making deals with Russia to buy oil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Make
yes.
it make sense.
Okay.
And
so
to
just
stop
so
the-
everybody remembers that.
Yeah. And
Yep.
to allow the Germans
crazy,
to sell
man.
it to him, and it was fine.
And how
Dude,
many people
he-
actually remember that are voting now? Or that
Probably
it's
none.
not bad. It's
Probably
not bad
none.
enough yet.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh,
They'll turn a blind eye
yeah.
to it because they it's all about them making. See, the thing is, it's all about focus. If they can
Yep.
just keep them
Yep.
focused on what Trump
Mandy, you're right.
is,
You're right,
as
Mandy.
far as his
Yep.
attitude and go, as far as him being, he's mean, mean tweets, bad man. As long as they keep, he's a convicted felon. As long as they can keep their focus on that and not show them anything of the past and the truth of what these people did, then they can run with it. And then you also have a group of people that refuse to see that as well. They know it's there. They just refuse to see it because they don't like him so much and they don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't get. It's one of those deals where, are you in this conversation to try to prove that you're right? Or are you legitimately in the conversation to listen to see if it might be something that you don't know? And most people on that side, they're not trying to listen to the truth. They just don't care.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I'm not
Yep.
voting for him no matter what. He's bad.
Yep.
He's bad. He called
modern-
Roosevelt down bad. He said grab him by the pee. Even
Yeah,
though
yeah.
Kamala Harris did grab a bunch of peas called penises. And
But he didn't actually say grab him by the pee, though. Hey, Modern, real quick, can you highlight what Mr. K just fucking said? Not the we sell oil that we drill,
It's
but
the-
We cannot fight
The
out.
highest
Can
drilling.
you highlight that real quick,
Yeah.
please?
I have no idea who is it again.
Mr.
Mr.
K. Bro,
We cannot
scroll
refine
up.
the oil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oil
scroll up.
drilling is the highest it's ever been. Is that what you
Yeah.
want to talk about?
No. Scroll up. It's,
Oh, okay.
it's
Yeah.
no.
we can't
It-
we
it
can't
says-
refine high.
Yeah, it says we
the
cannot
oil.
refine the oil that we drill. You see that right there? It's just a little bit up.
Well, they're not
So wait.
improving the refineries.
Okay,
That's
okay.
one problem.
Well,
JD
and when
Vance
they-
called Trump Hitler. Wow. Okay. well,
Wait,
that's-
I'm trying to figure out where is it?
It's about
Did-
10 up. It's about 10
Yeah,
up.
there
There it
you
is
go.
right there.
There.
Okay. So let's just address this real quick. I'll be as fast as I possibly can. We get back to our discussion. Okay. Look, we have been refining our own oil for decades. And just to bring a refresher course, because everybody just seems to have a 4-year brain gap. Trump had us independently using our own fossil fuels. We didn't have to use any other countries. And the gas was the cheapest that it ever was, Mr. K. Ever. But obviously, inflation included. Okay.
Well, we're-
Since the 80s, dog. Since the late
Since the
80s.
80s, okay? All right. And we were self-sufficient with our own oil, man. Dude.
Do we
Make it
refine
make
it?
sense.
Refine it here? Do we
Like-
refine it here?
Yeah.
Do we well, yeah, duh. Yes,
So-
we do.
All right. So,
Yeah.
anyways, to kind of piggyback on what Modern said, like there is a bubble, and I do believe in this bubble. Like, to give you a perfect example, if you go to Austin right now, which is a very blue city, if they call it mini San Francisco, just in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you were to sit in a house and watch the news, or watch a television show, or watch a movie, like Sunday night movie, okay, there will be no Republican commercials for a certain period of time,
Oh, I
and they
haven't
will
been-
and they will produce commercials that say things like, Republicans want to take away women's rights to their bodies. Republicans wants to ban
All day
all
long.
abortion. It'll say a bunch of stuff that's a lie, that's not the truth. Okay, and then that's what they're seeing. So, and I'm not trying to defend them in any way, shape, or fashion. I'm not trying to defend the far left. That's not what I'm saying here. But what I am saying is that if you watch this, there's a technical term for it that I can't remember right now. All right, but if you watch this over and over and over and over and over again, it eventually stops being ridiculous, and you start believing stuff
You
that's not
tell
true.
you tell a lie enough times,
It will become the truth. Look at the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Perfect fucking example.
Oh
If I
my
were to-
God.
If I were to ask everyone on the panel right now, okay, to name or at least tell me who did he shoot? Does anybody know? Do you really
Three white
know?
men.
Or, sorry, Kyle. Who did Kyle shoot?
3 white men.
Does everybody agree on that?
That was after he got it kicked in the fucking face.
Okay, I know.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But what I'm asking is, I'm not asking for if he was justified. That's what I'm saying. But for the first 3 weeks after it happened, they said he killed 3 black men.
Yes, they did.
Yo,
Specifically. They said he killed 3 black men that were a part of Black Lives Matter, and that he was a racist, and that he was a trained military individual that went there specifically hunting. They used the fucking word hunting black men.
Yep.
God.
Yes.
Okay. So if you see that for 3 weeks straight, and you
You
don't
believe
ever
that?
bother looking at something. I mean, dude, most people still trust CNN. I know it had Don Lemon and
Well-
a little white gay guy, but they still trust CNN. Okay, they still trust ABC. They still trust MSNBC.
Yo, that's why I said what I said earlier. This is the worst time in history to be white. Y'all are fucked.
Dude. We're, everything we do is under a microscope. Everything we do is under a microscope. Okay?
The guy
Look
on the
at
subway was saving people's lives, and he's doing time now.
Yes, he literally saved people's lives. That dude was walking around screaming, "I am going to murder you," and he had 13 witnesses, and they were still trying to put him in fucking prison.
And he's a Marine.
And he's a Marine.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
All
and
right,
then you had,
guys, it's been a
recently-
pleasure. I'm
listen-
signing off. So
All right.
thanks for letting me hang out, Ty.
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, man?
Later, bro.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
Yeah, man. Thanks, man.
Hey, listen, you just recently had a white dude that really set y'all back 1,000 years.
Uh-oh.
And this piece of shit shot a black woman in the face. Dumb
Uh-oh.
motherfucker. Y'all really fucked now.
What happened? What, I don't know this story.
Oh,
I didn't
man.
hear about this.
Oh, where
That's
was
all
that?
we've been talking about over here in our space.
What did this happen in Philadelphia?
No, this ain't no
No,
woke
this happened,
bullshit either. This
this
dude
happened
really
down the
shouldn't
street
shot
from where
the
I.
chick.
This happened down. When I say down the street, I'm talking about like in the same state. It happened in Springfield.
So some white dude just walked up to a
Springfield?
black
No.
lady and shot her in the face.
He
No.
murdered her in cold blood, yo. He was in her house for some reason, and
Uh-oh.
he shot her in the face 3 times.
Once.
Once.
Yeah.
I got the story wrong.
Well, yeah, and I caught a lot of flack on that because people don't want the truth on that. I showed the video. I sit on the Public Safety Commission and Relations Board, so we get a lot of stuff like this and make decisions on things. I got the video from when that all went down, and a lot of people, it's the same thing what y'all just got done talking about, the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. People roll with the story that the woman never threw the water at the cop and everything like that. Everybody roll with, look at these cops killing black people. I showed the video from the beginning to the end with both police officers' body cam and let people make the decision. People still got pissed off when they seen the truth.
About
Those
which
cops
one?
were
You know why,
very
though?
nice to that woman. They were so nice to her. They even cared about her up to the extent of asking if she needed something for mental health.
Yep.
People showed a video of that woman putting the pot on the stove.
Yep.
When she grabbed it and the cop said,
Drop
he,
that.
when he pulled his gun out, she said,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry. She dropped down. That's all people saw. And then they heard the gunshot go off. They didn't see the rest of the video where the woman actually did grab the pot and throw the
Yep.
water at the cop.
Yeah,
I
they
still
know.
said to
They
myself,
conveniently
it was
cut that part
completely
out.
unjustifiable. I mean, to me, he wasn't close enough to where that water was going to reach him and do any damage to him. But the shooter in the face, I said that was completely unjustifiable. Now, to try to call that a racist, crazy thing like
Yo,
that,
Why does it got
that's
to be
where it got
racist,
me, because that's the
man?
thing. They're trying to make this woman the new George Floyd. She
Yeah.
didn't do anything wrong until she grabbed that pot of water while she was squatted down and tried to throw it at him. But it still did not constitute them to shoot that one. They could have just
But-
backed up, seeing that
but
it was
were
nothing
they-
but a pot of water. The cop even
were-
yelled at her, "Drop the pot, drop the." Can you imagine being a masculine cop and you telling a woman, not a knife, not a bat, not a Molotov, but you telling her, "Drop the pot"? A pot? Like
Did
that's
it have-
really a threat to you?
And,
A pot?
Did
and
it have
she's in,
boiling water in it
Not
though?
only that, before
and
he
she's in
did
the
it,
she's in the
before he
kitchen.
did it, she
She's
said,
in the
I don't-
kitchen.
she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And he
Yes,
said,
she
"You better."
did.
He said, "You better effing not." And then dude said, "I'll shoot you in your effing face." And I mean, it was bad. I
Did
got
it
the
have
video.
boiling water in it? Was it
And
actually?
he was
boiling?
saying, boy, after he shot her, yo, the dude was about to go get a first aid kit. He was like,
And
no,
he told
that
him
was
not
bad
to.
shot.
Yeah, that he ate himself.
That
out.
dude was
well-
cold,
All right,
man.
all right.
Yeah.
All right, back up. Okay, so first off, were the police in the house legally or illegal?
She called them, didn't she?
Yeah, she called them
Oh,
because
okay,
she had
okay. Okay.
She called them because she
So-
said that there was somebody around her house. So when they got there, they did investigation. They walked around the whole block, in fact, and went through backyards and everything. When they
Okay,
came back
okay.
to her, they asked her about a car that was in her driveway. They asked her if the car was hers. She told them at first. She said no. And then they came back later just asking her a few more questions before they left. They were like, "Are you okay? Are you good?" And she was just
Right.
like, "You're just all over the place." And then the cop actually said to her, "Are you okay mentally?"
Mhm.
And she was like, "I don't know. I gotta." And so whatever she said to them, they were just making sure that she was safe. And what I mean by that, it was almost like they were talking to her in a way like, if there's anybody in your house, blink twice, like type deal. They were just talking
Yeah.
to her.
Yeah.
And so what they did, they went inside her house, they looked in the rooms and everything, man. They were being really
Okay.
pleasant and nice to her.
All right.
And I don't know what set this cop off when that woman said,
He just changed.
he flipped. I mean, he did. When she said, "I
So-
rebuke you in the name of Jesus," he was like, "You better effing not." He's like, "No." He said, "What you say?" She said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." He said, "You better effing not. I'll shoot you in your effing face."
But she was about to throw boiling water on him, right?
But
the way he reacted, right? If you would have watched that entire interaction, even when that happened, you wouldn't have expected him to act that way. It's calm.
No,
I'm
no.
just trying to. Oh, by the way, can
Then
you
it
guys
was
tell me what
treating her.
cooning means?
You would have never expected.
It's a new term. What does
Jesus
cooning
Christ.
mean? What does that mean?
Oh,
So-
come
Tap
on.
dancing for the white
Somebody-
man.
Yeah.
Huh?
Tap dancing for the white man.
Well, the
Pandering
reason
to
why
the white man.
the reason why I wrote that is because, in my opinion, I disagree. I believe that that particular cop was rude to her from the very beginning. He was very condescending. He could have easily, if he thought there was a threat, walked back out the door that was literally a half a foot behind him.
Yeah, he didn't have to shoot her, but
He didn't have to
what-
tell her,
Yeah.
listen, whatever was boiling on the stove didn't have a goddamn thing to do with the investigation. He didn't have to go into the house.
Okay.
She wasn't the perpetrator. He had a history of problems in previous departments. He got kicked out of the military.
So he probably instigates shit a lot then. More likely.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
He shot that
so-
woman.
Well, the
Yeah,
only reason
I
why I ask is
Yeah.
if she did grab the pot and she was about to
She
go
grabbed
on
the
him.
pot, in my opinion, after this crazy maniac misinterpreted what she meant by "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." He already had the gun pointed at her. She probably grabbed the pot.
That
to protect
changes everything.
her
Yeah,
and
yeah. That
from getting
part
shot.
was left out. Lead with that next time. So he had the gun already pointed at her.
Sure did. You can watch the
then
video.
Fuck him.
Yeah.
Fuck him. Yeah. There's no. Yeah, she was. The way I'm viewing that now is, if you're telling the exact truth about what really happened,
Yeah.
she was defending herself or trying to.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Hey,
like,
listen,
dude,
man.
dude.
Listen, man. I think that the George Floyd shit was bullshit. I think the Breonna Taylor shit was bullshit. But
George
I got
Floyd
my
shit was
dashiki
bullshit,
on
dude.
on this one. This
Yeah,
one,
let's
this
watch
cop
it.
was
Let's
out of
watch it.
line
Let's
and he
watch
should
it.
burn.
Yeah.
Let's watch it.
Yeah, MRM fooling for
Okay,
this.
yeah, fuck that.
Watch
Fuck that motherfucker. That's bullshit. He could have pulled a taser.
Now,
Shoot,
out of
no,
panic, the lady did.
No.
Why is
how
he still
far
saying
he
drop
is.
the pot right now?
Dude.
At the same time, listen to me,
Watch,
guys, because some of y'all gonna
watch.
get crazy. Y'all think I'm trying to justify this, and I'm not. Listen to
Watch.
me. He keep on yelling, drop the pot. People have made several videos saying, look what happened. When she dug down behind the counter, the reason why he shot is because he couldn't see her hands. He couldn't see what she was doing. That's why he shot her. Now, out of panic, the lady dug down and said, sorry, 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 when he pulled that gun. Now, listen.
Fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop the fucking pot.
Damn, both
After
of them.
this,
Both of them.
he shoots her. Okay?
But
After
he pulled
that,
his gun first, though, man.
he
pulled his
shoots
gun
her.
first. We see him pull the gun first, though. Okay, I don't.
He's
see
being
her
charged
reaching
with
for a
murder
pot.
right now. Ducking down.
mean-
There's, and then she ducked down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I would
that's
duck down if someone
submissive.
was pointing a gun
Right
at
here.
me. Okay, yeah, all right. But
And let me show y'all what happened next.
Okay, one shot should have been enough, but yeah. All right. Well, go back
The
to when he
actual
draws
cop-
his weapon. Okay,
That's
no
her
pot in her
ducking
hand. But there's
the
no
pot
pot in her
is
hand.
still right there on the stove, okay?
Yeah,
There's the
He's-
pot right there, still on the stove,
it's still on
okay?
the stove. Yeah. And she's
This is
what?
me talking to the
What-
people
What is that? What is that? 10 feet? Is that 10 feet? Right.
via
Well,
the phone. But those of you that are watching this and y'all can see me moving the whole screen up here,
That's the
she
pot.
ducks down.
Mm-hmm.
There goes the pot,
yeah.
correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now let's keep watching this. There you go. She ducks down. There go the pot.
Okay.
But watch this.
I don't see
Pay
any.
close attention. He's saying drop the pot. Look at her right here.
She's reaching up. Is she reaching back
Ladies and
up?
gentlemen, look at her right here. Those of you that are watching this,
Mm-hmm.
look at her right there.
Dude, that's rough, man. That's rough, bro.
Look at this.
Ooh,
Right
okay,
there.
Okay.
That's her throwing the
And he
hot
shoots
water
her, and she
Oh!
still gets up
from the
with her.
pot at the cops. It's right there.
Oh,
Okay. We just want to make all of us, those
Yeah,
of you that have
that's
eyes,
it. That's
we
it.
all can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the pot. She
There's
reached
her
up
arm.
and did it anyway.
Man,
She reached up right there, ladies and gentlemen. I can just keep that as a still shot right there.
No,
if
no,
y'all want me to. I mean,
I got that, man. I got that.
that's
But
not
what I'm saying
justifying
is,
what he did.
is he pulled
That's a
his
recording
weapon
of
before
him.
she touched the
For
pot?
those of
Oh,
you
it
that
is?
are chiming
Okay.
in, looking at this, for everybody that says she never did throw the pot of hot water at the cops,
Yes,
that's
she
the
did.
proof right there.
Okay. But he still drew his weapon first, man.
Okay,
Before she ever touched
I
the
just want to
pot.
make that clear. And then they fired her. There was a pot of water again.
He still drew
That's
the
her
weapon
throwing
first.
it,
Go
and
all
she-
the way back to when before he drew his weapon. She doesn't even have her hand on the pot when he draws his weapon. Okay, there's no hand on the pot. He pulls it quick. Okay, so you gotta be quick on a draw. All right, but I don't see her hand on a pot.
And when she ducked down, he just shot her. Oatman, and they just want talking about her boiling water right there. Okay, if those of you that I'm watching this, I'm pointing at this screen with the people that's on the phone. That's her water right there on the stove right there. And those of you that are watching, here's talking about that.
It's premeditated attempted battery. Just chilling.
She said, "Where you going?"
Away from your hot steaming water.
He's look. See, this is what I'm saying. They're just jesting around. She said, "Where are you going?" He said, "I'm getting away from your hot steaming water." This is crazy.
Hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
That's it. He said, "I'm getting away from your hot steaming water." She said, "Oh yeah, well I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." That's it.
You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
I have no idea
Okay.
why
See?
he said that to her.
He just turned up.
She
Like,
just
he
said,
went,
"I rebuke
he
you in the
went
name
from
of
0
Jesus."
to 100, dude. He went from
Yeah.
0 to 100.
Said
Like,
what?
quick.
She said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus."
You better fucking not. I swear to God,
Why-
I'll fucking shoot you right in
Is
your
there
fucking
no
face.
video of his camera? We don't have his camera yet. We don't
Right
we don't have
there.
Hey,
I mean,
it's a tough one here, yo.
dude, that camera's not going to help him. Okay, that camera right there.
That,
will not
no,
help
his
him.
partner's camera.
Yeah, his partner's camera would help him.
It's right
we
under
need to
his
see-
arm.
Yeah, we need to see.
Here's
his
the other
camera.
angle. Look at this angle right here. I want
Yeah.
y'all to see.
Yeah, if she,
This
if
is the
she's-
actual
yeah,
cop that shot her
if she's
from his
actually-
body cam, but I want y'all to pay attention to this. Okay?
You better fucking not. I swear to God,
Now
I'll
watch
fucking
this.
shoot you right in your fucking face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the fuck.
Okay, all right.
That's
Two
her
hands.
ducking down.
Hey, wait a
with her
The
second.
hands
pot
up,
is
Phil.
still right.
Hey, pause it real quick. I want to make an observation. She's wearing the damn gloves, guys. She's wearing those red gloves, ready to grab that hot pot. That's a key note to remember in this.
Oh, I didn't even
Okay.
see that.
She's wearing the red gloves, ready to pick up a fucking hot pot.
So that she walked in there to and
So
put 'em
she
on?
knew she was going to be picking up that hot pot. Like she didn't put them on when they walked in, right?
She might have been going to go back to her business. I don't think she did all that with the intent to burn the shit out of the cops. They weren't even beefing. They weren't even arguing.
Okay.
He told her, if you watch the whole video, he actually told her to go in and remove the pot from the stove. You gotta watch
Yep.
the whole
Okay. Okay.
He
Yeah,
told
you
her to
gotta
go
watch-
take it off
He
so she
told
don't
her-
burn nothing down.
He told her to remove the pot.
She was in the living room on the couch. He said, this idiot told her to go into the kitchen with knives and everything to go remove the pot. He said, "Oh, you're gonna burn down the house." Now, in my opinion, it was almost like he baited her. So
I'm trying to make this look a little different on my screen up here so I don't necessarily.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
Was there any damage previous to your?
Now I want y'all to pay attention to something. They're right in water right there on the stove.
Previous, yeah, it was
Okay, what was the damage?
a dent, I believe.
But what about windows?
Oh, it was something that happened earlier.
Okay, perfect. What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name.
Uh-huh.
You're not in trouble. I just need to text.
Nasty.
You have an ID? That makes me. And I'll get out of your hair.
Her ID to them because she identified her. People have so I mean a big.
Well, just get your ID.
Well, let's get your ID first, and then
One task at a time here.
Okay. Let me
She got her ID in a big ass bag.
Okay.
Your ID. One task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around for your paperwork.
I don't know where my ID is.
you have that stack right there, maybe.
Yeah.
1 second.
Why is he pointing that way?
Now look, he just told that police officer check that.
Uh-huh.
We don't need a fire alarm.
You hear it? He said we don't need a fire.
Mm-hmm.
talking about her boiling water right there, okay?
And
If
look-
those of
and
you-
look,
I'm
she-
watching this.
look,
I'm pointing
she-
at the
she
screen
ain't-
with the people that's on the
She ain't
phone.
wearing the gloves right now.
That's
either.
her
Look, she's
water
got her
right there
phone in her
on
hand.
the stove right there. And
See?
those of you that are watching, me up there.
She's got her phone in her hand.
She said, "Where
Why
you
you running
going?"
away?
He's look. See, this is what I'm saying. They're just jesting around. She said, "Where you?" Now, this the part that just kind of had me just got. So when y'all saw that right there, when she got the water, she said, "Where you going?" Some people took that like she was about to just do it on throw them on them anyway. Like,
But she's still 12 feet away,
He was like,
man.
"Where you going?" He was like, "I'm getting
I mean-
away, so I'm getting burned."
I mean, I don't know the physics of this, but how far can boiling water travel outside of a pot?
Come on, man. It depends on how strong the throw
Yeah,
is.
but this is an old lady. That's what I'm talking about. She's an old lady. So how far?
She was 36.
Yeah, she's 36.
She was a
She
skinny
looks like
thing.
she's old as fuck, man. Damn. All right.
She's a skinny.
video's dark.
She's skinny thing, and then there's a counter full of shit right
Yeah,
there.
it's the counter
Okay.
right there. He
So
was behind the
realistically,
counter.
do you
That's what I'm
guys
saying.
think
It
that they
wouldn't
were
have.
in
It wouldn't
danger
have
of-
made it to him to do no significant damage. Not some water.
That's
Not
what I'm
from hot
saying,
water.
dude. Do we honestly think that that water would be able to do any type of damage to them?
No,
I mean,
not from that distance.
third
and it wouldn't have made
degree
it to him.
burns on his arms. He wouldn't get on his chest. He'd get on his arms. Maybe
From
on
that
his face.
distance, he would have been able to do a little movement to get
Yeah,
out the
something,
way.
right?
Yeah,
Something,
was
right?
launched at him.
So okay. Now maybe he was warranted to draw, but why did he draw his gun and not his taser? I mean, it's not like she's an existential
That's a
threat.
good
here.
point too.
We're not talking
At
about a fucking thug with a goddamn fucking Glock pointed at these guys. We're talking
Yeah.
about a woman with fucking mittens on holding the pot of water.
A small woman.
Okay.
That's what gets people.
yeah.
They-
And using
Like-
the least amount of force necessary.
Is what they're supposed to do. That's
Yeah.
what. He literally said he will shoot her in the fucking face. That's what his
And
words.
he did.
And he did. Okay. He shot multiple times actually, right? How many times did he fire? I counted 3. So how many times total do we know?
Yeah, he fired. I think he fired once, and his friend might have fired, but it got her once in the. I think he hit her. It went through her face and came out the back of her neck.
Okay, so but we don't know the total amount of bullets that were fired.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
part I don't know. You can hear it in the
Okay.
video. Let me see.
Yeah, it's like,
Like-
I heard 3. I heard a pop, and then I heard a pop pop,
Drop the fucking top.
and he's drawing that weapon a lot.
Right there, what they're showing gunshot. He are going to this. Shot
Right
go,
there.
gunshot go off. On the stand, drop the pot. Listen, to shot is because panic.
Shoot you right in your fucking face. Drop the fucking top.
He said he'd shoot her in
After
in
this,
her fucking face before
he
he
should
told
be
her to
charged
drop
with
the
murder.
bomb.
It took
I'll show
30
you
to
this
what?
with the gunshot.
How many seconds? How many seconds did it take for them to shoot her?
This okay? Right there on the stove, okay? I'm trying to show y'all the entirety of the video without the. But those are just now chiming. That's her ducking down. The pot is still right there, guys. She said, "Where you going?" He said, "Where?" That's it. Jesus.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
You in the name of
Smalls.
Jesus. He said, "You better F and not listen."
You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face. Drop the fucking top.
Bro, where the heck is it? We're gonna, yeah, that's what
They both
Sure, you
said.
have your ID for me.
Okay.
Your ID. One task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around.
hold on, y'all.
You in the name of Jesus.
Huh?
You in the name of
You better
There we
fucking
go.
not.
There we go.
What?
There's some water.
Face.
I'm not gonna show this part again, but let me go back to. I think I can't show because YouTube. This might have got trimmed out, y'all. I think I might
I
have
got you.
flagged
I got
for
you.
it.
Yeah. We saw it for a second. It was like I counted. I think 3 from his partner and 1 from him. So they shot her 4 times. I'm guessing it's either 2 or 3 from the partner and 1 from him. They shot her 4 times, and obviously after the first shot, she wasn't moving, right? So, and obviously the partner is slow on the uptake. It took him an additional 7 seconds to
Reacting.
draw his weapon.
He's
So-
reactionary.
I mean, look, I hate when people try to guess what cops are able to do whenever they're not in the situation. And a guy that's been in combat, I promise you, it's not what you guys think it is. Okay, it doesn't go like in a Hollywood movie. There's not a bunch of dialogue. All right, and people don't just like stop bleeding and miraculously survive from gunshot wounds. Okay, so if they shot her 4 times, then they were both scared shitless. Well, the other guy was. The other guy was scared. The guy that just shot once wasn't scared. That's the point that I'm trying to make. If the main guy shot her once in the face, he was perfectly calm. He understood the objective. He knew what he was doing. The other guy did not. If he shot her 3 additional times, he was scared out of his fucking ass. All right? The first guy was not. So, but then it still begs the question of why didn't he just pull a fucking taser? Like, if she's got water, okay, fine. Water's dangerous. It's going to give you 3rd-degree burns. It's going to suck. It could possibly scar you for life. Understood. But draw the fucking taser. That's what it's for.
But it's also assuming how long, they don't know how long that the pot of water has been there. Just because it's on the water doesn't mean it's, they were saying, it's
they
the
said
fire.
it was steaming. So for water to steam, it has to get to 212 degrees.
Yeah, but how much water in whatever? She's
So how does the shower steam?
yeah.
No, that's different. That's different. That's different. Okay, a shower steams because of accumulation of moisture in the air. All right, a pot steams coming out because it reaches a certain temperature from the boiling of bubbles. There's a difference.
So I did the science on it. It doesn't take to 212 for a pot to steam, right?
Well, as I just said, man, in a showers will steam because of the humidity in the bathroom from a humidity effect. Okay.
Hey Mario, do me a favor. Chat GPT it real quick. See when
you put salt in it, you drop the temperature, and it boils faster.
Say it again.
And it also depends
Chat
on the temperature.
GPT.
It also depends on the temperature in our house too, man.
Chat GPT?
Chat GPT or Gemini.
They tell you everything.
Do you know what causes steam? Hold on, first.
Wait,
look it up.
I'm confused.
Do you know what causes
steam? Is it's evaporation. I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
I mean,
no, but the temperature is the variant. So unless we know what the temperature was in the room, I'm talking about the temperature in the room.
Just look it up real quick. You'll be surprised you'll be surprised that what the science says on that one. I'm not denying what you're saying.
So are you saying that the argument is that you don't think that it was at a boiling point?
Yeah, that's what I proved on my channel the other day.
Why did she wear gloves to pick it up?
Well, still could be hot.
I have no idea.
I'm just saying,
it could be too hot to pick up even when it's not boiling.
I mean, it could be, but by his own definition, we don't know, right? So
I mean, nobody in that house was a scientist, so we don't know if it was boiling.
I'm just saying,
or not.
dude. Like, if
Look,
it's
I literally
steaming,
just cooked
it's
some
hot,
vegetables
though, right?
and have a hot pot in front of me.
Okay,
and
but if it's steaming, we know it's hot. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
There you go.
But it doesn't mean it's boiling.
Did you chat GPT, MRM?
Hold on.
Okay.
And if she was smart, she put salt in it to drop the temperature.
There you go.
Drop the fucking pot. Drop the fucking pot.
Yep, 3 shots.
3 shots. Okay.
Quick ones.
Yep.
Quick as shit.
Well, I think that she was acting a little shady in the beginning. Like, she didn't even give him.
She was acting crazy.
Well, like she didn't know what her first name was.
I even asked if she
her
was
last
hot.
name.
I even asked if she was hot.
Well, if you guys went and watched the whole video, it's obvious that she has some mental issues going on.
Oh,
It really was.
okay.
She was-
Yeah.
I mean, she
yeah.
has some stuff going on, and we see this all the time in the hospitals, and even in like a lot of the homes that we're over, that people kind of, they can. And she even kind of, I think throughout the video, she even mentioned that she was not on her meds at the time or something like that. And like I said, one minute the
Chaotic has a
car
point, though. He's got a
wasn't
point.
hers, and the next minute the car was hers.
They have to prove that they had an existential threat to be able to use them for force.
Yeah, and they did.
Chaotic has a point. If that was not boiling water, which it doesn't look like they'll be able to prove it, they'll have to find out what the temperature of the room was and use every other variant they have in the video. But if they cannot prove that they were actually in a threat, then it don't matter. It doesn't matter.
There's also 2 of them, one of her, and a
Yeah.
countertop full of shit in between the 2 of them. You don't even know how much water's in the fucking pot.
Yeah.
How long it's been sitting there. Just
And-
because it's steaming doesn't mean it's boiling.
And I'm telling you, dude, she was 12 feet away. There's no way that water is going to do a lot of damage. Like,
No, it will cool rapidly too, going through the air. Which a lot of people don't believe
it'll
that,
drop
but it does.
10, 20 degrees. Yeah, it'll drop 10, 20 degrees going through the air.
And I'm
You dropped
sorry.
a hot
Especially
cup of coffee
when the
before it
molecules
had
and
a
everything
splash
kinda-
up on your leg.
Now,
It wasn't that
it's
bad.
gonna hurt. I'm not saying it ain't gonna hurt, but
yeah.
dude,
It's got to go up. It's got to go up and out.
fuck
I
it.
can't throw a stockpile of water like that.
And I'm still saying he drew his weapon a little too quick. I know. I saw the video, bro. I know. I saw her put her hands on the pot, but I still think he drew his weapon too quick, man. especially considering the
what
force.
bothered him?
The force going, yeah.
But what bothered him so bad with her hands on the pot and then saying that she rebukes him and then
yeah, like that's just weird, man.
What made him so angry after that?
I know that shit pissed him off like real
exactly.
bad.
Something, man.
Like he was Muslim or some shit.
What?
Like she hit him with Jesus.
Oh.
It's like she offended his religion or something because he went to 100 immediately.
Yeah, that was
he went
weird,
from 0 to
man.
100.
There was no build up or nothing.
Right, and the only thing I said, even though the cop never said it himself once they interrogated him and all that, I said the only thing I could have drew from that is that when her saying, I'll rebuke you in the name of Jesus, the only thing I said he could have got away with is I thought she said, I'll shoot you in the name of Jesus, because rebuke, I'll shoot, I'll rebuke, I'll shoot. I don't know, but it's still, though, that a pot of water, though, I still just can't, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
being in Chicago, I've seen what people grabbed and everything like that. I've seen, even though they don't show this a lot, I grew up around that stuff, man. I've seen dudes with machetes. I've seen dudes with shivs. I've seen dudes with sharpened toothbrushes at the end, wanting to come at cops, and these cops literally tase these dudes. But I never thought, a pot of water, though, man, even if it is hot water, they could have ran away, had a gun drawn, just don't you throw that water while back and back,
Yeah,
But,
he was obviously
so much,
short-tempered, short fused, however you want to call it. He did, and I guarantee you, he's gonna get a murder rap because.
He did. They charged him with
murder one.
No, I'm saying he'll be found guilty though. Is what I'm saying. So like he didn't follow proper procedure. Like that's just not.
I can run hot water out of my tap hot enough to burn me because I have hot water on demand. It can come out 140 degrees out of my tap if I have it that way. But she's got water, unknown amount, unknown length of time on a pot.
Kadek, I think you proved your point. I just looked it up too, and it'll actually steam at 98 degrees if it's cold outside.
Yes.
Okay. So, what's your point, man? I mean, my whole
point.
Like,
no,
do you want a gotcha moment, man? I got you, dude.
No. My whole point was when I was on my channel, people kept saying boiling, and I kept trying to say that nobody knows if it was boiling or not. That's all I was saying. I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything.
Fair.
It's just that
but she was wearing gloves because it was fucking hot.
Yeah,
all right, it was fucking hot, bro. I'm not okay. I will concede to the fact that it wasn't boiling, but it was hot enough for her to wear fucking gloves, dude. Okay.
Yeah, my whole argument was when I was on my channel, like everybody kept saying boiling, and the thing is that nobody was there to test the temperature, so we don't know if it was boiling or not. That's all.
10 out of 10 people will not want to be hit with some shit that has steam coming from it, whether they know exactly or not.
And but still, I'm on your side, man. I'm still agreeing with you. There was no reason for that use of force. Okay.
Oh, no, he's out of here. He's gone.
Dude, I don't give a fuck if it was at 250 fucking degrees and it was basically instant vapor when it was coming out. That's the hottest you get steam. But
if there was ever a situation where people should have went and burned shit down, it would have been this one. Not all.
Yeah, like George Floyd was bullshit.
Yeah,
100%. That motherfucker was on so much drugs he was gonna die anyways.
And he was resistant. Yeah.
And
he would have died that day if Derek Chauvin was never born.
Yeah, dude, that guy was gone. All right, and he was a horrible human being that now has statues of him, and he's a folklore hero. There you go. That's history for you, baby. Okay, but this woman, 37 years old, obviously off her meds. Okay, like that cop was the wrong cop to take the call. Okay, he had no patience. He had that guy does not deserve to have a badge and a gun.
Wait.
He never deserved to have a badge and a gun. Okay,
but we've also
those are the cops that give us bad names.
We've also on another point here, we do have quite the large amount of the population on antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds, antipsychotics, and if you are off those things, not even for very long. I mean, you could just listen. I can tell you right now, I'm on antidepressants and
Mr. K mad.
and anti-anxiety pill. If I do not take them by noon, 12:30, my husband better just stay away. I mean, he knows he's got to stay away. He's like,
I got a question for you.
Did you take your medicine yet?
Wait a minute. I got a question for you because I'm a thinking adult. I might be out of line for this, but these people that are on these behavior meds, right?
Yeah.
If you have a brain in your fucking head and you can think, all you have to do is just not act that way. It isn't that easy.
Okay. Well, no, it's not. All right.
You have to explain that to me. How you can cognitively understand in your mind.
Really complicated subject, man. Seriously.
Uh-oh.
Super complicated. What? What's up?
Well, yeah,
I don't really
it's not.
think it is.
Okay. All right. No. I'm talking about it's all about chemical composition in the brain. That's literally what we're talking about.
Shit.
Okay.
Yep.
We're talking about a chemical composition in the brain. Now, anxiety, you're 100% correct. You can literally decide whether or not you want to be afraid of something or not afraid of something. You can actually teach yourself to control that. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Well, yeah,
you want to know how I know? You want to know how I know?
Okay, yes.
Been taught to do
yes,
it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you?
But are you all at the? Are we all at that point?
No, of course not. No.
And
but
when you don't
anxiety
take that
has been
medicine,
risen consistently across the board because of all these anti-anxiety medications that we're giving our kids. Okay, it's literally poisoning our children. We're telling kids it's okay to have an edible whenever you freak out. That's not okay. All right? You can't do that. You can't give a fucking 13-year-old a goddamn edible because she's having a hard time because she's got an algebra test coming up on fucking Monday. That's not the way it works.
I think when somebody's freaking out, I think if you really knock the shit out of them real fucking hard, the problem is solved.
Yeah. Tell them to man the fuck up or grow a pair. Yes, I agree with you 100%.
I'm not a believer in these spike meds. I think these people are bullshitting and just looking for attention.
Psychology is a pseudoscience, man.
Because my brain doesn't glitch like that. So there shouldn't either. I know when to stop myself.
No, that's anecdotal. You cannot use anecdotal evidence. You can't do that. That's you.
I don't trust
only
books
you.
And I don't trust.
Okay. Well, then trust the science. You trust science?
I can't. Fuck no.
What?
Hell no.
You believe in gravity, right?
No.
Science is.
What do you mean you don't believe in gravity? You literally are using gravity right now. Like gravity's keeping you on the ground.
Okay, not all science is settled like gravity.
Okay, I'm talking about science that can be proven by the scientific method. That's what I mean by science.
Okay, well, I can tell you. I can tell you that.
Then what do you believe, man? You got to have there has to be a basis for your belief.
Watch this. Science gave you 5 basic food groups.
No, science did not give you 5 basic food groups.
I'm going to beg you not to cut me off. Watch this. They gave you 5 basic food groups. One of them is dairy and one of them meat.
That was the government. That wasn't science.
Government and science are one and the same. Okay?
They use it to their ability, but the government was the one that created the 5 basic food groups, and you're correct. The 5 basic food groups are correct. They're hard.
Science does what the government tells it to do.
How much? Yeah, and how many?
The government uses the science as a weapon.
Science makes sure that we're sick all the time. Nobody dies from normal causes anymore. Everybody dies from something. That's your science that you believe in. They created that. Okay, that's what they're being paid millions and billions of dollars for to fuck you up.
Are you saying everybody dies?
Money to keep you. Money to keep. That there's money in keeping.
Okay,
you
hold
sick.
on. Well, first, do you know what the scientific method is? Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes.
I'm talking about the gentleman. Do you know what the scientific
I've been hearing it.
Okay. All right. So the scientific method is the only real way to prove whether something is true or not. And the 5 basic food groups were never put to the scientific method.
And if it's
okay.
And here's the thing. They give you wait a minute. They give you the scientific method and they tell you that these people tried this and then they write it down. But the human being is so fucking dumb, they'll just believe it. They'll just believe that shit. Wait a minute. They won't go try it themselves. Right, so they'll put this in their mind concretely. This is the scientific method, and that's why all these dumb motherfuckers are sick and fat.
Okay, but your original statement is that you don't suffer from this problem because also remember you come from a completely different generation. Okay, you're only about what half a decade older than me. Okay, so you come from kind of the same generation I do. I don't suffer from those problems either. So it would be highly coincidental to say that all of these Gen Zers are suffering from the same problem. Okay. All right.
Right.
So at that same point, you also have to at least say that there could be a possibility that something is forcing these kids, or at least giving them the opportunity to be susceptible to what it is that you're talking about. And one of the biggest problems we mentioned earlier, in women specifically, is birth control. There's 200 kinds of birth control, and each one of them cause a different fucking reaction in every woman that takes it. It's a chemical reaction because it chemically affects the brain. So to answer your question, a lot of the problems come from the same goddamn shit that Big Pharma is pushing out anyways. Okay? So, but also on that same factor, when you're told from the day that you're born, you're perfect. There's nothing you can do that is wrong. You don't ever have to change. No, we'll change the world for you. Dude, you're going to honestly believe that you're a prince or a princess and you're the center of the fucking universe. So the first time you run into something that doesn't work, you're going to freak the fuck out. You're going to not know what the fuck to do. That's also one of the reasons why it's happening.
How many?
Your
How
generation,
much?
your generation. What the? Go ahead.
How
you
much?
go ahead.
How much of the population is Gen Z or younger that actually believes that's actually been babied like that and then actually does think that? How many of us are there like that though?
I mean, you talking about Gen Z specifically?
Well, you just said Gen
Yeah, yeah.
Z.
I mean,
it's
well,
all because first that wasn't my generation that was coddled. The millennials had some coddling.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
where they started with the participation.
Well, I mean,
and whatever
we're all
else.
Gen X, right? Everybody here's Gen X, aren't we? Isn't everybody Gen X?
No, he's 39. He said.
All of you on this panel, except for me and her, are all batshit crazy by default.
How?
If you're under 50 years old, you're fucked up. You don't have breast milk
Oh!
in your system. I know what
I've
the fuck
got breast
I'm
milk
talking
in
about.
my system, dude. You're not that
Dude,
much older than me, man.
Most of that 99% of the generation, starting at 45 years old, 50 years, does not have breast milk and they grew up on an assortment of candy and colorful juices and airplane smog that was 50 years old, factory smog that was already 50 years old. They never had a chance to think, ever. That's why you have things called debates now, because nobody can figure nothing the fuck out. They're all fucked up.
Guys, on that note, I'm gonna roll up out of here. MRN, thank you so much, man. A panel salute to you guys, Reese, man. Good seeing you, man. Nice to
Yeah,
see you.
I was actually getting ready to start asking for closing
Yeah.
remarks.
Thank you guys so much.
Yo,
man.
I actually have an exit speech. Because I'm leaving too. I have a theory that I came up with on another panel the other day about chaotic truth and people like Tommy Sotomayor and Jesse Lee Peterson, right? Because if we had a coon vote, a poll in the spaces that we're in, y'all know what I'm talking about. Chaotic will go to the top of that list. You know it. But I have a theory. I've told these niggas on this panel, I think that people like Chaotic Truth, Tommy Sotomayor, and Jesse Lee Peterson care more about the community than you do. And the dashikis. Because
This
they're
your first
willing
time
to
on my channel, Reese?
Nah, you don't drop I watch you all the time, but you don't ever drop the link. So
Define a dashiki real quick for me, please. I've heard it used.
I'm just making fun of like woke people that wear African garments and hate whites.
Right,
and
that's
pyramid
that's
shit
the
all
new
day long.
definition, right? That's the new definition of a dashiki.
Hey,
right?
chaotic. How do I get the names to show up on here? I'm trying my best to try to get the names to show
Yeah,
up.
I was wondering why they weren't showing up too, man. That's why I asked everybody's name.
I know
It could be the fact that you have the strolling.
My name's on the bottom of where I see my little.
No,
cell.
but but on the
Oh,
screen,
I have no idea. Then you in StreamYard?
Yeah, we're all in StreamYard.
I have no idea, bro.
But check this out, y'all. See, I understand that your eyes aren't that much better or worse than anyone's else's, right? So everyone sees the same thing. Some people have courage to talk about it, and some don't. You get a little extreme and a little silly, and everybody knows that by now. All right, everybody knows that about you. But what you say is true a lot, and even though it stings, you have the courage to say it anyway. And then you'll see a panel with 9 people on it denying something that they know they see every fucking
2 + 2 = 5.
I really think y'all care more. I could be wrong.
I do,
never know
man.
what's in anybody's head, but
I do.
it seems that way.
Thank you so much, Reese.
But bro, he didn't have breast milk. What the fuck?
Guys, have a good one. Thank you so much, Reese.
Oh, you ain't got no closing words?
Hey, Trump 2024, man. Trump Vance. Guys, have a good one.
MAGA, baby.
Absolutely.
I'm out, y'all.
Salute, guys. Peace.
Out. All right, Ms. Renee, you got any closing words, ma'am?
Y'all, I don't know. It's just I really have lived in a whole different world than a lot of this, and I just and I didn't teach my kids to be this way. I know they're grown-ups. They are not this way. And from what I can see so far, I've got a daughter who is not babying and not coddling and not shoving 24/7 news cycle and 24/7 entertainment. Must now have something to entertain me, keep my attention. I can't. Then all of a sudden, I got ADHD and I can't, whatever. No, those are. I realize that might be a significant majority of what's going on, but there are those of us who know that used to call ourselves woke until that word was co-opted, and now we're anti-woke. We were woke. It was woke. It was woke to know what the shit was, what really was going on, and then woke was taken over by all of this other social justice warrior stuff and all these other movements. And now, now people like me sit back and we're like, oh no, nope, anti-woke. Don't be calling me that. Don't be calling me woke.
All right. Hey, well, we appreciate you coming through. And when I go live again, and whatever like that, if you happen to be in the neighborhood, wouldn't bother me to have you come up here again, sis. Really appreciate it. Don't forget to ask your dad about that, though. I mean, all he can say is no.
I'm sure I'd have to come with him. He's a little technology,
Yeah, all he can say is no. I just open discussion. He'll be free. He'll be able to speak his mind freely. Whatever he says, I'm not going to judge him. I just want an understanding. Whatever, that's it. Nothing at all. So
great.
I'm not trying to let him know. I'm not trying to change him, convince. I'm not trying to do any of that. I just want to hear it. So
yeah,
he sounded a lot like my grandfather. I was going to talk to you about that while we were doing this, but we didn't get a chance.
Yeah, well, and for him, for Ty. Ty knows the same area that I'm talking about, and where my dad would have been coming from. And yeah, I would help him get on here, and then I would sit back and shut my mouth.
Cool. All right. Well, we appreciate you. We'll catch you in the next one, sis.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Have a good night.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Vincent De Leon. You, sir, closing words?
Are you into pop culture?
What?
Are you into pop culture?
What do you mean?
Like movies, comic books, video games. Were you Star Wars or Star Trek?
Neither one. I've never seen one episode, one video, one nothing of either one of them.
What was your sci-fi?
What did I watch sci-fi? I didn't grow up with the luxury of having TV or nothing like that, so I really can't even.
Okay.
So if you're talking about
what's your comic? What's your pop culture? What's your
Marvel,
when you
DC?
Think about Marvel, DC. Okay, so did you prefer Marvel or did you prefer DC?
I kind of was balanced between the two.
Favorite characters from both?
My favorite character from Marvel would be Thanos. My one from DC, I gotta go with that's a tough one.
Thanos was your favorite character from Marvel?
Mm-hmm.
How did they defeat him in the original Infinity Gauntlet series in the comic books?
Let me pull it out. Yeah, I'm lost. I had no comics.
So
I'm talking about character-wise. So what it is that we in Jamaica, we had to get the stuff read to us. So
when you were introduced to Thanos, was it from the Avengers movies?
That and a little bit of comics. I just like the logic behind it.
Bro.
Some of the logic. Well, understand.
You don't know who Thanos is. Bro.
Understand,
so cool.
though.
Like, he is so cool. Do you understand? He's like one of the greatest characters in all of Marvel. I'm not saying he isn't, but you have the DEI version of bullshit ideology, woke mentality Thanos. You don't.
You talking about in the movies?
Yeah, that's what the movies.
Oh, I got you. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, dude. No. Okay, so nobody in DC? No one?
I can't really put my finger on who would be my favorite, though.
Well, if you like Thanos from Marvel, then you probably would like Darkseid from DC.
I knew you was gonna say that too. But yeah,
I mean, dude, they're basically the same fucking
person.
Yeah,
I got you.
They really are. I mean, they're different personalities, I guess. I would say Thanos is more of a neutral bad guy than a straight. He'd be like Thanos would be neutral evil, and Darkseid would be chaotic evil, lawful. But
I would say that,
yeah, lawful evil would be Darkseid. But yeah, okay.
Yep, and I'm a gamer too, so yeah, big time.
RPG, survival horror, what?
Yeah, RPG. Like I think one of my best games that I've ever played, in my opinion. I love Witcher 3.
Dude, I just beat it for the 7th time because I know they're about to woke it out and destroy it. And right after I just beat it again, they said that now they're gonna drop another DLC on it.
Stop playing. Are you serious?
No, I'm not playing, dude. It's my top 3. I'm an RPG survival horror guy.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, dude. I've beaten it on like the hardcore, like where it's like impossible to kill anything. Yeah. And so they're about to drop another DLC apparently, because the woke crowd now doesn't want Geralt to be the main character because he's a toxic man. So
what?
Yeah, so they're gonna bring in. They're saying it's gonna be Ciri.
No,
they're saying it's gonna be Ciri, but it probably won't be Ciri. It'll probably be a lesbian black chick or something. I don't know, but yeah. So, but we do have confirmation of number 4. But as of right now, it's been taken over by the woke garbage people.
So then it's gonna show
Okay.
when those prices drop, and nobody's gonna be doing it because they're going that route with it. That's some
Dude,
bull.
look at 76, man. They didn't give a fuck about 76.
Oh my God.
76 was a shit shoot, dude. And nobody, like, we told them, don't make it an MMO. Everybody said it. Don't make it an MMO. What'd they do? They made it a fucking MMO. Okay, like, Fallout players like playing solo campaigns. They don't like playing MMOs.
Yes.
What'd they do? They made a goddamn MMO out of it.
Just like if they did God of War like that, don't
fuck with God of War, man. Like
Don't.
that is the only game of that style that I actually like. If you fuck with God of War, I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
But no, like look what they did to KOTOR. KOTOR 1 and KOTOR 2, you never played it because you're not in that genre, but it's a Jedi game. It's the only Jedi games that ever came out that were actually true D20 D&D based type things. Oh no, Renee, you were awesome. Thank you. By the way, she was really cool. I wasn't expecting her to be that cool. Thank you, Renee. But if you ever get a chance, I know you're not into Star Wars, but it really is an RPG turn-based style game. It really is, and it's considered
which one is it called?
Knights of the Old Republic 1 and Knights of the Old Republic 2. I recommend Knights of the Old Republic 2, but some people choose 1 is better, but I think 2 is better. You get to design.
Does it matter if you play one or the other first? Like, would I need to get 1 to understand 2?
No, I always tell everyone to play them in order, but I mean, dude, you don't ever have to play 1 if you don't want to. 2 I like 2 better because I'm a gear freak. So I like designing my own gear. I like making my own armor, stuff like that.
Sound like my sons.
All right, and that's why I like 2 because it's more in depth. You know, 1 is more of it's a shorter version, and you don't really get to level that much. It's a level cap at 20. KOTOR 2 has no level cap, so you get to just go. But you know, it's a 5-planet open world game, so there's only so far you can go. But anyways, I digress. So no, the reason why I ask is because what I did used to talk about when I was going to my channel twice a week was I would incorporate exactly what we talked tonight, like how they've affected our kids. One of the answers to his questions, he didn't let me really get to a lot of it, but one of the answers to his questions of why they're attacking us and how they're attacking us is through our pop culture. I mean, if you go turn on Netflix, right? If I were to turn on Netflix,
God.
and we were to go to the new shows, it's going to be Woman Strong, it will be women centric, and it will be DEI across the board. Okay. And even though Maverick came out and destroyed every movie that's been made in the last 6 years, they didn't care. They didn't care, man. Maverick did $1 billion by itself, bro. They didn't give a shit. It's a fucking movie about a goddamn plane.
Right.
Renaissance Man. Oh, sorry.
That was man, that Top Gun, and then it made you feel so freaking goddamn patriotic.
Dude, it did, man. And you know what? There was a chick in the movie that was a pilot, and they didn't celebrate it because she had a vertical taco. It was awesome. Like, she was just another one of the characters. They didn't spend 30 minutes talking about how she was a badass person because she was a strong woman. No, she was just one of the people. Like, oh my God. You know? Do you ever watch the Whatever podcast? I was curious. I saw somebody mention the Crucible earlier. So I was
at Whatever. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So one of the things that they talk about is they talk about this stuff too. They bring on, they're more of a gotcha show where they bring on stupid women and they basically let them hang themselves, you know?
Right.
But the Crucible, though, the guy, Andrew Wilson, man, he's really waking a lot of people up. Talking about some of the things we talked about tonight. And what I try to do is I try to educate people to be careful what they show their kids, careful what games they play, careful what comics they read, be careful what movies you let them watch, you know, because you don't, a lot of people, and this, I know you're a parent. I don't have any kids yet. But,
my sons are grown. I got a 22-year-old and a 20-year-old. My sons are grown.
Okay. So you don't have to do this anymore. But like, a lot of parents don't understand what they're letting their kids watch. They just don't. It's not like it's just Spider-Man and Friends anymore, you know? There's a lot more of them. Mm-hmm. So for everybody watching this, for all the parents out there that are going to watch this video, just be careful what your kids are watching, especially if it's like for instance, did you hear about the new Batman series that just came out on Prime?
No, not yet.
Penguin's a woman that's 6'5". Oh, and Batman can't hit her very hard because she's a woman.
Jesus Christ. That's how they screwed up with Captain Marvel too.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Captain Marvel. You mean the Captain Marvel that was killed 7 times in Marvel, and she was rewritten 9? That Captain Marvel, the one that everybody hated so much that they killed her off 7 times. Did I already say that? I think I said that. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, that Captain Marvel that apparently was just as strong as Thanos in the movies.
You already know. See, that's man. That had me. That had me so.
Dude,
do you know how
dude.
mad I was when I saw that part?
That was horrible. Like, dude, okay, Spider-Man could fight Captain Marvel. Okay? That's how weak she was in the comics. Like, no shit.
Right.
She didn't have any fucking weird powers that made her do optic blasts and shit. Dude, that wasn't her. She couldn't fly in fucking space. Now they did get some of her backstory correct, whatever.
Right.
I think she did have a spaceship. I think that might be where they get that from. But no, dude, like yeah, like that was horrible. And then did you ever watch the behind the scenes of it, of Captain Marvel? Did you ever watch that?
I haven't even seen Captain Marvel at all.
I didn't watch it, but I watched the behind the scenes to see who the director was. It's a redheaded lesbian. Imagine that. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So I mean, but then again, they don't really hide it from us anymore. But man, look, it's late. I know you're probably trying to get off of here. Thank you, guys. If you want to come to my channel and subscribe, I'm trying to get back on. It's been a rough year, man. This has been the worst year since Biden's been in for us. My business has been just in the tanks, like seriously. So I've been doing everything I can to just try to stay afloat. I don't have a lot of time to make material, but a majority of my material is just like what you saw tonight. I do try to be a little bit more uplifting. I was kind of having fun tonight. I do apologize for all the F-bombs, but that's kind of me. That's who I am. I don't really give a shit. And YouTube can go fuck itself because they're censoring us. You know, there's over 150 words now we can't say on YouTube.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, 150.
I know.
150. Okay, like how? Anyways, I'm not even getting into it. It's another conversation, dude. I would love to join you again if you'll have me on. I really would. It'd be fun. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. See you guys later. You guys take care and peace out. Peace,
All right. Check you later, sir.
Later.
Good evening. All right, folks. Appreciate all the people that came up here and cammed up, showed their face, gave their advice and all that good stuff like that. Yeah, like what he just got done saying, it is true because it's something that I do with my young mentees. All the ones that I mentor, they don't have a cell phone, they don't have a computer in their room, they don't have a TV in their room. They have a computer and the TV is going to be only in the living room. The parents are all contractually signed off on this, right? And the stuff that they watch are stuff that I watch. They watch the Tom and Jerry's, the Looney Tunes, the Animaniacs. They watch stuff like that. They don't watch none of the new stuff. Not at all. Like I told, and I kid you not, they all watch the old school Felix the Cat, the old school Mickey Mouse stuff, like not the new stuff, nothing new at all. Scooby-Doo, they watch stuff that I watched in the 80s. Because guess what? As a kid is growing up, they don't know what era they're in. They don't know what's the next new thing. As long as you have it in their house and that's their world, they don't know that. Like my sons grew up watching Martin Lawrence. They grew up watching Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the ones that I watched, right? They watched that from the time that they were kids until they were teenagers. They didn't even know that new stuff was new stuff because in their mind, that was the new stuff. So that's a good point that he made right there. And I absolutely 100% keep them all the way away from all that woke bull crap. Y'all know me on this channel. You know that you know what I'm about. They watch all the old school Disney stuff, not none of the new stuff at all. Keep them away from that because it completely puts an ideology in their head and it's an attack on kids. There's a reason why predators in the real wildlife, predators go after what first? They go after the kids, the easy, the babies. They go after the babies first. That's who predators want. Then they'll go after the old, right? They go after the old because they know they can be easily taken. And then they go after the ones that are injured. So if you think about that in a metaphorically way, and you think about that in like a emotional way, that's who they go after. Right now, school systems going after the children right now, trying to hypersexualize them, trying to make these kids make life-changing, altering decisions by having their genitals cut off or taken out, all that. That's why they go after the young. They learn it's predatory behavior is what it is. They prey on those that are old. They prey on you that are injured, whether you've been injured emotionally, spiritually. They prey on you and take advantage of you. Anyway, folks, Appreciate you guys all being here. Some of my folks in here know me real well, like the Raven. He's like, Ty, it's not going to bed. Yeah, y'all don't know me. I can only sleep like 5 hours tops. So I'm not going to bed till probably 2. This is a weekend. I'm probably not going to go to bed till like around 4 o'clock or something like that. What I do is do work off to the side though. I pre-record some videos and I'm going to be uploading tomorrow. The only time I'm not doing that is when I'm asleep. So somebody was in here throwing some. Somebody was in. God is good all the time. You got jokes. You got jokes, man. That's why I'm not going. That's why I'm not going to read this chat. See, Raven knows me. He knows that. He knows me real good. But God is good. You are horrible. Anyway, y'all, let's get ready to get out of here. I'm Ty Smith, Modern Renaissance Man. Hoping and praying that every last one of you have food, shelter, and clothing. Most of all, I pray every last one of you guys are in great health, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. God bless you all.